Roar, roar. A roar tore through the ruins. A 3-meter-tall giant corpse, its entire body sheathed in dark gold scales, lunged at us. The sound waves set the broken walls humming. Its arm, thick as a steel pillar, swept across, bone spikes bursting through the air, its breath reeking foul and sharp. I threw myself into a roll and barely dodged. Behind me, an entire load-bearing wall exploded with a deafening blast, rubble flying everywhere. Even so, a bone spike raked across my back, tearing a gash so deep it hit bone. Blood instantly soaked through my patched-up combat suit. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself up onto one knee and rasped, "Zhao Kai? Keep it busy. Just hold on a little longer. Chun, I really can't take it anymore." Zhao Kai wailed from the flank, swinging his chipped alloy blade wildly. "This monster's no level 6. Its scales won't even take a scratch." We'd never seen a scaled zombie before. Not far off, a mutant giant ape of roughly the same size lay dead on the ground, its skull crushed. Its crystal core had clearly already been devoured by this creature. It had likely completed some kind of evolution. Bang! I turned to see Li Chong collapsed on the ground on the other side. A gruesome wound torn into his right leg by a bone spike, blood pouring out unchecked. He barely lifted his head, his voice a thread. "Chun, I'm done too." All three of us were wounded, our fighting strength gutted. But the more hopeless the situation, the colder my eyes grew. I stared hard at that layer of murky scales, and at its eyes, shifting from red to purple, and something clicked in my mind. Its eyes turned purple. This is a tier 7 zombie. It swallowed that mutant beast's core and evolved. But look, its movements are sluggish. It's definitely badly wounded too, running on its last legs. Hold on, take it down, and we turn this whole thing around. I shot the two of them a fierce glare, then rose to my feet, ready to strike again. Honestly, those two were off today. They weren't fighting at anything close to their real strength. But years of brotherhood ran deep, so I figured they were just conserving their energy. Stop holding back. Hit it with everything you've got. A tier 7 crystal core. Once we had it, at least one of the three of us could break through to level 6. Fire lit up in my eyes. Zhao Kai and Li Chong exchanged a glance, and their faces broke into wild elation, as if they'd forgotten their pain entirely. The Corpse Emperor was slow, but it recovered fast, so we didn't dare let up our assault for even a second. I hacked away with my blade while Li Chong's fireballs and Zhao Kai's ice arrows pounded it in turns. But the Corpse Emperor ignored my harassment completely, throwing itself at the weakest one, Li Chong. He dodged left and right, but in the end he couldn't get clear. A single claw punched straight through his chest, and he went down. Seeing this, Zhao Kai quickly fell back into the distance. The Corpse Emperor spun and charged at me. It actually knew to pick us off one by one. Its intelligence was probably no worse than a normal person's. "I can't hold on. Chun, do something quick," Zhao Kai shouted as he retreated, his eyes sweeping toward a broken wall at the edge of the ruins, a strange note in his voice that I didn't catch at the time. Thud. I kept dodging, but the Corpse Emperor's massive fists came down like rain. I couldn't get out of the way in time and got blasted several meters through the air. Even though I instinctively twisted to the left, a rusty rebar behind me punched straight through my right chest. Gah! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, kicking up a wisp of dust. The agony surged over me like a tide, but instead of breaking me, it dragged out my killer instinct. I dropped my dulled blade, drew the dagger I kept close, poured every last ounce of strength into the tip, and bellowed, "Earth escape." Flash step. My body vanished in an instant, and the next moment I appeared behind the Corpse Emperor. A flash of cold light, the dagger drove hard into its skull. Wounded as it was, the Corpse Emperor couldn't even react. Squelch. The blade sank in, and I twisted it with all my might. The Corpse Emperor's movements stopped dead, and its enormous body crashed to the ground. A fist-sized purple crystal core rolled into the dust with a crisp little tink. I was spent, half kneeling on the ground, reaching out to grab that core. The instant I got my hand on it, a sudden chill hit my back, and pain exploded through me. A tier 7 core. Zhao Kai's sobbing was long gone, replaced by naked greed. "It's mine. Finally, it's mine." I whipped my head around. Zhao Kai was gripping that alloy blade I knew all too well, its edge covered in my blood. "Zhao Kai, you." My voice trembled. He sneered, kicked me over, and stomped down hard on my right hand. The snap of breaking bone was crystal clear. "Chun, don't look at me like that. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for trusting people too easily." "Why?" I coughed up black blood. 5 years, shoulder to shoulder, through life and death. I'm the one who led you to find food, found us shelters, dug out the armory. Shoulder to shoulder? He burst out laughing. "You think you're worthy of that? I'm older than you, yet every single day I had to call you big brother. I've had enough of it. You were nothing but my pet miner, my meat shield. If it weren't for that Earth escape of yours digging up scraps, I'd have fed you to the zombies long ago. Now the supplies are all dried up, and you're useless. He leaned down to my ear, his voice cold and cruel. Hei Long said that if I offer up your corpse, I get to be a vice lord of the Black Dragon Legion. This whole Ming city. Someday I'll be able to rule it however I please. With effort, I turned my head toward Li Chong. You knew all along too? His eyes were hollow, his chest already run through. Chun, I'm sorry. You hadn't found food in so long. Brother Kai promised me 10 cans of food. I didn't want to starve to death. 10 cans. I laughed bitterly. My life, worth 10 cans of food. Zhao Kai stood up impatiently and reached for the core in my hand. You talk too damn much. Just die in peace. Don't worry. I'll take good care of your accomplishments. He wanted to swallow the core before Hei Long arrived, to keep this heaven-sent windfall all to himself. Clap, clap. A round of applause drifted out from the shadows of the ruins. 4 figures slowly emerged. The one in the lead wore black armor, of average height, his body knotted with muscle. His face was ordinary. He didn't look like a villain. Zhao Kai froze, then instantly plastered on a fawning smile. Brother Long, you're here. The core's right here, and the man's dealt with. As agreed. Agreed? What agreement? Hei Long sneered, walking forward unhurriedly. Did you forget what I hate most? Brother Long, I don't understand. Traitors. Hei Long's voice was cold as ice. Especially dogs who betray their own brothers. Brother Long, you can't just kick away the bridge after crossing the bridge. Zhao Kai's face went white as he stumbled backward. Before the words even left his mouth, an armored soldier behind Black Dragon flickered like a ghost to Zhao Kai's back and drove a blade clean through his heart. You played me? Zhao Kai looked down at the blade tip jutting from his chest, his pupils going slack. What did you expect? Black Dragon strolled forward, his face twisted in a sneer. You 3 turned down my offers again and again. You've been a thorn in my side for a long time now. Especially Lin Chun. He kept stealing my supplies, too. And that earth manipulation power of his? Keeping him around is just asking for trouble. He glanced around the ruins, his smile deepening. So I set this whole thing up. Let you fight it out with the Zombie King first. Let you kill Lin Chun, and then I kill you. I get rid of my problems and walk away with the Zombie King's crystal core. Oh, I guess I should call it the Zombie Emperor's core now. He threw his head back and laughed. Pretty slick, right? I'll come back as a ghost and haunt you. Zhao Kai coughed up blood in his rage and collapsed with a thud, dying even before I did. Li Chong was already fading fast, the light draining from his eyes. I lay there in a pool of blood, glancing at Zhao Kai, then at Black Dragon, and dragged a bitter smile across my lips. Heh, Zhao Kai actually fell for your lies. And me? I got taken down by an idiot like that. Black Dragon roared with laughter. Yeah, that guy really was a dumbass. Haha. My consciousness began to slip away. I never noticed. The white bead in my chest pocket, the one I'd picked up at that nameless old temple, was quietly drinking in my blood, giving off a faint red glow. Black Dragon. Zhao Kai? Li Chong. I screamed with my last dying breath. If there's a next life, I swear I'll make you pay in blood. BZZZT. The white bead suddenly erupted in a blinding red light. Rays burst outward, and the blood mist all around churned and twisted, condensing into a crimson rainbow that shot straight into the center of my forehead. The ground split open into a massive whirlpool. Wind howled. Debris flew everywhere. What the hell is this? Black Dragon bellowed. Grab the core. One of the armored soldiers lunged for the crystal core. The instant his fingertips grazed the edge of the whirlpool, his entire arm shattered like glass. Ah! His scream cut off as his body crumbled to dust, scattering across the ground. Black Dragon's face went bloodless. He staggered back in a panic. What kind of power is this? Within the red light, my body slowly turned transparent. I took one last look at the corpses of Zhao Kai and Li Chong, my eyes venomous. Screw brotherhood. Screw loyalty. The crimson mist swirled, the light faded, and the whirlpool vanished without a trace. On top of the ruins, only that purple crystal core remained, resting quietly in the pool of blood. And me, Lin Chun, I was gone. Without a trace. It was a dream. It was all a dream. My phone alarm went off right on schedule, yanking me out of an endless darkness and slamming me back into reality. I bolted upright, that phantom agony still lingering in my chest, as if the traitor's blade were still buried in my heart. I instinctively reached for my chest, smooth, unbroken skin. No wound. No blood. Just a thin layer of cold sweat. I'm not dead. I looked around. A rented room barely 200 square feet. On the wall hung a poster of an actress who'd been washed up for years, its corners curled and yellowed. The desk was buried under takeout containers and instant noodle cups, and the air reeked of stale cigarette smoke and cheap laundry detergent. This was the den I'd rented before the apocalypse, a textbook urban island of isolation. The landlord was the neighborhood's infamous rent collector, always shuffling around in yellowed plastic flip-flops. He was either collecting rent or on his way to collect rent. Luckily, the guy only cared about money. As long as I paid on time, he couldn't be bothered to ask questions. Made for some peace and quiet, at least. I rushed to the desk and snatched up my phone. The screen lit up and the date read August 16th, 2035, 8 hours, 8 minutes, and 23 seconds. 2035, August 16th. My pupils shrank and my heart pounded like a war drum. I remembered it too clearly. The day the apocalypse broke out was September 15th, 2035, at 9 a.m. sharp. That day, a worldwide blood rain cataclysm fell in perfect sync. The zombie virus seeped into human bodies through the rain, and human civilization collapsed overnight, which meant I'd been reborn, sent back a full 30 days before the end of the world. It wasn't a dream. I pinched my thigh hard, hissing at the sting. I really came back. I strode over to the bathroom mirror. The man staring back was 25, broad-shouldered, tall, with sharp features. But heavy dark circles hung under his eyes, and his gaze was numb and exhausted, like someone life had wrung completely dry. Raised in an orphanage. No family, no ties. I'd been in Yanqing for 6 months and hadn't made a single friend. By day, I did design work at a small ad agency. By night, I holed up in my room ordering takeout, scrolling videos, and gaming. My life was as flat as stagnant water. No waves, no hope. But now, a laugh escaped me, cold as a blade's edge. There wasn't a shred of confusion left in my eyes. This time, I lived for myself and no one else. Brotherhood? Loyalty? All of it was bullshit. Zhao Kai, Li Chong, Black Dragon. I murmured the 3 names under my breath, my knuckles cracking as they clenched. 1 month from now, I'm going to kill you all with my own hands. Of the 3, the one I hated most was Zhao Kai, the guy who called me his brother, then stabbed a knife into me in the end. Too bad I'd only met all of them after the apocalypse hit. Right now, they were probably drifting aimlessly somewhere in Yanqing, or riding high on their own ambitions. In a metropolis of over 20 million people, there was no way I'd find them. All I remembered were the locations where each of them had been when the world ended. But that was fine. I had all the time in the world to set my plans in motion. Just as I was thinking this, a stream of unfamiliar information suddenly flooded into my mind. The Hongming creation bead has bonded with the host's soul. Current level, 1 abilities. Absorbs high-energy matter to level up, elevates the host's life tier, and randomly awakens S rank or higher powers. Power rank cannot exceed the creation bead's current level. Charge cycle. 10 days contains a new world seed. Current space area, 400 square meters, roughly 1 standard basketball court. It's real. I turned my palm over, and a white bead, neither metal nor jade, materialized. It was identical to the one in my chest the moment I died in my past life, now gently wrapped in a soft, purple halo. Then more information came surging in like a rising tide. The Hongming creation bead was a supreme treasure born alongside the dawn of the universe. There was only one in each universe, and it held the ultimate power to recreate a world. It had awakened by absorbing my dying blood, reversing through time and space, carrying my soul back into the past. I gently stroked the surface of the bead, my voice low and hoarse. Thank you for saving me. The moment the thought crossed my mind, my whole body was instantly pulled into the space within the bead. Before me stretched a hazy, mysterious little world. Dead center stood a small tree, about waist high, wreathed in purple mist, alive with a flowing spiritual energy. Not far off, a spring about a meter across bubbled up from the ground, its water as clear as glass. I crouched down, peeled back the soft turf beneath my feet, scooped up a handful of damp black soil, and gave it a sniff. Wonder if I could grow vegetables here. I walked over to the tree and touched the trunk with my fingertip. A stream of information surfaced in my mind on its own. Tree of primordial creation, rooted in chaos. This tree was the foundation of the space itself. It could absorb high-energy matter from the outside world to level up. Its roots reached deep into the boundless chaos, drawing in a steady flow of energy to keep the whole space running. I moved over to the spring, cupped the clear water in both hands, tilted my head back, and drank. A cool rush slid down my throat, and in an instant a warm current spread through every limb and vein. New information appeared. Spring of creation. Restores spiritual energy. Automatically generates 1 creation spirit crystal per day. I dipped my hand into the water, and sure enough, I felt a 6-sided crystal about the size of a ping-pong ball. Crystal clear, glowing faintly from within. Creation spirit crystal effect. Awakens an ability of no lower than A+ rank in the user and binds their loyalty to the host. The host cannot use it on themselves. Loyalty? Just how loyal are we talking? I honestly wanted to find someone to test it on. But looking around, there was nothing here but this tree, this spring, this patch of earth, and the white mist swirling at the edges. I narrowed my eyes and quickly ran through all the information again. Then something occurred to me. I pulled out my phone and glanced at it. 8 hours, 15 minutes, and 48 seconds. I stayed another 5 minutes, then exited the space and checked the clock on my computer. 8 hours, 20 minutes, and 50 seconds. The flow of time inside and out was perfectly synced. Next, with a single thought, I tried awakening an ability through the creation bead. S rank, infinite space, cannot be upgraded, range, within 10 meters. Traits, infinite capacity, time frozen inside, weight ignored. Cooldown none. Note, cannot store living creatures. A warm, mighty surge of energy poured out of the bead and flowed through my entire body. I could feel it clearly. My physical body and my mental strength both skyrocketed at once, at least 5 times stronger than before. In my last life, my A-rank Earth ability had only doubled my strength at the start. But this effect already matched an A-rank enhancement type ability. I looked at the phone in my hand, sent a thought its way, and it vanished instantly into the ability space. A minute later, I pulled it back out. The time on the phone was a full minute behind my computer. The test worked. My heart was pounding. But that little note, cannot be upgraded, snapped me right back to my senses. In my past life, the rule was that a person could only have one ability. If this one couldn't level up, wouldn't I be stuck as dead weight? And there was that other line. Ability rank cannot exceed the creation bead's current level. Did that mean my ability could only break through once the bead itself leveled up? I read through the information on the primordial creation bead once more, and a thought struck me. Maybe it could let me awaken a second ability. Maybe even more. After all, every 10 days it recharged fully and I could awaken another one. A treasure capable of reversing time itself. How could it possibly be a one-time deal? The only problem was, what exactly was this high-energy matter it needed to level up? Would it be hard to get my hands on? I thought about it for a while, got nowhere, and just set the question aside for now. Then the excitement came flooding back. The S-rank infinite space could hold supplies, the primordial creation bead could hide living things, and I had a whole month to prepare. I was going to stockpile everything I possibly could. But mid-grin, it hit me like a bucket of cold water. Money? I opened my banking app. The balance was crystal clear, 52,380 yuan. With this little, I can't even cover the basics, let alone weapons and medicine. In my past life, I was just an ordinary corporate drone, didn't buy lottery tickets, was too scared to play the stock market, had no path to getting rich whatsoever. If the normal routes were dead ends, then it was time for some unconventional methods. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Once the apocalypse hit and order collapsed, money would be nothing but scrap paper, and no one would ever come knocking to collect a debt. I went at it without hesitation, raised my Huabei limit, applied for Jiebei, grabbed the temporary limit bumps on my credit cards, and hit up several online lending platforms all at once. An hour later, my account balance broke 860,000. They really approve these fast. These outfits must think I'm easy pickings. I let out a cold laugh, then frowned. But 860,000 is still too little. I lowered my voice. Looks like I'll have to make up the difference with a little free shopping. For apocalypse survivors, free shopping had long stopped being a moral question. It was pure survival instinct. Supermarkets, warehouses, docks, anywhere that could keep you alive was fair game. I opened a digital map, traced my finger along the national border, and finally stopped on the US. Guns are locked down tight back home, and I've got no connections in the black market. But in the States, owning firearms is legal, fresh water is plentiful, and farms and warehouses are everywhere. The corner of my mouth curled coldly. I'll head over there first and haul back some goods. Only problem was, getting into the US meant getting a visa. I need to rush a tourist visa. Ideally leave within a week, I murmured to myself. While the blood rain hasn't fallen yet, and orders still holding, I can still book flights and clear customs. This is the last window. I opened my laptop and quickly typed out a shopping list. Weapons, firearm accessories, optics and surveillance gear, body armor, ammunition, melee weapons. Survival, shelf-stable food, water purification equipment, common medications and medical supplies, cold weather clothing, snowmobiles. Energy, generators, fuel, solar power, protective building materials, communications, and lighting. Tools, specialty items, hand tools, high-yield seeds, advanced medical kits, oxygen supply, and disinfection supplies. The more detailed the list got, the clearer my head became. In my past life, I scraped by for 5 years on nothing but caution and my earth-tunneling ability, only to die in the end because of a betrayal. This time, with a treasure in my hands, I would never again be the fish on someone else's chopping block. Just then, my phone buzzed. A message popped up in the company work group. The boss had tagged everyone. All staff report by 9 a.m. sharp. We're finishing this urgent project tonight. All-nighter if that's what it takes. Late arrivals lose their attendance bonus. Anyone who tries to weasel out gets fired on the spot. I stared at the screen, silent for 3 seconds. In my past life, it was this very project I pulled 3 straight all-nighters for. My immune system crashed, and when the apocalypse hit, nearly cost me my life. And now? I slowly typed out a line, my fingers not hesitating for a second. I quit. You can go choke on your own PowerPoint, you piece of trash. Send. Block the boss. Leave the group chat. Done in one smooth motion. 5 years of holding it in. The swallowed pride, the endless kissing up, all of it shattered in that instant. I lay back on my bed, staring at the ceiling, and let out a long breath. Right now, the most urgent things were getting a visa and stocking up on supplies. Every single day before the apocalypse counted. I couldn't afford to waste one. I sat back down at my computer and rapidly filled out the visa application on the U.S. Embassy's website. It has to be a tourist visa. My thinking was crystal clear. A business visa needs an invitation letter and takes half a month to verify. A student visa drags on forever. Only a tourist visa is fast enough to get me back before the world ends. Name, birthday, occupation, I filled them all out honestly. The only thing I made up was the travel itinerary section, where I cooked up a detailed 10-day tour. LA, Hollywood, the Statue of Liberty in New York, the casinos in Vegas. I even attached screenshots of free cancellation hotel bookings, just to boost my chances of approval. Your application has been submitted successfully. Results are expected in 3 to 5 business days. Seeing the pop-up, I leaned back in my chair and breathed a sigh of relief. But my fingers were still unconsciously drumming on the desk. I couldn't afford to wait. Only 30 days left until the apocalypse. Every minute, every second, was a matter of life and death. The visa hadn't come through yet, but I couldn't just sit around either. I packed my things and headed out. The streets were bustling. Some people were rushing, others strolling, some smiling, others weighed down with worry. My own emotions were all over the place. 5 years in the apocalypse, scraping by on the edge of death day after day, had left me with a habit of staying on guard and constantly scanning my surroundings. Walking down the street like this, I probably looked pretty strange to everyone else. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed up behind me. On instinct, I spun around and struck like lightning. Bam! A delivery guy who'd come charging up from behind was slammed to the ground, his food containers scattering everywhere. I snapped back to reality. It wasn't the apocalypse yet. This was peacetime. That gust of wind was just a delivery driver moving fast. The people around me had all been startled by the scene. I quickly helped him up, apologizing over and over. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The delivery guy grimaced in pain. Are you insane? What did I ever do to you? All the food's ruined. How am I supposed to deliver it now? I did everything I could to smooth things over, even lying that I was a military veteran. Well, my body had been enhanced by superpowers, so it did look pretty solid. Seeing how sincere I was, everyone let it go. Once the delivery guy realized he wasn't seriously hurt, he accepted 2,000 yuan in compensation and called it even. I gave a bitter smile. 5 years in the apocalypse had carved these reflexes into my bones. I couldn't shake them overnight. All I could do was consciously keep them in check to avoid causing more trouble. If things ever blew up and I got detained, locked up right until the apocalypse hit, then I'd really be finished. I kept repeating to myself, it's not the apocalypse now. Control your emotions. Act normal. After that, I rented a van and drove straight to the biggest agricultural wholesale market in Guangzhou. Boss, 50 pounds each of rice, wheat, and corn. I want the freshest seeds. The germination rate has to be up to standard. I forced a stiff smile at the middle-aged owner behind the counter. The owner gave me a puzzled look, thrown off by my expression, but a paying customer was a paying customer, so he didn't ask too many questions. No worries. This year's new seeds, over 90% germination rate. You want any vegetable seeds too? Tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, all easy to grow. Yes, 10 pounds of each. I nodded immediately, then added. And throw in some wild greens too, shepherd's purse, purslane, dandelion, all of them. I picked out all kinds of seeds. When I tallied it all up, the total came to over 30,000. After the wholesale market, I drove straight to a livestock farm in the suburbs. Native pigs, goats, cattle, matched pairs, male and female. Throw in some village dogs and calico cats too. And as much feed as you can spare. The owner efficiently prepped everything. I carefully inspected each young animal, making sure they were healthy, uninjured, and able to breed before loading them onto the van one by one. When no one was looking, a thought crossed my mind, and everything instantly vanished into the Hongmeng creation pearl. Over the next few days, I went completely crazy. Unfortunately, my funds were limited. so I had to resort to some questionable tactics. Ornamental flowers from the neighborhood landscaping, quietly dug up. Discarded radish tops and apple cores from the market, picked them up and buried them straight into the soil of the Pearl space. One time, while I was digging up sweet potato vines out in the countryside, an old farmer caught me. "Hey kid, those are mine, stop that right now." I gave an awkward smile. "Sir, I study plant biodiversity. Could you spare me a few seeds?" "Study? Why not do it at a university?" The old farmer looked thoroughly suspicious. "It's just a personal hobby." I gave a sheepish laugh and slipped away. In just 5 days, I covered Guangzhou, Dongguan, and Huizhou, finding a way to save seeds from every useful crop I could find. By now, the Hongmeng creation pearl had taken on a whole new look. Seeds piled up like small mountains, young livestock wandering leisurely about. Yet they all instinctively kept their distance from the creation tree at the center, wreathed in purple mist, and the spiritual spring beside it, as if in awe. My bank balance had plummeted from 860,000 to 300,000, but I'd never felt so at ease. Too bad the space still isn't big enough. This is all I can fit for now. A thought struck me. I need to separate the livestock from the seeds, or they'll eat everything. The moment the thought formed, an invisible barrier materialized out of thin air, precisely dividing the different zones, and feed was automatically dispensed into place. Perfect. I let out a sigh of relief. On the morning of the 6th day after my rebirth, a phone call came in English. "Hello, Mr. Lin Chun. Your U.S. tourist visa has been approved. Please come collect it as soon as possible." With China's national strength these days, visa processing speeds were nothing like they used to be. "I'll go today." The corners of my mouth curled up, excitement dancing in my eyes. As I walked out of the consulate, a visa valid for 3 months was already affixed to my passport. I immediately booked a flight to LA departing in 3 days on my phone, then headed back to my rented apartment. Over the next 3 days, I kept racing against the clock to prepare. On the 10th day after my rebirth, the morning sun broke through the clouds. I stood at the foot of my apartment building, carrying nothing but an empty hiking backpack on my shoulders. Clothes, documents, and cash had all been stored away in my superpower space. In 16 more hours, it'll be fully charged. I sensed the creation pearl in my mind and murmured to myself, a sharp glint flashing in my eyes. If I really do get a new power, I hope it's something like teleportation. In the apocalypse, that's the most. One of the perks of being a bug, way more useful than any Earth jutsu. Run fast, live long, grab plenty, eat well. I hailed a cab straight to the airport, smooth sailing the whole way. Facial recognition got me through security in a blink. Once on board, I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes to rest. In my past life, I'd spent 5 years sleeping in ruins, on piles of corpses, in sewers. Being able to rest peacefully at 30,000 feet was the height of luxury now. More than 10 hours later, a flight attendant gently woke me. "Sir, we'll be landing at LA International shortly." I opened my eyes and looked out the window. The West Coast dusk had dyed the sky a golden red. There wasn't a trace of fatigue in my eyes, only clarity and an excitement I couldn't hold back. Off the plane, I skipped the tourist spots and just flagged down a taxi, heading to a mid-range hotel not far from downtown. Reasonably priced, clean, and light on surveillance. Just my style. Once in my room, I carefully checked the doors, windows, curtains, and smoke detector, confirming there were no hidden cameras before I dropped onto the bed. Ding! The creation pearl had finished charging. The moment I focused my mind, the pearl gave a slight tremor, and a warm surge of energy flooded through my body like a spring tide, rushing straight to my sea of consciousness. In an instant, a message surfaced, crystal clear. New ability unlocked. S-rank, spatial teleportation, level 1, max distance, 100 meters carrying capacity, no more than 3x body weight, currently about 210 kilograms. Restriction, cannot penetrate high-density energy barriers. It worked. I actually got my second ability. And it's a spatial one too. I shot upright, joy practically overflowing. I couldn't even help wondering, did this pearl have a mind of its own? "Can you talk? Want to chat with me?" I summoned the creation pearl and gently rubbed it, full of anticipation. Half an hour passed. The pearl didn't react at all. I shook my head with a laugh and drew it back into my sea of consciousness. I carefully assessed the changes in my body, only to find that this time I'd only gained the ability. My physical body hadn't been enhanced any further. "Looks like my body's already strong enough to carry all this energy," I murmured. And here I was hoping for another power-up. Guess I was overthinking it. I was planning to play it safe, but now it seems I can really cut loose and go all out. I lay back down, adjusting to the jet lag, waiting quietly for nightfall. I woke in the evening and headed out to find food, stepping into a restaurant that looked decent and ordering their signature combo. The moment the spoon hit my mouth, my brow furrowed. It was barely edible. If 5 years in the apocalypse hadn't gotten me used to all kinds of rough food, I probably would have gotten up and walked out on the spot. I forced it down, went back to the hotel, and deliberately chatted with the owner for a bit, playing the part of an ordinary guest. At midnight, I slipped silently around to the back alley of the hotel. The night breeze was cool, the streetlights dim. I took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Teleport." The next second, my figure vanished into thin air like mist, leaving only a faint wisp of air current behind. When I reappeared, I was 100 meters away. At the mouth of the alley, I tapped my toe lightly, and my figure shot out without a sound. Smooth, precise, almost zero lag. I clenched my fist, unable to hold back a laugh. This was straight up cheating. 100-meter blink, no cooldown. As long as I had the stamina, I could teleport endlessly. Low on spiritual energy? Just gulp down some spirit water from the creation spirit pool. Pair that with unlimited storage space, and I was basically the ultimate Apocalypse Edition mover. No pay required, never tiring, able to clean out every last shelf for you. Back when I only had storage space, I had to hoard things carefully, slowly. Now, with teleportation, I couldn't help but grin. I could afford to be a lot bolder. No more hesitation. I threw on a black robe, pulled my hood low, and my figure flickered through the darkness like a phantom. Just to be safe, I hit up a gun shop first. Shotguns, handguns, AR-15s, cases of ammo, tactical knives, body armor, night vision goggles. I took the entire store's inventory. The whole time I was as quiet as a cat. No one noticed a thing. With guns in hand, I felt confident. I turned and headed for the nearest big supermarket. At 12 past midnight, the supermarket had long since closed. Roll-down gate shut tight, a security guard yawning as he patrolled. But to me, a door was just for show. I stood in front of it, focused my mind, teleport. Swoosh, and I was already inside. Cut off the trail first. I made a beeline for the surveillance room, sweeping the hard drives, the main units, and even the cloud backup equipment into my space, leaving no trace behind. Then the sweep began in earnest. Rice, flour, canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, batteries, flint, military tents, anything edible, usable, or life-saving vanished into thin air like it had been swept up by a tornado. I even took the metal shelving. The floor was clean enough to see my reflection. Full marks for efficiency. I nodded, satisfied. That night, I roamed like a tireless ghost, sweeping through every street and alley in LA, even sneaking into the port warehouses and emptying out several storerooms. As I left, several massive freighters loaded with grain vanished right along with everything else, leaving nothing but a crew flailing in the water, screaming for help. By the first light of dawn, I'd already shown up at the airport with an empty pack, boarding a flight to New York City. That morning, shop owners opened up one by one, only to freeze in place, shelves bare, floors gleaming, even the glass display cases gone. Some rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Others called the police, only to get a busy signal. When they finally got through, they discovered that countless shops across the city had all been ransacked in a single night. Is it a terrorist attack? The chief roared, slamming his desk. A veteran detective shook his head. Doesn't fit. Terrorists wouldn't make off with the supermarket toilet paper and pet food too. This MO, it's more like some lunatic who won't leave a single feather behind. In New York, I went even crazier. By day, I wore a plaid shirt and glasses, just your average tourist, snapping photos in Times Square, feeding pigeons in Central Park. By night, I became the urban phantom, slipping between convenience stores, outdoor gear shops, and warehouse centers. I even snuck into some Brooklyn tycoon's private wine cellar. Can't get a 82 Lafite in the apocalypse? Then let me stock up on some 92 first. But the most absurd scene of all happened at the docks. I stood on the shore, staring at the 7-story luxury cruise ship moored there, dazzling and opulent, with a pool and a helipad up on the deck. TSK, a ship this big? I narrowed my eyes. I'll take. With a single thought, the entire massive ship vanished into thin air. Splash, splash. The 2 security guards left on board dropped straight into the ocean, flailing and shouting. The ship? Where's our ship? I'd already blinked 100 meters away, ducking behind a shipping container, and let out a silent chuckle. Stop yelling. That thing's going to be my mobile apocalypse resort. My nerve kept growing, so I just went ahead and crept up to the perimeter of the naval base. The space is infinite anyway. Lifting a few warships isn't too much to ask, right? I muttered to myself. Consider it stocking up supplies for my future ocean fortress. And just like that, 1 frigate, 2 supply boats, and a Nimitz-class carrier that was in for repairs all silently evaporated right under the U.S. Navy's nose. I emptied out the armory while I was at it, too. In just 5 days, LA and NYC saw one supernatural theft after another. Supermarkets cleaned out overnight, shelves stripped bare, gun stores with zero inventory left. The naval base reporting 3 vessels, possibly hijacked by aliens. As for the carrier that disappeared at the same time, they didn't even dare mention it. The FBI jumped in on an emergency basis. The CIA pulled satellite imagery, and the Department of Homeland Security activated its counterterrorism protocols. But no matter how hard they dug, there wasn't a single footprint or a stray fiber at any of the scenes. What drove them even crazier was that my routes and targets followed no pattern whatsoever, completely unpredictable. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, me, was sitting in a Boston cafe, leisurely sipping coffee and scrolling through the local news. Ghost thief sweeps the East Coast, police powerless. I gave a soft laugh. Take your time investigating. I'm off to Houston to grab some oil and gas reserves. 10 days later, I arrived at the final stop of my trip, Duluth. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling window of my hotel, I watched Lake Superior shimmering, its surface like a mirror reflecting the lights along the shore. Fresh water, you can never have too much of it. A hungry gleam lit up my eyes. Once the blood rain cataclysm hits, 90% of the world's water sources will be contaminated. These Great Lakes are one of the purest freshwater reserves on Earth. How could I waste that? Even though I already had hundreds of thousands of tons of bottled water stored in the space, better safe than sorry. The more, the better. That night, I quietly slipped out of the hotel. There was no one by the lake, just the rustle of wind through the reeds. I put on a wetsuit I'd swiped, dove down to the deepest part of the lake, took a deep breath, and fully connected my mind to the space. Take it. In an instant, centered on me, the lake water within a 10-meter radius was yanked away by an invisible force, forming a terrifying whirlpool over 100 meters across, and still growing. Yet I sat at the core of a spherical space, completely unaffected by the pull. Lake water poured wildly into the storage space, merging into a vast artificial inland sea. The lake's surface dropped at a visible rate, 1 meter, 2, 5. This drainage speed, isn't it a little insane? I murmured. Keep in mind, the Great Lakes hold 20% of the world's surface freshwater, and Lake Superior alone accounts for more than half of that. Yet in just half an hour, the water level had plummeted nearly 10 meters. Looks like this space's suction is kind of monstrous. I only meant to grab a little backup, but now, maybe I can afford to be a bit more reckless. Before this, most of what I'd stored had been solids. I'd never really experienced how terrifyingly powerful the space was at devouring fluids. In under 5 hours, Lake Superior was drained dry, leaving nothing but countless fish and shrimp flopping helplessly on the exposed lakebed. I set off immediately, heading downstream to Lake Michigan. By the time the sky was turning pale, I was already standing on the shore of Lake Ontario. By now the Great Lakes were less than a meter deep, leaving behind 5 shocking, gaping basins. Fishermen along the shores pushed their boats out at dawn, only to find them sitting high and dry on the docks. They stared in stunned disbelief. The lake? Where's the lake? The news spread like wildfire, and social media absolutely erupted. It's aliens. I saw a UFO hovering over the lake last night. The Earth's crust cracked open. The planet's done for. The apocalypse is here. Go stockpile supplies. Wait, why are the supermarkets cleaned out too? But when the news made it back home, the mood was a little different. Which higher power pulled this off? It's not exactly nice, but why do I kind of want to laugh? Just cracked open a beer, feeling weirdly great for no reason. Could this be what goes around comes around? Panic swept across North America like a tidal wave, and a wave of $0 shopping ravaged the entire country. The government was forced to declare a nationwide state of martial law and enter a wartime footing. And there I stood on the dried-up lakeshore, glancing back at that boundless freshwater sea in my space, thoroughly satisfied. America's inventory officially cleared out. I clapped my hands, turned to leave, and a cold light flashed in my eyes. Next up, time to pay a visit to those little Japanese islands. A frosty smile curled at the corner of my mouth as I murmured under my breath, the 3-alls policy? No, this time, it's the take-it-all policy. I just scanned my boarding pass at Los Angeles Airport when I sensed something was off. The security checkpoint had a long line snaking through it, and armed FBI agents patrolled back and forth with grim faces. Every passenger was ordered to remove hats, glasses, and masks for a strict facial comparison, and some were randomly pulled into small rooms for secondary biometric scans. On the giant electronic screen, crimson text scrolled endlessly. In light of numerous recent major thefts of supplies and anomalous incidents at military facilities across the country, the nation has been raised to Level 2 combat readiness. Effective immediately, all non-essential international flights are suspended, and enhanced screening will be conducted on all departing passengers. An invisible tension hung in the air. I stood in the shadows at the edge of the crowd, but a cold smile quietly tugged at my lips. Finally caught on, did they? Too bad, too late. Forcing my way through was definitely not the smart play. America right now was a powder keg, One spark could set the whole country off. Flights to East Asia in particular had probably long been flagged for priority surveillance by the FBI and Homeland Security. I rubbed my chin, my gaze drifting past the faint outline of the Great Lakes beyond the window, toward that maple leaf-covered land to the north. If flights won't work, then I'll change direction, cut through Canada. I made my move that very night. Under the cover of thick darkness, I returned to the Great Lakes once more. The shores I'd just baptized were a muddy mess, the exposed lakebed glistening slick under the moonlight. Shuttle. My figure vanished in a flash, reappearing 100 meters away. Without pausing, I blinked again, and so on, cutting an invisible zigzag line across the silent North American wilderness. Four straight hours of high intensity. Jumps drained me almost dry. By the time I reached the edge of a quiet road inside the maple country, my legs were like jelly and my temples were pounding. I wiped away a hard sweat, caught my breath for a moment, and pushed on toward the glow of a town in the distance. No alarms. No sentries. In this pre-apocalypse world that looked so orderly on the surface, the national border was an impenetrable wall to ordinary people. But to a reborn man like me, holding unconventional means, it was nothing more than a dotted line on a map I could cross at will. The night in Maple Country was quiet and peaceful, like something out of a fairy tale. I checked into a cheap motel at random, took a hot shower, and threw myself onto the bed. Staring at the cracks in the ceiling, my thoughts churned. Midnight. My third ability is about to unlock. I murmured to myself, my eyes glinting with calculation. This time, I'm hoping for something that can control people's minds. The lessons from my past life were carved into my bones. Too many times, I hadn't lost because I lacked power. I'd lost because I was trapped by a pointless reverence for the rules, a naive trust in order, and that brotherhood that seemed downright laughable in the apocalypse. There are no rules in the end times. Only the law of the jungle, and the brutal truth wrapped inside lies. Invisibility? Too passive. All I could do is hide. Lightning? Powerful, but way too flashy. I'd become everyone's target. Healing? I don't need to play savior. My gaze grew sharper in the dim light. What I want is to make people willingly submit to my will. To make them believe, from the bottom of their hearts, that it was the right thing all along. The clock hands quietly aligned. Midnight arrived. Deep in my sea of consciousness, the Hongming creation pearl gave a faint tremor. A familiar warmth surged out once again, flowing through my entire body, finally branding a new mark into my mind. S rank, mental suggestion, level 1, effect. Increases mental power tenfold. Through brief eye contact, you can implant a single clear command into any individual whose mental power is weaker than your own. The target will carry it out as if it were reasonable and entirely voluntary, lasting 10 minutes. Limitations. Cannot command the target to commit suicide or do anything that seriously violates their survival instinct. Once the command ends, the target's memory of the event becomes hazy, but they suffer no mental anguish from having been forcibly controlled. Perfect. A blaze of light burst in my eyes. I nearly laughed out loud. This isn't simple hypnosis. This is consciousness guidance on a higher dimension. A carefully woven trap disguised as reason. By now I was fairly certain. The Hongming creation pearl was no dead object. There had to be some intelligence or supreme law behind it. Once or twice could be coincidence, but for this third awakening to respond so precisely to the desire in my heart, that was solid proof. Early the next morning, I put on a crisp, light-colored shirt and combed my hair without a single strand out of place, looking every bit the young businessman, and walked into Toronto's Central Station. My objective was clear: buy a connecting ticket to Tokyo. The obstacles were just as clear: passport checks, visa verification, exit screening. One checkpoint after another. Nearly impossible for an ordinary identity. But now I had a cheat code in hand. Behind the ticket window sat a young clerk with a sweet smile, blonde hair, and blue eyes. Her name tag read Emily. I stepped up and handed over my passport, my tone gentle. "Hi, I'd like a ticket to Tokyo today. The sooner the better." Emily took the passport and gave a professional smile, about to work the system. In the instant she looked up, I leaned slightly forward, my eyes locking directly onto hers. Deep within my pupils, an extremely faint glow seemed to flash by, so quick it could have been an illusion. "Look into my eyes, Emily," I said, my voice low and steady, carrying a strange, soothing power. Her hands paused on the keyboard for barely half a second, an almost imperceptible flicker. A trace of haze drifted across her eyes, then she snapped back to normal, except her smile had become more genuine, even carrying a touch of personal warmth. "Mr. Lin, your passport information, the system's showing a bit of a delay." Her voice was still soft, yet she volunteered a solution. "But don't worry, I can activate a special channel and process it manually for you." "Is this urgent business travel?" "Yes, I have a very important meeting." I nodded along with her. Understood. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. I found you the next flight with a connection through Vancouver. Oh, first class happens to have one open seat. I've upgraded you for free. I hope you have a comfortable trip. I could barely keep the corners of my mouth from lifting. This was no ordinary ticket clerk. She was practically a devoted personal travel concierge. In less than 10 minutes, I walked calmly out of the station with a brand new boarding pass and itinerary in hand. Behind me, Emily was still waving enthusiastically. Have a safe trip, Mr. Lin. I look forward to serving you again. I turned back and gave her a flawless smile. Thank you, Emily. Drink plenty of hot water on your breaks, and take care of yourself. By the time I stepped out of winter capital's Narita airport, night had fallen deep. Customs in the Little Days country was far more relaxed than in the rice country. After all, who could imagine that this seemingly ordinary young tourist had, not long ago, made half of North America's supply reserves mysteriously vanish? I checked into a capsule hotel bursting with local flavor. By day, I played the perfect wide-eyed backpacker, snapping photos in front of the Kaminaraman Gate at Sensoji Temple, lingering through the electronic streets of Akihabara, pausing outside the display windows of Ginza. By night, I became the ghost of winter capital. Convenience stores? Swept clean, from the register to the stockroom. Drugstores? Shelves and backstock alike, hauled off entirely. And that ordinary-looking weapon model shop, with real guns and live ammunition hidden in a secret compartment in the basement? Gladly accepted. I even slipped into the secret reserve warehouse of a major conglomerate. Mountains of premium kashihikari rice, aged sake, top-grade miso, and freezers full of prime wagyu, all pocketed. It was like giving them the most thorough moving service in history. At Yokosuka Port, I set my sights on a maritime self-defense force supply ship on standby. You'll be my future mobile sea base. I patted the cold hull, my consciousness enveloped it, and the massive vessel vanished without a trace. In just 5 short days, winter capital, Big Plate, and Nagoya were hit one after another. Convenience store owners stared at their empty shelves, on the verge of tears. Where are my rice balls? They didn't even leave me a single sheet of packaged seaweed. The police bulletin read, suspected, systematically ransacked by a highly organized, high-tech overseas theft syndicate. Online, the speculation ran completely wild. It's gotta be aliens. Why would aliens give a damn about your toilet paper and rice balls? This is clearly a superpowered crime. Ha ha, chaos breeds heroes. My time has finally come. When folks back home caught wind of it, it was nothing but celebration. 666, the goat strikes again. Our ancestors are watching over us. Us common folk, oh how happy we are. And me? The person at the eye of the storm. I was sitting in a quaint little tea house in Kyoto, leisurely sipping slightly bitter matcha, thumbing through the news on my phone. Urban sweeper suspected to have surfaced in Tokyo, MO strikingly similar to North America's ghost case. I took a sip of tea, a trace of mockery flickering in my eyes. Take your time cracking the case, detectives. My vacation, it's time to wrap it up. Final objective, return to Yangqing. Only 5 days left until the apocalypse. The old method. Safest bet. That night, at Kansai International Airport in Osaka, yet another ticket agent's gaze went briefly blank before she warmly booked a direct first-class flight to Yangqing for a passenger named Lin Chun. I straightened my collar and, under her respectful gaze, strode boldly toward the boarding gate. The plane surged into the sky, the engine's vibration gradually settling into a steady hum. I leaned back in my economy class seat and slowly let out a breath. A breath I felt I'd been holding for a full 15 days. From Los Angeles to New York, from clearing out Duluth to draining the Great Lakes, then sweeping across the islands of Japan, right up until this moment as I boarded my flight home. I'd been like an apocalypse-programmed harvesting machine, going on a frenzied clearance spree across 2 countries. Supermarket shelves swept bare, military port supplies vanished into thin air, Great Lakes water levels plummeting, even self-defense force vessels mysteriously disappearing. The civilian goods alone were worth an incalculable fortune, not to mention the 10,000-ton freighters, destroyers, and entire armories that had quietly slipped into my space. The total had long since crossed into the trillions. Across the ocean, both nations were shrouded in gloom. American supermarkets were so empty you could see your reflection in the floor. Housewives were fighting over the last roll of toilet paper. The FBI director roared at a Senate hearing. This is no ordinary theft. This is a terrorist attack on the lifeblood of our nation. In Japan, convenience stores had been out of rice balls for 3 straight days, and young people lamented. What's the point of living without seaweed rice balls? The Special Investigation Task Force hastily assembled by the Metropolitan Police Department hadn't managed to pull up a single usable frame of surveillance footage. And the mastermind behind it all was, at this very moment, resting with his eyes closed, looking no different from any other weary passenger around him. Only I knew that, in my head, I was quietly reciting my own snarky rewrite. Softly I came, just as softly I go. With a wave of my sleeve, I leave not a single cloud behind, but I've taken every last bit of your inventory. The apocalypse, less than 5 days away. After this little episode, the number of people in the US and Japan who'll survive into the apocalypse probably won't even be a tenth of what it was in my past life. A faint curve touched the corner of my mouth, without the slightest ripple stirring in my heart. In my past life, when the zombie blood rain descended, it was the dead of night in America. More people survived the early days there, and after gaining powers, they actually developed ambitions to rule the entire world. As for Japan, after the sea levels rose, they tried to route through Korea to land on the mainland again. Though they were ultimately wiped out by the superpowered elites of the Northeast, those elites paid a devastating price for it. Everything I was doing now was just collecting a tiny, negligible bit of interest ahead of time. Just as I was lost in thought, a clear, gentle voice sounded beside me. "Sir, would you care for something to drink?" I slowly opened my eyes. The instant I got a clear look at her face, my pupils contracted sharply. This person, I'd seen her in my past life. The flight attendant before me had a perfect oval face, pearl studs adorning her ears, her hair pinned up without a strand out of place. Her makeup was light and elegant, her features soft and gentle, a perfectly measured professional smile at the corners of her lips. She was stunning. She stood about 5'8", and the deep blue uniform traced out a slender waist. Every movement she made carried a well-trained grace. The name tag on her chest read 2 characters, Leah. Seeing that I hadn't responded, she softly repeated, "Sir, would you like something to drink?" I quickly tucked away the odd expression and gave a slight smile. "A cup of plain hot water. Thank you." "Of course, one moment please." She deftly poured the hot water and handed it over with both hands, her fingertips never touching the rim of the cup, her movements smooth and light. Then she turned and pushed the cart on to serve the next passenger. To Leah, my momentary lapse just now was nothing new. In her eyes, I was just another passenger dazzled by her looks, a polite one at best. When she passed through business class, those successful men would either loudly hold forth on their business ventures or lower their voices to take calls meant to flaunt their status. Some would casually loosen their ties, showing off the luxury watches on their wrists. All sorts of postures, all designed to catch this exquisite flight attendant's attention. Didn't expect to run into her here. I watched her retreating figure and mused to myself. This woman, I really had seen her in my past life. In the apocalypse, beauty was the cheapest bargaining chip and the deadliest burden. I'd seen far too many so-called goddesses reduced to playthings, slaves, even remodeled into living vessels for storing crystal cores. As for those men in business class flaunting their clout, everything they relied on would, in the crumbling world to come, turn to dust in an instant. Still, for now, there were 5 days left until the apocalypse. Order still held. The rules still applied. Someone like me, a seemingly ordinary nobody, could, when faced with a woman like Leah, really only steal a glance from afar. I gave a self-deprecating smile and closed my eyes again. 5 hours later, the plane touched down smoothly at Yangcheng Baiyun Airport. I caught a cab back to that familiar rental apartment. Pushing open the door, a musty smell mixed with dust hit me in the face. The first thing I did was head straight into the bathroom and turn on the shower head. Cold water came pouring down, washing away the sticky sweat and days of grime. Standing before the mirror wrapped in a towel, droplets rolled down my firm shoulders and back. My muscles were sleek and well-defined, hiding a leopard-like explosive power without an ounce of excess fat. This body was far healthier and stronger than it had been in the early days of the apocalypse in my past life. With a physique like this alone, no powers needed, I could take on 30 grown men at once, no problem. I murmured to my reflection. This life, thanks to my powers awakening early and being tempered again and again, my body had long since broken past the limits of an ordinary human. I was no longer the Anne I used to be, the one who scraped by on flattery, silent endurance, and a clumsy earth travel ability. Get a good night's sleep, I told myself. After the apocalypse, even 6 hours will be a luxury. The supplies were stockpiled, and the plan was moving forward, steady and sure. My heart, shattered once by betrayal and despair, finally felt a sliver of long-lost peace. I slept deeper than I had in ages. No shrieking zombies, no bone spikes screaming through the air, no Zhao Kai's savage laughter, no Li Chong's numb, hollow stare, and no Black Dragon's cold, cruel eyes. There was only the occasional whoosh of traffic outside the window, the melody of some cheesy dance pop drifting over from the distant square, the bickering of the couple downstairs, and the halting notes of the neighbor kids' piano practice. All this old world noise, so ordinary now, so extinct after the apocalypse, became the gentlest lullaby, softly soothing my battered, broken soul. I didn't wake up naturally until 2 the next afternoon, when sunlight sliced through the blinds and painted alternating bands of light and shadow across the floor. I stretched, and my joints crackled all over, as if every inch of me were cheering for this second chance at life. A quick wash-up, a clean t-shirt and jeans, then I locked the door and headed downstairs. Outside, the sun was bright and the breeze was warm. My steps were light as I made a beeline for the old wonton noodle shop on the corner, the one that had been around for over 20 years. I pushed open the glass door, and the familiar rich aroma of pork bone broth mixed with the smell of frying hit me in the face. The owner was still the same old Uncle Wong, balding, round-faced, with crow's feet that folded up whenever he smiled. "Shaolin, haven't seen you in a while." The moment he looked up and spotted me, he set down his strainer and greeted me warmly, his smile as honest and comforting as the broth in the bowl. "Yeah, had a long business trip," I said offhandedly, sitting down in my usual spot against the wall. The usual, a bowl of fresh shrimp wontons, an order of radish and beef brisket noodles, plus a plate of fried wontons and an iced sour plum drink. The words had barely left my mouth before the familiar clatter of pots and ladles and the roar of a high flame came from the kitchen. Before long, all 4 dishes were on my table. The wonton skins were thin as silk, showing the tender pink shrimp through the wrapper. One bite, and the whole plump shrimp burst with springy sweetness. The brisket was stewed until it melted in your mouth, the dark brown chunks soaking in the deep, rich broth, threaded through with the fragrance of star anise and chuho sauce. The fried wontons were golden and crispy. Dip them in a little chili sauce, and the toasty crunch and tender filling exploded together in your mouth, sending a simple wave of happiness straight to the top of your head. I ate slowly, every bite like a silent farewell. After the apocalypse, all of this would become an impossible dream. And I'm not exaggerating. Once the blood rain came, the water and farmland would all be poisoned, and the global supply chain would collapse completely. Forget a bowl of hand-wrapped, made-to-order wonton noodles. Even a single pack of instant ramen that hadn't expired would be worth a fully loaded Glock. I once watched with my own eyes as a man, for half a loaf of green, moldy bread, strangled his own 10-year-old little brother to death with trembling hands. At that thought, I picked up the last wonton in the bowl, put it in my mouth, closed my eyes, and chewed slowly. The delicious flavor spread across my tongue, as if I were swallowing the last lingering warmth of an era that was about to be lost forever. Full and satisfied, I pulled out my wallet. Only a crumpled 300-something in change left inside. "So the money's finally all gone, huh?" I muttered, twisting my lips into a bitter smile. 20-some days. 860,000 in cash, traded for the mountains of supplies now piled up in my power storage space. A granary holding tens of thousands of tons, a full-scale arsenal, whole shiploads of fuel. Hell, even several modern warships. And yet my pockets in the real world were nearly empty. What a joke. Before the apocalypse, you couldn't take a step without money. After it, cash became nothing but scrap paper. "All done, Shaolin. I'll knock off the change. Just give me 30. Uncle Wong waved his hand generously as he briskly wiped down a table, the same as always, his honest face full of sincerity. I didn't argue. I just laid 30 yuan gently on the table. Before leaving, my steps paused. Lowering my voice, I said to Uncle Wong, who was bent over cleaning up, "Uncle Wong, remember, on the 16th, don't go anywhere. Just stay home and lock your doors." With that, before he could react, I'd already pushed open the door and melted into the bustling street outside. Standing in the afternoon sun, I looked out over this snack street, still as lively as ever, steamer baskets of rice noodle rolls puffing out white steam, a dessert stall filling the air with sweetness, clay pot rice sizzling over the flames, double-skin milk pudding wobbling in its bowl. Every one of them was the world's last bit of tenderness before the end. If only I had a little more money, I murmured, staring at the stalls lining the street. I could at least stock up on more cooked food. Too bad you can't just walk off with all this delicious street food for free. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and give it up. I turned and headed home. My steps looked light, but my heart was heavy as lead. Only 4 days left until the apocalypse. The old district where I rented was less than a square kilometer, yet nearly 50,000 people were crammed into it. Building against building, window facing window, alleys so narrow that 2 people couldn't walk side by side without turning sideways. In my past life, this place became a breeding ground for zombies the instant the blood rain fell, completely overrun on day 1. If I hadn't gotten lucky and awakened the A-rank Earth element ability, Earth travel back then, I never would have survived those first chaotic, hopeless 72 hours. This time, thanks to the creation pearl, I'd gotten a stronger space element ability ahead of time. It's just that Earth travel, the power that had saved my life more times than I could count. I had no idea whether it would still show up as promised. Guangzhou, a megacity of over 20 million, was destined for a hell-level opening on day one of the apocalypse. According to my memories from my past life, that blood rain would fall for 3 full days. Anyone touched by even a drop would begin to turn, the fastest in 5 minutes, the slowest within an hour, and within 10 seconds they'd become a zombie that knew nothing but killing and devouring. Only a very rare few could awaken powers during the transformation, but the odds were less than 1 in a million, and it was a razor's edge gamble with death. The safer way to awaken was to hunt zombies, extract the gray-white energy crystal cores from their brains, and swallow them, a higher success rate, with manageable risk. Unfortunately, no one understood this in the early days of the apocalypse. By the time this hard-won knowledge, paid for with countless lives, finally spread, it was already the 3rd day, and the most precious window for leveling up had long passed. Power talent ranked from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S, 7 tiers in all. In my past life, I was A rank. Relying on the Earth escape ability I'd figured out on my own, I managed to scrape by even into the 5th year of the apocalypse, with danger lurking at every turn. The way you unlock abilities depends on your intuition, your experiences, even your obsessions. A high rank doesn't guarantee you'll awaken a powerful skill. Zombies, on the other hand, were ranked by eye color: black, white, blue, yellow, green, red, purple. The lowest, 1st-tier zombies had pitch-black eyes, slow, dim-witted, but far stronger than any normal human. The only way to kill them was to destroy the head. They evolved endlessly by devouring the living, feeding on mutant beasts, or absorbing the eerie energy that saturated the world. The highest, 7th-tier Corpse Emperor, had purple eyes, a terror I hadn't encountered until right before my rebirth. Starting from the Corpse King, high-tier zombies gained sentience and could command zombie hordes. The Corpse Emperor's intelligence was no less than a human's. Even more terrifying, any food or water tainted by the blood rain, or later contaminated by polluted water sources, would infect anyone who consumed it. The blood rain fell for only 3 days, and right on its heels came the deep freeze, an ice age that swept across the globe. The 2nd year brought a seamless transition into a full year of the scorched earth heat wave. In the 3rd year, sea levels rose insanely. Every coastal city on Earth was submerged within a month, until the ocean finally stabilized after surging 1,000 meters higher. Humanity's living space was compressed to a brutal degree. Every single year, harsher natural disasters raged in turn. On top of that, the land crawled with endless zombies and mutant beasts, while the deep seas teemed with countless horrifying mutant sea monsters. In an era of total collapse like that, simply being alive was a form of torture. Only the truly strong were even remotely qualified to talk about living. What gnawed at me the most was this. Right up until the eve of my rebirth, the 5th year of the apocalypse, humanity still had no clue where this catastrophe had actually come from. This time around, I wasn't just going to survive. I was going to live long enough and become strong enough to witness the day the truth was finally revealed with my own eyes. I glanced around this crowded, noisy, yet vibrant old district, my eyes narrowing. Use this place as my starting point. That'd be like willingly jumping into a meat grinder. With my current strength, sure, I wasn't afraid, but there was no need to go looking for trouble. Then again, staying completely away from the city wouldn't work either. I needed zombies. I needed their crystal cores. I needed to level up my abilities fast. I had to find a balance, relatively sparse population, so the zombie density would be manageable early on, close to the city for easy access to resources, sturdy buildings, good for defense and renovation, and convenient transportation, to leave room for later expansion or relocation. I sat back down at the old desk in my rental unit, fingers unconsciously tapping the surface as I flipped through a mental map of Yangqing. Suddenly, it clicked. My fingertip stopped on one spot. East side of the city, the university town. The population makeup there was unique. During the school term, huge numbers of students and faculty gathered. Yes, it would definitely turn into a zombie horde early on. But once it was cleared out, those surviving college students would be excellent labor and prime potential recruits. Even better, right next to the university town was a recently built, low-density villa district. Great landscaping, uniform and sturdy walls, mostly detached or townhouse-style homes with excellent privacy. It fit my needs perfectly. The houses were solid, many with basements that could be quickly converted into fortifications. The community roads were wide, allowing vehicles to come and go freely. And being right next to the university town meant I'd have a controllable supply point for crystal cores and labor. After clearing zombies and collecting cores, I could retreat right back to rest and regroup. Most importantly, the villa district itself was spacious with low population density, so the zombies would be scattered in the early days, perfect for someone with foresight like me to clear it house by house, develop steadily, and turn it into my early-stage base. That's the place. I stood up. There was nothing left in this rental worth taking anyway. As long as I could find a suitable villa, I could just move right in, bags and all. Outside the window, the setting sun slowly sank behind the skyscrapers. The city lights flickered on, and the whole city shimmered with color. Couples strolled arm in arm on the streets. Children chased and laughed. An old man walked his dog. A picture of peaceful, ordinary days. No one knew that 4 days from now, this thriving world, so close you could touch it, would plunge straight into hell. Night deepened. I took a cab to the outskirts of that villa district on the east side, the one I'd already locked in on, paid the fare, got out, and silently melted into the darkness beside the wall, like a drop of ink falling into water. My apocalyptic fortress would begin tonight, right here. Under the heavy cover of night, I slipped into that quiet, upscale villa district. Moonlight spilled over the European-style pointed roofs and the neatly trimmed lawns. The night breeze stirred a few dead leaves into a soft rustle. My movements were astonishingly fast, and I easily avoided every surveillance camera. As I moved, I quietly sized up the houses along the way. That one still has its lights on, someone's home. Rule it out. This yard's too small, and the walls too low. TCH, windowsill piled with instant noodle cups and delivery bags, shared rental. On day one of the apocalypse, they'll wipe each other out just fighting over the stuff inside. This place, red underwear hung out to dry next to a Tai Chi practice outfit. Don't tell me it's some kind of senior wellness hangout. Infrared cameras, ground sensor alarms, patrolling property management electric carts. All of them were useless in front of me. My 100-meter teleports were completely silent. Not even a blur of a shadow was left on the surveillance feeds. About an hour later, I stopped in front of a lakeside detached villa. The one before me covered, by my estimate, over an acre, with 3 stories above ground plus a 2-level basement. Its light gray stone exterior looked solid and heavy in the moonlight. Enormous floor-to-ceiling windows came with a smart tinting system, and there was even a drained swimming pool in the courtyard. The overall structure was sturdy and intact. Most importantly, the entire house was pitch black, with not a single sign that anyone lived there. This is the one. A glint flashed in my eyes. A flicker of thought. Whoosh. The next second, I was standing in the middle of the villa's spacious living room. The crystal chandelier was off, but the cool, clear moonlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the mirror-polished marble floor, the high-end leather sofa, the wall-embedded temperature-controlled wine cabinet, and a fully equipped open kitchen. The place was fully furnished, everything made of fine materials, yet it was almost unnaturally clean. No takeout boxes, no slippers tossed about, no laundry hanging out to dry, and even the double-door refrigerator was completely empty. 3 floors above ground, 2 below. First floor has the maid's quarters and a guest room. Second floor has the master and secondary bedroom suites. Third floor has a large terrace and a home theater. The basement has a garage, storage room, gym, and also an indoor heated pool. I scrolled through the listing floor by floor and couldn't help but laugh. No idea which big shot's secret hideaway this is, but their loss is my gain. Even better, the place was obviously being professionally maintained on a regular basis, yet clearly no one had lived here in a long time. The textbook definition of a rich guy's backup property. I hurried upstairs and went straight into the master bedroom. With a thought, I pulled a brand new set of Egyptian long staple cotton bedding out of my creation pearl space. In my past life, 5 years into the apocalypse, I'd slept next to piles of corpses, in leaky tin sheds, even in the reeking dens of mutant beasts. Getting to lie in a bed this comfortable now was the ultimate pre-apocalypse luxury. Once the bed was made, I went into the master bath and took a long, hot shower. The warm water washed over my tense muscles, and I closed my eyes, savoring the last bit of peace before the storm. That night, I slept better than I had in ages. Over the next 3 days, I turned into a full-on apocalypse fortress contractor. I got to work at first light, pulling out the military-grade ballistic steel plates, high-strength rebar mesh, and rapid-setting concrete I'd stocked up in advance. I focused on reinforcing every door and window, the basement entrances, and even welded the heavy metal door leading to the underground garage shut for good. On the roof, I installed several large water tanks, filled them with fresh water, and covered them with ballistic steel plates to withstand the crushing weight of extreme weather. I also replaced the villa's original decorative fencing with solid blast-proof steel walls. Aside from defense, the other thing I focused on was insulation. I kept installing insulation materials and equipment nonstop. The construction noise inevitably drew the attention and complaints of the neighbors. So I pulled out a few bottles of top-shelf French wine and some rare Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee beans and casually gifted them to whoever came knocking. Problem solved. Either way, this villa was just my early-stage base. Fortified to this degree, it was more than enough to handle the initial chaos of the apocalypse. When I got tired, I crashed. When I woke up, I got right back to it. No one bothered me, just the rustle of wind through the leaves and the occasional distant bark of a dog, a sound that belonged to the peaceful days now ending. Time flew by in that focused blur. Day 30 of my rebirth. September 14th, 9 a.m. sharp. The final 24 hours before the apocalypse. I got up early and made myself a hearty breakfast. 2 eggs fried golden on both sides, crispy bacon, toast browned just right, and a cup of freshly ground coffee. Every ingredient was top-tier imported goods I'd shopped for free in America. After this meal, by this time tomorrow, I might be staring down compressed rations and muddy water, I said, laughing at myself. My tone was calm. Just as I was clearing the dishes, my ears twitched. Footsteps, faint, but unusually distinct, coming up the gravel path in the villa's front yard. Mixed in was the tiny metallic jingle of a keyring. My eyes went cold in an instant. In a flash, I slipped silently behind the entryway door. Click. A key slid into the lock, and the door opened. A tall figure walked in. Cream-colored linen suit, long hair tied back, an LV bag over her shoulder. She moved with the easy grace of someone raised in privilege. The instant she stepped into the living room, before her eyes could adjust to the indoor light, I lunged. My left arm locked around her neck, my right hand clamped hard over her mouth, and with a hook of my foot, the solid wood door slammed shut behind us. Bang! Her whole body went rigid. Then she started fighting for all she was worth. Her heel slammed into my shins. Her elbow drove back into my ribs. Her reflexes and strength were well beyond an ordinary woman's. Don't move, I said against her ear, my voice pitched dangerously low. Move again, and I'll snap your neck. With the apocalypse bearing down, I'd already thrown out all that pointless mercy and morality. Feeling the killing intent at her throat, she forced herself to stop, her chest heaving violently from the lack of air. A crisp scent of cedar and white tea drifted into my nose. I let go of her mouth but kept my other hand where it was, forcing her to turn and face me. Morning sunlight leaked through a gap in the curtains, lighting up her face. My pupils contracted. It's you, the strikingly elegant flight attendant from my return flight. Leah, the same woman I'd saved in my past life, who later turned around and helped me in return. She got a clear look at my face and froze too. I looked familiar, but she couldn't place where she'd seen me. You, who are you? What do you want? Her voice was trembling badly, but deep in her eyes, beneath the fear, there was a forced trace of composure. This your place? I didn't answer, just shot back my own question. Yes, a birthday gift from my dad. She bit her lower lip. He's Li Jinbong of South China Real Estate. I'm his illegitimate daughter. Please don't hurt me. I can give you a lot of money. That hit me. Li Jinbong, the real estate magnate they called half the city Li? So you came to take back the house today? Not exactly. She shook her head, a flicker of grief in her eyes. I came to get some of my mom's old things she left here. After she passed, I let all the servants go, moved out on my own, and never came back. I fell silent. No wonder I'd seen a photo of an elegant middle-aged woman on the second floor earlier. I hadn't thought much of it at the time. With who you are, you're hardly short on money. Why become a flight attendant? That was my own choice. She lowered her eyes. I just wanted to see what kind of life I could build on my own, without his name and his money. I walked her over to the couch and sat her down, loosening my grip a little, but not letting go completely. Listen, I'm not a robber, and I'm not here for money. I paused, then made my decision. For the next 24 hours, as long as you cooperate, I won't hurt you. But you can't leave this house. I grabbed her bag and checked it, confirming her phone was inside. So you're unlawfully detaining me? She frowned. It's not detention. Inside this villa, at least, you're free. Aren't you afraid I'll sneak off? Or call the police? I didn't answer. Without any warning, I moved. Whoosh. I vanished into thin air, and the next second I was leaning against the railing of the spiral staircase on the second floor. Another flash. Whoosh. I was back standing in front of her, close enough to feel each other's breath. Now you still think you can get away? Leah's eyes went wide in an instant. The fear drained completely from her face. In its place came an almost girlish, pure and burning excitement. You can teleport? Are you some kind of god? Not a god, I said calmly. It's one of my abilities. It's called spatial travel. Abilities? Those two words seemed to light up the stars in her eyes. Wow, that's so cool. Can you teach me? I want to learn too. I froze, completely blindsided by where this was going. I can't teach it, I said, a little helplessly. How old are you? 22, she blurted out almost instantly, 2 spots of pink flushing her cheeks. Then she added softly, so, what about you? Do you have a girlfriend? No. Then, she blinked, her voice suddenly turning light and soft. How about I be your girlfriend? I was momentarily at a loss for words. The scene I'd braced for was supposed to involve interrogation, tears, and desperate resistance. Never in a million years did I expect that within a few minutes, she'd go from a terrified hostage to a starry-eyed fangirl. Her face practically screamed, "You're so awesome. Big bro, I want to roll with you." Rubbing my temples, I turned and headed for the kitchen, trying to steer things back on track. Regardless, the fact remains that I've taken over your house. As a peace offering, are you hungry? Let me make you a bowl of egg noodles. Her cheerful, slightly coquettish voice came from behind me. Sure. As I fried the eggs, my mind was already calculating. Should I give her a creation spirit crystal and see what happens? I had 30 stored in my space, and since I couldn't use them myself, they'd just go to waste sitting there. Leah sat on a bar stool, chin resting in both hands as she stared at my back, her eyes sparkling. From what you said, you'd seen me before? 4 days ago, on the flight from Japan back to Yangcheng. You were one of the flight attendants, I answered casually. Obviously, I couldn't bring up all that tangled history from a past life. Ah, I remember now, she said, suddenly getting it, her face flushing slightly. Back on that plane, she'd assumed I was just one of her many admirers. The two of us chatted idly on and off. In my past life, the only people at my side were Zhao Kai and Li Chong, two brothers who didn't hesitate to stab me in the back when it came down to life or death. As for women, they were nothing more than trade partners in the apocalypse, exchanging food for a night of warmth. Cold, hard reality. Maybe in this life, I really didn't have to fight alone anymore. The thought took root in my heart. With the creation spirit crystals, I could build an army composed entirely of women, and honestly, it'd be quite the sight for sore eyes. More importantly, the crystals were enough to guarantee they'd awaken A-tier abilities or higher. Powerful strength. Bro Lin. A hand waved in front of my face. What are you spacing out for? The eggs are almost burnt, right? I snapped back to reality and set breakfast on the table. Egg noodles, crispy fragrant bacon, and lightly toasted whole wheat bread. In the coming apocalypse, every one of these would be a luxury people would fight over. Leah's eyes narrowed into happy crescents as she ate. This is amazing. It smells even better than our first-class meals. Watching her eat without a shred of self-consciousness, the corner of my mouth curved up on its own. Do you want to gain abilities too? She immediately set down her bowl and nodded hard. Of course I do. I've dreamed about it. I turned my palm over, and a crystal with a perfect hexagonal structure, radiating a soft glow, appeared out of thin air. This is called a creation spirit crystal. Take it, and there's a high chance you'll awaken an ability. Leah carefully took it. The crystal was warm and smooth, with light seeming to swirl within. She was both nervous and full of anticipation. Why are you suddenly giving me this? Will there be any side effects? Don't worry, there's no danger to your life. She took a deep breath and put the crystal in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved quickly, transforming into a warm current that instantly surged through her entire body. She closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly, as if she could see countless glowing energy particles rushing through her meridians. About a minute later, her eyes snapped open, and a faint white glimmer flashed deep within her pupils before vanishing. Almost on instinct, she raised her right hand, palm aimed at the thick parasol tree outside the window, so wide it would take two people to wrap their arms around it. A pure white beam, condensed as if solid with crisp, clear edges, shot silently from her palm, fast as lightning. Crack! That parasol tree, which had been growing for at least 30 years, was cleanly severed by the white light right at its base near the ground. The heavy upper trunk crashed down with a thunderous boom, slamming onto the lawn and kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves. It caused quite a commotion. Not far off, a street cleaning auntie was so startled her broom dropped to the ground. She shrieked, "Oh my heavens!" then turned and ran, abandoning her cleaning cart entirely. A few uncles and aunties doing their morning exercises gathered around, standing at a safe distance and pointing. "Old John, did you see that? That tree was perfectly fine. How'd it just break?" "Break on its own, my foot. I saw a white light go whoosh, like a laser, and the tree just fell. Did it get struck by lightning? But the sky's totally clear. I bet it's a gas pipeline leak that built up and exploded." "Nonsense. Can gas blow through a tree trunk and leave it as smooth as a knife cut?" The crowd's guesses grew wilder and wilder, but no one dared approach that eerie severed stump. Inside the villa, Leah had startled herself too. She took half a step back, covered her mouth, and stared with wide eyes. I did this." She looked down at her completely unchanged palm, then looked back up at the pitiful severed stump outside the window. Her expression shifted rapidly from shock to disbelief, until finally an irrepressible euphoria burst out from the depths of her eyes. So amazing. She whirled toward me, her voice trembling with excitement. I, I really have an ability now. Then, whether from the crystal's influence or the emotional release of surviving a brush with death, her cheeks flushed red, her gaze suddenly turning incredibly tender. Looking at me, she softly called out, "Master." I was still assessing her reaction, and hearing this, I frowned. "Don't call me that." "Oh." She playfully stuck out her tongue and immediately switched, her voice sweet and soft. "Got it, bro Lin." Only then did I give a slight nod, silently confirming to myself. The creation spirit crystal's effects were truly mysterious. It didn't erase or control the mind. It was more like a deep-seated brand of recognition and loyalty, instantly maxing out the user's affection and trust. Leah's shock, joy, and dependence right now, though influenced by the crystal, were clearly also. It was her true nature shining through. The only question was just how strong that imprint's binding force really was, whether it would hold up under extreme circumstances. That remained to be seen. After breakfast, we went up to the third-floor terrace. This was the last of the warm, gentle sunlight before the end of the world, and I savored every bit of it. I'd long since converted this space into a fortified observation deck, thick bulletproof glass on all sides, a retractable reinforced canopy overhead. On the small table between the two lounge chairs sat a pot of fragrant cold brew oolong. "Xiaoya, how much cash do you have on hand?" I asked suddenly. "Not much cash, but I've probably got a little over 100 million in my checking account." "Why, Lin?" She blinked, answering as casually as if it were nothing. I was momentarily speechless. I'd always assumed she'd become a flight attendant for financial independence, but it turned out the interest alone could crush 99% of the world's hardest workers. My eyes lit up immediately, and I sprang to my feet. "Come on, let's order." Get in touch with every high-end hotel, private kitchen, time-honored restaurant, and Michelin spot worth mentioning in Guangzhou. Whatever top-tier dishes they can make today, we'll take all of them, delivered by 8 tomorrow morning at the latest. Money's no object. If they can't keep up, double the price. The apocalypse was coming, and I had no problem making the most of these last resources, treating myself to one hell of a meal on her dime. The two of us immediately went into a frenzied ordering spree, from delicate dim sum to lavish Buddha jumps over the wall, from local street food to exotic foreign cuisine, practically clearing out every major restaurant's entire output for the day. Half an hour later, this normally tranquil villa district became the scene of an unprecedented spectacle. Countless delivery riders and restaurant vans came pouring in one after another. The gate guard tried to stop them at first, but one phone call from Leah to the property's general manager changed everything. The moment he heard it was Mr. Li Jinbang's daughter. His attitude did a complete 180, and everyone was waved right through. For the entire afternoon, the two of us kept receiving and inspecting deliveries, tucking each dish of delicacies into my dimensional storage. The whole shopping spree didn't wrap up until midnight. Leah had long since collapsed onto the couch, fast asleep. In the small hours, when everything was dead silent, I felt the creation pearl in my sea of consciousness send out that familiar, unmistakable ripple once more. S-rank, transcendent body, tier 1. Effect, all-around tenfold enhancement of the body's baseline physical attributes. Simple, direct, overwhelming. There was no exaggerated bulging of muscle, no clothes bursting at the seams, just a pure surge of strength and endurance, deep as the ocean, radiating from the inside out. Consider this: an ordinary F-rank body enhancement raises baseline stats by 50% at most, and even an A-rank tops out at 5 times. But what I received was a tenfold boost layered on top of a body already forged 5 times over by an S-rank spatial ability. Feeling that surging, roiling power inside me, I nodded with satisfaction. Time to rest. I needed to be at full strength for tomorrow's new world. I walked over to the couch and gently scooped the sleeping Leah up into my arms. Her body was light, curled against my chest, a faint sweet fragrance lingering in her hair. I laid her down on the big bed in the master bedroom and was about to turn and head for the guest room when a pair of slender arms suddenly wrapped around my neck. Leah had woken up at some point, her cheeks flushed pink, gazing at me with big, moist eyes. In that look, there was dependence, shyness, and a barely perceptible trace of pleading. Something I'd been suppressing for a long time was stirred awake in an instant. Ever since my rebirth, I'd been on the move day and night, my nerves stretched taut, like a machine running for the sole purpose of survival. But I was no saint, and certainly no ascetic monk. I was a man who'd clawed his way back from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, from betrayal and despair. In my bones lay both cold, killing intent and burning desire. Dry kindling meets a raging flame. Everything followed naturally. 2 hours later, I drifted off to sleep with an utterly spent Leah in my arms. On the last night before the apocalypse descended, We drew warmth from each other. At 8:30 the next morning, I stashed the freshly delivered breakfast pastries into my storage space. Leah emerged dressed as well, in casual clothes easy to move in, the flush still not quite faded from her face. But the way she looked at me now was even more intimate. I took out the still warm soup dumplings and soy milk from my storage, and the two of us polished off breakfast at the dining table in no time. 8:45. Only 15 minutes left until the apocalypse erupted. I was already fully armed, tactical vest, cut-resistant gloves, a military combat knife on my belt, a sniper rifle in my hands. I handed Leah a set of gear too, lightweight but complete, along with a short blade. Together, we went up to the third-floor terrace. Though the whole setup clearly frightened Leah, she didn't ask any questions. She just silently put on her gear and stood quietly by my side. But her palm kept unconsciously clenching and unclenching, betraying her nerves. She could clearly sense that I was a completely different person now. My spine was ramrod straight, my gaze eerily calm, my face wearing a complex expression that was both tense and expectant. "It's coming," I said in a low voice, quiet, but brimming with intense excitement, as if something wonderful were about to happen. 9 o'clock sharp. The city was hitting the busiest moment of the day. Office workers streamed toward their high-rises, coffees in hand. Housewives carried grocery baskets, debating the price of meat. Students weaved through the streets on their bikes, laughing. Elderly folks practiced Tai Chi in the park, and pet dogs romped across the lawns. The sun was bright, the breeze gentle. Everything looked just like any other day. Then, without any warning, the sky went dark. Not the gloom of storm clouds, but something deeper, thicker, a murk that seemed to swallow light itself, spreading outward from the very center of the sky in defiance of all natural law. Birds scattered in panic. Dogs barked uneasily all around, and the air seemed to congeal in an instant, growing so heavy it was hard to breathe. Then the rain began to fall, but it was absolutely nothing like ordinary rain. It was crimson, thick, carrying a faint, elusive smell of blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, and then it came down in a torrent, slamming hard against the pavement, the car roofs, the shoulders of passers-by. At first, people on the street thought it was some kind of prank. Some looked up at the sky, a few even laughing. "Who's the jerk splashing ketchup around?" But the laughter turned into blood-curdling screams the very next second. Anyone whose skin was touched by that red rain, in 5 minutes at the fastest, saw the blood vessels beneath their skin bulge grotesquely and turn black, their eyeballs bloodshot and bulging, guttural, HH sounds like a wild beast's tearing from their throats. In just 10 short seconds, a living person completely turned into, became monsters that knew nothing but devouring and killing, snarling as they lunged at the nearest of their own kind, tearing into flesh with teeth and nails in a frenzy. In an instant, the streets became a living hell. Cars spun out of control and slammed into each other, glass exploding everywhere. A mother clutching her child tried to flee, only to be tackled from behind by her freshly mutated husband, his teeth sinking deep into her carotid artery. A convenience store clerk had just poked his head out to look when a blackish-green claw punched straight through the roll-down shutter and pinned him to the doorframe. The rain of blood came down harder and harder. In the distance, the giant screen at the commercial center was still looping a shampoo commercial, a sweet female voice singing, silky smooth as ever. Nearby, a girl in a school uniform knelt in the gore, cradling her best friend, whose lower body had been chewed apart, crying until no sound would come. Under the awning of the balcony, Leah and I stood in silence, watching this world collapse before our eyes. Leah's face was white as paper. She trembled uncontrollably, her nails digging deep into her palms. This isn't real, right?" Her voice was dry, like she was talking in her sleep. "Zombies? The end of the world? Is everything over?" I reached out and gripped her cold, shaking hand tight. My palm was warm and steady, but my voice was cold as ancient ice. "No, the world isn't over." I turned to her, my gaze cutting through the curtain of blood rain, looking toward the chaotic, unknown future ahead. In my eyes burned a long-lost fire, one fierce enough to burn everything to ash. "It's just, the age of the old humanity is over." Only in that moment did Leah finally understand what my out-of-place outfit and all the strange words and actions of the past 24 hours had really meant. "Lynn, did you know all along that this would happen?" Leah stood beside me, her voice so faint it was nearly swallowed by the screams rising and falling outside the window. Her face was ghostly pale, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes fixed, unblinking, on the small plaza at the center of the villa complex, where a spine-chilling scene was unfolding. An old woman who, just minutes ago, had been leisurely strolling with her cane was now contorted grotesquely, eyeballs bulging, teeth clamped down on the neck of a cleaning lady who'd been trying to get away. Blood sprayed out, staining the roses nearby red. The cleaning lady struggled and twitched a few times, a hissing, air-leaking sound coming from her throat, then went limp and collapsed. But the horror wasn't over. In less than a minute, the corpse suddenly convulsed violently, fingers clawing into the concrete, nails splitting without her feeling a thing. The next second, she scrambled to her feet with a snarl, moving at a speed far beyond any normal human, faster and more savage than even that zombie old woman. The transformation after being bitten was even faster than being caught directly in the blood rain. What do you think? A faint curve touched the corner of my mouth, my tone as casual as if I were chatting about the rain outside. Now that the blood rain had arrived right on schedule, I'd actually grown calm. The anticipation and excitement from before had drained from my eyes. Leah bit her bloodless lower lip and, mustering the last of her courage, asked in a trembling voice, "Then why? Why didn't you warn everyone ahead of time? If you'd sounded the alarm sooner, maybe you could have saved a lot of people." Heh. I let out a soft laugh, not mocking, just carrying a deep, world-weary exhaustion. Do you really think that if I ran out into the street or posted online, saying tomorrow at 9 a.m. it's going to rain blood, and anyone it touches will turn into a zombie, anyone would believe me? The kindest thing they'd do is ship me off to a psych ward, or arrest me as some lunatic spreading rumors. 10 minutes passed, and we were still standing on the reinforced balcony, watching this once orderly upscale villa complex beneath us rapidly crumble into a nest of chaos. Just then, both our phones buzzed urgently at almost the same instant. Leah hurriedly opened the text message, and after just one glance, the last trace of color drained from her face. It was an emergency notice pushed forcibly to every phone in the country through the National Emergency Broadcast System. Ministry of Emergency Management of Hawaii highest level emergency notice. 1. Abnormal blood rain has suddenly fallen nationwide. Preliminary testing indicates the rainwater contains a highly pathogenic, highly contagious unknown virus, provisionally named the zombie virus. Contact with skin or mucous membranes can cause rapid infection and mutation. 2. All citizens are to immediately seek safe indoor shelter, seal all doors and windows, and absolutely avoid going outside. 3. For those scratched or bitten by mutated individuals, provisionally called zombies, the rate of infection will accelerate exponentially. The uninfected must stay far away. The nation is mobilizing all resources to respond. Please remain calm. Do not believe or spread rumors. Stay home and wait for rescue. I didn't even glance down at the screen. I already knew what this notice would say, every word of it, by heart. My gaze swept coldly across the scene outside. Someone screamed in terror as they shut the last sliver of a window. Someone braced their front door with a kitchen knife and a baseball bat. And a few people, most of their bodies soaked in the blood rain, were curled up in the corner of the stairwell, the light in their eyes rapidly fading into a murky, hollow emptiness. I turned to look at Leah, who was still trembling, and softened my tone just a little. The apocalypse has only just begun. It's normal for you to feel this way. But you have to remember, from this moment on, this world is no longer a place for reasoning or for debating good and evil. Now, it's only about life and death. With that, I turned without hesitation and strode toward the utility shaft beside the kitchen, cranking the main water valve shut with force. The metal knob locked with a click, as if severing the last thread of connection to the safety of the old days. Then I switched on the backup pipeline, connected it to the modified water tank, and turned on the tap to flush out the lines. What are you doing? Leah followed me in, her voice quivering. The blood rain has already fallen, I said without turning around. That means the source of the entire city's water supply is contaminated. Every drop coming out of the tap now could be carrying an invisible virus. One sip is signing your own death warrant. Leah stood frozen in place, lips trembling. She wanted to argue, wanted to grasp at some sliver of hope, but she couldn't get out a single word. The flight attendant from yesterday, the one who'd sat on the balcony with a radiant smile, enjoying her breakfast, seemed to have already been washed into a blur by this crimson downpour. All that filled her now was boundless fear and a blank uncertainty about the future. So what are we supposed to do now? She finally forced out from her dry throat, and her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. I straightened up, my gaze steady as I looked her right in the eye. Did you forget? You're not an ordinary person anymore. You've got an A-rank, beam ability. That's your greatest asset for surviving in this new world. All you have to do is master it as fast as you can and make yourself stronger. Staying alive, that's the only goal that matters. I spread my arms and pulled Leah, cold all over, into my embrace, patting her back gently, one stroke at a time. As for supplies, don't you worry. The takeout we ordered yesterday, plus the massive stockpile I gathered before, It's more than enough for the two of us to live comfortably for decades. She buried her face in my chest, her body still trembling faintly. Lynn, I'll listen to you. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. I knew that she'd grown up caught between the halo of Lee half the city and the shadow of being an illegitimate daughter. She understood one cruel truth better than anyone. There's no such thing as protection given for free in this world. If you want something, you have to pay the price. And besides, under the influence of the creation spirit crystal, her loyalty and attachment to me were already carved into her very bones. Right now, the villa district outside the window had descended into total chaos. On the streets in the distance, more and more swaying figures were gathering, dragging mangled limbs, oozing black-red gore, surging toward every building like a rising tide. Terrified survivors fled back inside, drew their curtains tight, barricaded the cracks in their doors with furniture, and prayed desperately for a miracle. For those caught in the blood rain, fate came more directly. Some only thought the rain's color was strange and rushed home in a panic, never realizing those raindrops were a death knell. Often they'd just burst through the door, before they even had a chance to warn their families, when their bodies would convulse violently, their pupils blowing out into an ashen gray. Within 10 seconds, they'd turn from human into monster. And then came the frenzied biting of their own loved ones. Shrill wails, flesh and blood flying everywhere, an entire household, wiped out in a matter of minutes. Some people, realizing the danger in time, scrambled around like headless chickens, ducking into underground shopping malls, subway tunnels, and parking garages, anywhere but home. Drivers, out of habit, would stick their hands out the window to flick ash off their cigarettes, their fingertips catching the blood rain without noticing, and the transformation would strike right there in the driver's seat. The vehicle would spin out of control, triggering pileup after pileup, and the city's traffic seized up in an instant. Worse still, huge numbers of citizens, drawn by the commotion and screaming outside, curiously threw open their windows or even stepped out their front doors to take a look. The moment they poked their heads out, the blood rain landed on their hair, their cheeks, their collars. Even just a few drops were enough to trigger irreversible mutation within an hour. The most despair-inducing part of all, according to my memories from my past life, this blood rain would last a full 3 days, day and night, without pause. The scene from my past life was still crystal clear. Someone had done the math. Even though the blood rain fell at 9 in the morning, when most people had already made it into relatively enclosed places like office buildings and factories, in just the first 3 days, over 75% of humanity worldwide had still turned, either from contact with the blood rain or from being bitten. If the survivors who came after hadn't traded a terrible price for their vigilance, cutting out all unnecessary trips outside, humanity's death toll would have been even more horrifying. The early-stage zombies were about 30% stronger than an ordinary adult man, and they weren't fast, but they felt no pain, never tired, never backed down, and their entire bodies were laced with lethal toxins. The only way to stop them was to completely destroy the brainstem or the head. For an ordinary person with no training and no weapons, fighting them up close was suicide. Facing the chaos spreading outside the window, I felt not the slightest panic. With Leah following close on my heels, I walked over behind the front entrance on the ground floor. With a single thought, I pulled dozens of heavy metal shelving units and construction barriers out of my space and swiftly sealed off the entrance. Then I hauled out a high-powered outdoor speaker, plugged it in, and hit play. Boom! Deafening music exploded through the air. You are my little, oh my little apple, no matter how much I love you, it's never too much. The subwoofer had even the bulletproof floor-to-ceiling windows humming. Lynn, what are you doing? Leah jumped in fright and clapped her hands over her ears, staring at me in terror. In their early stage, zombies suffer severe vision loss. They're practically half-blind, I explained calmly. But their hearing is abnormally sharp. They're especially sensitive to continuous, rhythmic sounds. As I spoke, I raised the sniper rifle in my hands, its jet-black barrel radiating killing intent. What I'm going to do is lure every single zombie in this area that can be drawn by the sound right up to my doorstep. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after the music started, twisted, hunched figures began swaying and picking up speed from the mouths of alleys, from the lawns, from the shadows of the garages, all converging on this villa, blasting Little Apple, low guttural sounds rasping from their throats. Huh. I dropped to one knee, steadied the rifle, narrowed my left eye, my breathing long and even, my heartbeat as if synced to the trigger. Bang! The first shot drilled precisely into the eye socket of the zombie in front. Its entire skull burst open like a watermelon, and the body dropped where it stood. Bang! 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 Shot after shot. Each one meant another zombie stopped forever. In no time at all, 35 zombies had been put down, their mangled corpses piling into a bloody rampart before the door. The first wave, completely wiped out. I set down the rifle, pulled on rubber gloves, grabbed a military combat knife, and walked expressionlessly toward the heap of bodies. I picked one, drove the knife into its temple, gave my wrist a twist to split open the skull, and dug my fingers into the rotting brain tissue, searching. A moment later, I pulled out a crystal the size of a pinky fingernail, glowing with a soft, milky light. A first-tier zombie crystal core. I took out a bottle of mineral water, rinsed the blood off the crystal, and without hesitation dropped it into the Hongmeng creation pearl in my sea of consciousness. My awareness sank into that space along with it. The moment the crystal core went in, it floated on its own toward the creation tree at the center, wreathed in purple mist. The instant it neared the roots, the crystal dissolved without a sound, turning into a wisp of pure, milky white energy that the roots quietly absorbed, as if it had never existed at all. It works just as I thought. I felt a surge of joy. The energy inside a zombie's crystal core is exactly the high-energy substance the creation tree needs. The crystal cores from those mutant beasts are probably the same. Next, I began my second experiment, taking a relatively intact zombie corpse and storing the whole thing into space. A strange scene unfolded. From beneath that creation tree, several wisps of pale purple, thread-like roots crept out, burrowing into the zombie's mouth and nose like spirit serpents. After about 5 seconds, the roots retracted. I pulled the corpse out and cracked open its skull to look. The brain cavity was empty. That crystal core had vanished without a trace. Interesting, I murmured to myself. The creation tree only absorbs the energy from the crystal cores. It has no interest in the corpse itself. That makes things convenient. From now on, I won't even have to crack open skulls to dig out the cores. Next came the third experiment, and the one that mattered most to me. Now that I'd fused with the creation bead, could I still force my strength higher by directly swallowing crystal cores? Could I even break past the level ceiling the creation bead imposed on me? I sliced open a dozen or so skulls in a row, dug out the crystal cores, rinsed them clean, and swallowed them one by one like candy. After 15 went down, I focused inward, searching for any change in my body. But nothing. My physical strength hadn't grown. The power in my sea of consciousness didn't so much as ripple, not even a faint trickle of warmth. I gave a wry smile. People never learn until they hit a wall. Here I am with a treasure like the creation bead, and I'm still looking for shortcuts. Still, the result wasn't unexpected. The creation bead's tier capped my ability to grow on my own. I had no choice but to give up. I gathered all the remaining corpses into the space to give the creation tree an extra meal. Once the energy was absorbed, I tossed the useless empty husks back out and piled them in front of the door. Leah had been standing in the shadows just inside, watching every one of my cold, almost cruel actions. From the precise headshots, to the expressionless way I gutted the corpses for their cores, to the way I made bodies appear and disappear like a magic trick. All of it had utterly shattered the worldview she'd built over her 22 years. It wasn't until I called out to her that she jolted awake. Her stomach lurched, and she clapped a hand over her mouth and bolted for the bathroom, retching violently over the toilet until it felt like she'd bring up bile. I didn't say anything, and I didn't rush her. I understood. Facing something this bloody, this far beyond normal, for the first time, anyone would instinctively recoil. Adapting takes time. Meanwhile, the speaker was still tirelessly blasting Little Apple. The loud, upbeat music was like a lighthouse in the dark, once again drawing in the figures wandering through the complex. A dozen odd zombies came shuffling out from different corners. Some still wore the dark blue uniforms of security guards, name tags still pinned to their chests. Some were wrapped in wrinkled pajamas and slippers. There were a few cleaning ladies in orange work clothes, and a couple of delivery riders with insulated boxes on their backs and helmets sitting crooked on their heads. Their eyes were hollow, and dried streaks of the dark red blood rain still clung to their skin. What was even more chilling, many of them bore fresh scratches and bites, undeniable proof that they'd only just been attacked and had only just turned. I stepped back up to the reinforced door and set up the Barrett. My gaze was sharp, my breathing steady, and my rhythm on the trigger rock solid. Bang, bang, bang. Every round punched cleanly through the space between the brows, kicking up a burst of black-red mist. Clean, decisive, no hesitation. Leah's face was pale. She splashed cold water on it a few times, forcing herself to calm down, and came back to the doorway. I didn't turn around. I just gestured toward the corpses, my tone leaving no room for argument. Go. Dig out the crystal cores. The apocalypse had arrived, and the brutal law of survival was now in motion. Anyone, no matter who they'd been before, had to adapt to this new world as fast as possible. Those who couldn't stomach the blood, the killing, and coming face to face with death were destined to be the first ones weeded out. Leah gritted her teeth, forcing down the nausea rising in her throat. She gripped the dagger I'd handed her and walked over to a relatively intact corpse. With trembling hands, she mimicked my movements, pressing the tip of the blade against the zombie's temple. But she couldn't bring herself to push it in. "If you want to survive in the apocalypse," I said, "the only way is to swallow the crystal cores in their heads and keep getting stronger." I dropped the words coldly, no comfort, just a statement of fact. Leah closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, there was a new hardness in her gaze. She drove the dagger in. But the moment the blade cut through the skull and her fingertips met that warm, slick, foul-smelling brain tissue, she couldn't help it. She rushed to the bathroom again. This happened 3 times. The 4th time she came back, her face was a mess of sweat, tears, and splattered filth, but her hands, at last, had stopped shaking. She clenched her jaw and cut open a zombie's skull, almost roughly this time, fingers groping through the sickening slime until they finally touched something hard and smooth. She dug it out with force, a crystal core, streaked with blood and giving off a faint white glow, sitting quietly in her grime-covered palm. In the meantime, I dragged the dozen or so zombies I'd just killed over to her feet, one by one. Time after time, she worked. The terror on her face was slowly replaced by numbness. Faced with rotting corpses and reeking brain matter, her hands no longer trembled. If anything, her cuts grew more and more precise. In the gaps between, she'd pull out her phone with shaking hands. Social media had already been swallowed by panic. Caught on camera. Someone went crazy at Wanrong Mall downtown, biting everyone in sight. Cops shot him, and he still wouldn't stop. Urgent, please help. My girlfriend just got caught in the rain. Her nails are turning black and sharp. Her eyes are completely black. She doesn't recognize me at all. What do I do? If I end up like that too, please, you have to kill me. Don't let me hurt our baby. Attached was a warm photo of a family of 3, the post forever timestamped at 10:17 this morning. Countless cries for help, breakdowns, and final goodbyes washed over her like a tide, eroding everything she thought she knew. She finally understood, with total clarity. The familiar, orderly world out there had completely collapsed. The only themes left now were chaos and death. If she wanted to live, if she didn't want to turn into a monster or be torn apart by one, she had to adapt to all of this, and fast. At that thought, the confusion drained from her eyes, replaced by a cold, almost icy resolve born of the will to survive. Adaptability. Not bad, I noted inwardly, watching the change in her from the corner of my eye. It's not that I'm cold-blooded by nature. It's that this newborn apocalypse is 1,000 times more brutal than any person could be. It weeds out the weak, the naive, and those too afraid to face reality, in the bloodiest way, and it does it first. I wanted Leah to live. Not just because she's my woman, but because I saw in her a kind of resilience that's hard to come by. In this world, I don't need dead weight that can only cry, and I don't need some bleeding heart saint whose foolish kindness drags the whole team down. Only someone like her, someone who can pull herself together fast after a shock, force herself to face the blood head-on, and is willing to learn and change, deserves to survive in this hell, and deserves a place at my side. About an hour later, silence settled back over the villa. I'd long since cut the blaring music. Now there was only the occasional distant scream and the sound of something slamming against something else. I took the last core she'd dug out and tallied up the haul. This fight, plus the first wave, came to 33 tier, 1 crystal cores in all. I pulled out 25 and spread them across my palm, holding them out to her. My order was simple: eat them. Leah stared at the pile of faintly glowing crystals, still reeking of blood, and a flicker of resistance crossed her eyes. But she'd watched me swallow one and come out fine, and she knew perfectly well she couldn't defy me. In the end, she shut her eyes, grabbed a fistful, and shoved them all into her mouth like bitter medicine, swallowing them down. I waited quietly beside her. There were 2 things I wanted to confirm. First, could she, who'd awakened her power through the creation spirit crystal, level up by consuming cores, maybe even surpass me, held back as I was by the creation bead? Second, and this was the crucial one, exactly how strong was that loyalty constraint the creation spirit crystal imposed? Could she break through it once she grew stronger? The instant the energy from the 25th core triggered a qualitative change inside her, Leah's whole body jolted. Her eyes snapped open, a brighter flash of white light flickering through her pupils and vanishing. She could clearly feel it. That beam, power inside her had grown more refined, and her strength, speed, and stamina had all noticeably improved. The sheer thrill overwhelmed any discomfort. She was so excited she practically leaped up, throwing herself at me. "Lynn, I can feel it. My power leveled up. And my body's stronger too." "Good." I said with a nod, my tone even. But the next second, my tone shifted, my voice turning cold and utterly devoid of feeling. Then go ahead and kill yourself now. Leah froze solid, the hands clutching my arm going slack in an instant. She looked up in disbelief, staring at this face of mine. So close, and yet suddenly so unfamiliar. Why? I just helped her get stronger. Why would I turn around and tell her to die? What terrified her even more? Even though her heart was flooded with confusion, grief, and resistance, her body and her will were locked down tight, as if by some invisible shackle. She couldn't summon so much as a shred of defiance, couldn't even bring herself to question me. As if my words were the highest truth, she was bound to obey. Tears slid uncontrollably down her grime-streaked cheeks. Torn between overwhelming grief and absolute obedience, she moved like a puppet that had lost its soul, trembling as she raised the dagger still smeared with brain matter, the cold blade inching toward her own throat. At the very last split second, just as the tip was about to pierce her skin, my hand shot out like lightning and snatched the dagger away. She lifted her tear-filled eyes in a daze, only to see the corner of my mouth curve up slightly, the coldness gone from my eyes, replaced by something almost like relief. All right, the test's over. Just a joke. I gently pulled her stiff body into my arms and patted her back as it shook from the aftershock, murmuring soothingly, "Don't be scared. It's over." As if I'd ever really let you die. Her taut nerves suddenly went slack. The exhaustion of a near-death escape and all her hurt came rushing up at once, and she sobbed quietly against my chest before quickly breaking into a teary smile, hugging me even tighter. In her chaotic state of mind right now, I was the sky above her, sometimes thunderstorms, sometimes clear and gentle weather, the one thing she could cling to, and had to cling to, in this collapsing apocalypse. She couldn't defy a single order I gave, and that absolute sense of belonging even bred a twisted kind of security in her, right alongside the fear. And inside me, the storm raging at that moment was even more violent than the doomsday outside the window. The creation spirit crystal's effect was far more terrifying than even my boldest guess. I'd figured that, at most, it would dramatically boost affection and obedience, something like a powerful loyalty brand. But the experiment just now proved otherwise. Even though Leah's power level had just risen, possibly even temporarily surpassing my own capped strength, when I gave her an order as extreme as kill yourself, one that went completely against the survival instinct, she still carried it out to the letter. And through the whole thing, her mind stayed clear and her emotions intact. There was fear, there was grief, but the one thing she couldn't muster was the very idea of defiance. No wonder they call it a treasure of the universe. I silently sucked in a cold breath. This kind of control, one that reaches into the very source of the soul, practically on the level of law itself, is downright monstrous. This wasn't just a powerful tool. It meant the female legion plan I'd been envisioning now had a core guarantee so solid it was frightening. As long as the supply of creation spirit crystals never ran out, loyalty would never be a variable. Afterward, I tossed the remaining 8 cores into the creation bead too. The moment they entered that space, they were like snow meeting a blazing sun, shrinking and melting fast, completely gone in under 10 seconds, not even a trace left behind. Absorbs them fast, I muttered to myself. Stranger still, a clear sensation of hunger, rooted in our soul link, flooded straight into my mind. Not a voice, not words, but a pure craving close to a living creature's instinct. As if the creation bead had already developed a dim consciousness and was desperately demanding more energy. So it really does have a spirit of its own. It wants to grow, I thought, my gaze sharpening. Its consciousness is just still too weak to even form a complete thought. Well, since the cores work on it, I can't afford to stop. I didn't dare waste time. The area around the villa was cleared out for now. To get more cores, I'd have to go on the offensive. Come on, you're hunting zombies with me, I said, turning to look at her, my tone calm, but leaving no room for argument. Leah barely hesitated before nodding. Okay, wherever you go, Lynn, I'll go. There was still a trace of nervousness in her voice, but compared to the girl from a few hours ago who'd puked herself dry at the sight of a corpse, there was now a steadiness in her eyes. With her tier 2 power, her physical abilities had been enhanced at least 6-fold. Her strength had made a huge leap, but real combat ability only comes from being forged in actual battle. I pulled 2 sets of heavy rain gear from my space. We had powers and didn't fear the virus in the blood rain, but neither of us wanted. Fighting in that cold, damp, clammy mess would seriously throw off your judgment. The 2 of us suited up, checked our gear, and locked that reinforced front door behind us. Our figures melted into a sky streaked with crimson rain as we headed out of the complex. The villa district was sparsely populated, and I'd already cleared out 2 waves, so the wandering zombies were few and far between. I'd even deliberately left a few behind as guard dogs, so this place wouldn't get flagged as a safe stronghold by other survivors too soon. Out on the street, a place once bustling with traffic was now completely deserted, eerily, deathly silent. Puddles by the roadside reflected the shattered neon signs, warped and uncanny. A scattered few zombies loitered at the mouths of alleys, mostly residents still in their pajamas or property staff who hadn't changed out of their uniforms, their movements stiff and sluggish. I raised my arm and picked them off with precise shots from my silenced pistol, or drove my knife cleanly through their temples, taking them out without a sound. For now, I stashed the bodies in my ability space. I needed an absolutely private environment to study how the creation bead leveled up, and pulling it out to feed it right now wasn't the time. The closer we got to the main road, the more horrifying it became. Several cars had twisted together in a mangled heap, drivers still strapped in by their seatbelts, long since mutated, shrieking uselessly in their seats. A snack stall had been overturned, milk tea cups soaking in bloody water. A child's cartoon print backpack hung alone from a lamppost, zipper half open, revealing part of a crayon drawing. 3 little stick figures holding hands, with the opinion scrawled crookedly beside it. Daddy, Mommy, and me. Leah pressed her lips together and forced herself to look away, but her steps didn't falter. She stayed right behind me, resolute. Half an hour later, we reached the biggest shopping complex in the area, Shanyuetiandi. From a distance, we could still see a few inflatable archways reading back-to-school specials and end-of-season clearance sagging in the wind and rain. Probably a back-to-school promotion that had drawn in a huge crowd by chance. And right now, the plaza outside the mall was packed with zombies. At a glance, several hundred at least. They wandered aimlessly, security guards, students with backpacks, employees with lanyards and badges, but most of them were just ordinary shoppers. Through the shattered glass curtain wall, I could see more figures moving slowly along the escalators, in the atrium, and in the food court. Crowded places always become disaster zones first, I said, lowering my voice as I screwed a suppressor onto my sniper rifle. Then I handed Leah an assault rifle, also suppressed, for some practice, and quickly ran her through grip, aiming, trigger control, and reloading. Close combat was more efficient, but zombies had razor-sharp hearing. Startle a big group, and you'd get swarmed easily. And I knew full well that I was only rank 1 right now, nowhere near the level where I could ignore sheer numbers and take on a horde head-on. I had to play it safe, at least until rank 2 before I could get cocky. We picked out a sniping spot and crept up to the flat rooftop of a low building across from the mall. The view was wide open, and rank 1 zombies couldn't climb up, an ideal firing position. I set up my sniper rifle. Leah crouched behind and to the side, holding her breath, working to adjust to the weight of the weapon. Bang! A zombie at the edge of the plaza dropped instantly, a bloom of blood bursting between its brows. Bang! Leah squeezed the trigger. The recoil jolted her shoulder, and the bullet grazed past the target's shoulder, striking a pillar behind it. The zombie's head snapped around, its pitch-black eyes locking onto our position, and it charged toward the low building with a shriek. My gaze sharpened. With a light twist of my wrist, bang, another shot, blowing the head clean off the charging zombie. I didn't even turn around, just passed on some pointers to Leah. Don't panic. Control your breathing. Treat it like a moving target. Keep going. For the next 2 hours, that plaza became Leah's live-fire training ground. I picked off the stragglers while teaching her how to shoot. When too many zombies clustered together, I had her use her beam ability. That white light was terrifyingly powerful, able to punch through several zombie heads at once. Its cleanup efficiency was frankly scary. At first, Leah kept missing, her heart pounding like a drum. But with her ability-enhanced body and my constant guidance, she gradually steadied her breathing and her trembling hands, and her hit rate actually climbed to 50%. Her use of her ability went from the initial panicked, wild spraying to consciously controlling the energy's intensity and angle. By the time the last zombie in the plaza went down, it was almost 2 in the afternoon. The sustained, high-intensity shooting and ability usage had left us both exhausted and starving. I quickly cleared away the bodies while Leah kept watch. I stashed all the corpses in the ability space first. I'd extract the crystal cores once we were safe. Once we finished up, we retreated into a milk tea shop with a busted door lock, long since abandoned, to rest. I pulled compression biscuits, beef jerky, and milk out of the space, and we wolfed it all down with our backs against the booth, eyes never leaving the glass door. The blood rain hadn't let up at all. Fat raindrops hammered against the awning in a steady pitter-patter, streaming down the drainage channels and finally dripping onto the already crimson-stained plaza. That scarlet rainwater spread out quickly, like something alive, greedily devouring the gray-white floor tiles, soaking the entire pavement into a blood-red carpet, so thick in color it was suffocating. The blood water flooded over tire tracks and footprints, wrapping around dropped phones, broken high heels, scattered flyers. It sent a chill down your spine just looking at it. Leah took a sip of milk. The warmth soothed her stomach for a moment, but it couldn't hold back the cold in her heart. Suddenly, she spoke up in a low voice, a little hoarse. Lynn, tell me, why is it that even now we haven't seen any police, haven't heard a single sign of the military? Is there still hope out there? Could they be organizing a rescue? I didn't answer right away. I just looked at her quietly. Our soldiers train every single day in peacetime, always ready for war. The police in the city patrol the streets every day. Now think about it. When the blood rain fell out of nowhere, with no warning, who would be the first ones caught out in the open, with no time to hide and nowhere to run? Leah's hand gripping the milk carton jerked violently, crushing the box out of shape, a few drops splashing onto her pant leg. She understood in an instant, and a chill shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. The first ones out on the streets directing traffic, standing at their posts, rushing into crowds to maintain order, were exactly those people in uniform. If even they couldn't escape, if they'd turned into those monsters outside in droves, then any so-called organized rescue had been nothing but a desperate wish from the very beginning. The last shred of illusion she held about the old order shattered silently, like glass. Peace was truly over. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Her chest tightened, as if gripped by an icy. A cold hand clamped around my heart, squeezing tighter and tighter until I could barely breathe. My gaze traveled past the curtain of rain, fixing on something far in the distance, the hazy outline of Yangqing University town. I remembered it clearly. In my past life, in that very area, a petty street thug who'd spent his days scraping by somehow survived the bloodbath. Not only did he avoid turning, he was among the very first to awaken abilities. After that, the guy's whole nature changed, or maybe the apocalypse just dragged out what was already in him. Either way, he was vicious as hell. He quickly turned the art college into his base, coercing students and plundering supplies. In just half a month, he gathered a brutal little army, ruling the entire university town and leaving countless tragedies in his wake. This time around, I'd chosen this place as my foundation too. If that bastard gets lucky enough to survive and awaken again, I thought coldly, then we'll see if he lives long enough to play warlord. He was someone I had to keep a close eye on, someone I'd rather eliminate first. I had no interest in burying a ticking time bomb right next to the base I was building so carefully. We finished the beef jerky and milk. Simple, but enough to make up for what we'd just burned through. We rested on the cold sofa for less than 20 minutes before I stood up first. Let's go. My voice was quiet, but it left no room for argument. Leah got up and fell in behind me immediately. The initial panic was gone from her eyes, replaced by a hardness that survival had forced out of her. This girl was adapting and growing far faster than most people could. Our objective was clear. Sweep this Shangyue Tiandi mall completely clean and haul off every usable supply. Sure, my personal space was already packed with $1 trillion strategic stockpile, but in an apocalypse where resources dried up fast, you could never have too many supplies, especially everyday goods. They were both a lifeline and hard currency for building power down the road. We pulled our heavy rain slickers back on and stepped through the mall's main doors again. The ground floor lobby was a wreck. Overturned information desks, shattered cosmetics counters, high heels and jewelry, and busted packaging scattered everywhere. A few zombies sprawled across the polished marble floor, each with a bullet hole between the eyes, leftovers from my earlier long-range picking. We took off our rain gear at the entrance and stowed it, then started clearing the place floor by floor. I put away the sniper rifle and took point with a suppressed pistol, Leah right on my heels, scanning every corner warily. We headed down to the big supermarket on B1 first. It was wide open, packed with shelving, and full of hidden danger. I cleared out a few zombies wandering near the fresh food section to make sure it was safe, then let my eyes settle on the mountains of supplies, cases of canned goods, walls of instant noodles, entire pallets of bottled water, plus toilet paper, toothpaste, and all the other daily essentials. With a single thought, whole rows of goods, metal shelving and all, vanished into thin air, leaving bare floor behind. Then the freezers, the storerooms, the small walk-in cold room, everything uncontaminated and still usable, no matter the category, got swept into my space. Deep in the supermarket, more than a dozen survivors huddled behind shelves and inside the employee break room, watching the whole thing through the gaps, stunned speechless. Most were the old folks who'd come to buy groceries that morning, along with a few staff who hadn't managed to run. I didn't spare so much as a glance in their direction. I was too busy collecting. I even swept a few unopened boxes of condoms from a corner into my space along with everything else. Leah caught sight of those brightly colored little boxes, and her ears went red in an instant. Her eyes drifted away and she muttered under her breath, "You want that stuff too?" My expression didn't change. In the apocalypse, despair, and pain are the norm. For some people, even a moment of numbness is a reason to keep going. And in certain situations, things like this could genuinely be life-saving for a woman. Leah froze for a second, then bit her lip and nodded silently. She understood a little better now. In my eyes, shame and morality had long since disappeared, leaving only cold, practical value and odds of survival. Back on the ground floor, we worked our way up, level by level. Luxury international cosmetics counters? Bagged. Those bottles and jars could be traded in extreme conditions or used just to keep basic hygiene going. The gold and jewelry counters? I pried open the reinforced glass cases with my knife. Gold bars, necklaces, bracelets, diamond rings, all into the space. Some women would still trade resources for these things even at the end of the world. The second floor was a huge clothing section. Menswear, women's wear, kids' clothes, lingerie, sportswear brands, all of it. Deep inside a high-end children's boutique, we noticed something off. Leah had sharp ears. She caught the sound of muffled sobbing coming from the storeroom. I signaled her to stay alert, crept up soundlessly, and yanked the door open. A middle-aged woman decked out in jewels and an expensive designer suit was curled up in the corner. The moment she saw living people, especially the gun in my hand, she lunged at me like she was grabbing a lifeline, reaching for my arm. I reacted instantly, snapping the muzzle up against her forehead and forcing her to stumble backward onto the floor. "Save me. Please, save me. I'll pay you. I have lots of money. My husband's the GM of a big company. If you save me, he'll reward you handsomely. I swear." She begged incoherently, even starting to kowtow, her voice hoarse with desperation. Leah looked at me, a complicated expression on her face, and said nothing. My eyes locked onto the side of the woman's neck, a fresh claw mark, the flesh peeled back, the edges already turning black. Even more chilling, deep in her eyes, threads of black were spreading fast, swallowing the whites. I gave Leah a look, telling her to pay attention. When she saw the wound and the change in the woman's eyes, her stomach clenched and she understood at once. This woman was beyond saving. Turning was just a matter of time, maybe the very next second. I didn't hesitate. Right then, the woman's body began convulsing uncontrollably, an inhuman shriek tearing from her throat. Bang! A muffled report. The bullet punched cleanly through her skull. I stepped forward, collected the corpse into my space, and swept up the spare clothing and supplies in the storeroom while I was at it. We kept moving. The little incident had made the atmosphere even heavier. Before long, we reached the entrance of the Chanel store. Inside was the same chaos. Mannequins toppled every which way. Expensive perfume bottles shattered across the floor, their fragrance mingling with the smell of blood. 3 zombies in store employee uniforms lay by the checkout counter, each dropped with a single headshot. Leah's eyes lit up. Those limited edition handbags, ready-to-wear pieces, and haute couture gowns still held some appeal for her. She was about to step inside when I threw out an arm and pulled her behind me. My gaze cut like lightning across every corner, finally coming to rest on the far. That row of fitting rooms curtained off with heavy velvet drapes. I signaled to her. After what happened at the children's clothing store, Leah caught on immediately. There might be something hiding in there, and it wasn't necessarily human. She held her breath, softened her steps, and crept low toward the outermost fitting room, pressing her back against the cold wall. I leveled my gun steadily, aiming right at the spot where the curtain would part, my eyes cold as ice. Leah drew a deep breath, then suddenly shot her hand out and yanked the curtain open with a swish, immediately darting to the side and back to dodge any attack. But the expected lunge and snarl never came. My gun stayed silent. I frowned and moved in cautiously, gun raised. Leah, hearing nothing, glanced back into the fitting room, equally puzzled. There in the cramped corner, 2 figures huddled tightly together, trembling. They'd wrapped themselves head to toe in several expensive silk gowns and cashmere shawls. Like 2 frightened baby birds nestled together in a blizzard, almost blending in with the piles of clothing. Sensing the curtain had been pulled back, yet hearing no sign of the undead, the 2 bundles of clothing paused in their shaking. One of them, extremely slowly, lifted a corner of the skirt covering her face, revealing a pair of almond eyes brimming with tears and written all over with terror. Right after, the other did the same. 2 nearly identical faces emerged, one after another, from the fabric. Porcelain fair, delicate skin, drained of color by fear, elegant little noses, faintly trembling lips. Most striking of all were those large, bright eyes with slightly upturned corners. Right now they looked like startled fawns, misted over. Even more astonishing, the 2 faces were like mirror reflections, from brow to lips, the resemblance uncanny. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet fragile as porcelain dolls. For a moment, even I froze. Beside me, Leah reflexively clapped a hand over her mouth. It wasn't just their beauty that stunned me, it was that they were twins. Genetically identical twin beauties, rare even before the apocalypse. In this world of collapsed order, where survival was never guaranteed, their rarity, and the trouble they could attract, was multiplied over. I'd struggled to survive for 5 years in my past life, and never once encountered anything like this. Yet barely 2 days after being reborn, I'd first run into a top-tier flight attendant like Leah, and now, here, this pair of stunning twin sisters. A second later, sheer willpower dragged me back to reality. In the apocalypse, beauty and danger tend to walk hand in hand. Can you talk? My voice was low, scrutinizing. I lowered the muzzle slightly, but didn't fully drop it. Even though both instinct and observation told me these two weren't infected, caution had long since become my survival instinct. The two girls were clearly scared out of their wits. It wasn't until they heard a clear human voice that they recovered a shred of their senses from the terror. Once they saw that what stood before them wasn't a monster, but living people. One of them a young woman around their own age with a remarkable presence. The will to survive finally overrode their fear. Both spoke almost simultaneously, their voices crisp as bells, thick with tears, yet strangely in sync. Yes, we can talk. We're not zombies. We're really not. The older sister. We're not monsters. We're people. We're alive. The younger sister. At this, most of Leah's wariness melted away. She crouched down and softened her tone as much as she could. Don't be afraid. We're survivors too. How did you two end up hiding in here? The seemingly steadier older sister explained anxiously, the words tumbling out fast. We're sophomores in the dance department at Yangqing Arts Academy. The welcome gala is next week, and the department sent us to pick out performance costumes. We just finished trying a few on, and we're about to go pay when we heard screaming everywhere outside. Through the gap in the door, we saw someone get bitten, and then they turned into one of those horrible monsters. We were terrified, so we hid back here, covered ourselves with clothes, and didn't dare move or make a sound. The floor of the fitting room was strewn with designer gowns, lace lingerie, and the shawls they'd pulled down for cover. It looked like the two girls had gotten pretty into their shopping. I swept my gaze over them. Smooth skin, no dark, bluish veins, frightened eyes but clear pupils, whites of the eyes normal, infection ruled out for now. Names? I asked. I'm Jiang Yingxue, the older sister. The steadier one answered. I'm Jiang Yingyue, the younger sister. The other one, nearly identical, but livelier, added immediately. The two looked so alike that without the introductions, no outsider could ever tell which was the older and which the younger. I said nothing more, turning to keep scraping the place clean. Chanel handbags, Dior ready-to-wear, LV luggage. Whether they'd ever come in handy was a question for later. My principle was better to grab it by mistake than to let it slip by. With a flick of my mind, item after item vanished along with the display racks. The store went empty. The Jiang sisters watched, jaws dropped, as though they'd witnessed a myth. How? How did he do that? The younger sister murmured to herself, forgetting even her fear. It's a spatial ability. Leah explained from the side, with a touch of borrowed pride. It was something I told her earlier during our small talk. A spatial ability? Shock and hope burst into both sisters' eyes at once. On day one of the apocalypse, in a hopeless corner like this, they'd actually run into a legendary esper. They didn't yet understand what an esper truly meant in this new world, but instinctively they knew. This was a beam of powerful light in the darkness, a savior sent from heaven. Leah walked over to the sofa and sat down, relaxing a little. The Jiang sisters trailed close behind her like two kittens, anxiously and nervously pressing for news about the situation outside. Yeah? Sister, yeah. Jiang Yingxue, more decisive than her sister, drew a deep breath. Could we come with you? She understood clearly. For two girls with no ability to protect themselves, the odds of surviving alone in this world were next to zero. To live, they had to attach themselves to the strong. Yes, sister, yeah, we'll be really obedient. Laundry, cooking, cleaning, we can learn to do anything. We won't be any trouble at all. Jiang Yingyue hurried to add, her little face full of pleading. Well, this. Leah looked at me, at a loss. It's not my call. I just cleared out the last row of shelves. I turned around and calmly looked over the two sisters. You can come. Joy had just begun to bloom on their faces when I continued. But you must obey without conditions. My orders are the rule for everything you do. Anyone who disobeys gets no mercy from me, only death. My tone was flat, edged with cold. That said, as long as you, loyal and useful, and I'll do my best to keep you alive. Yes, we'll do whatever you say? Absolutely. The two sisters nodded frantically. The relief of surviving a brush with death made them commit without hesitation. Moments later, I'd cleared out even the store's back stockroom. Xiaoya, I said, heading toward the next shop, giving orders as I walked. If we come across the right kind of survivors, ones willing to obey, You can bring them along after you size them up. Remember, for now, women only. The lesson from my past life, betrayed by my brothers, had been too brutal. In this new world of scarce resources where strength was everything, ambition, greed, and betrayal always came bundled with the male instinct. At least for now, building a team of women centered on absolute loyalty was the safer bet. Got it, Lynn. Leah nodded, then quickly caught up with the two sisters in tow. I kept sweeping the second floor. Fast fashion, designer lingerie, athletic streetwear, high-end boutiques. Everywhere I went, rows of shelves vanished. I even grabbed the big mirrors from the fitting rooms. In the long dark age ahead, a single clean, intact mirror might become a rare commodity with unexpected trade value. The fighting continued. Sniper rifle out of rounds? No problem. A flick of the mind, and the gun in my hands vanished. A split second later, a brand new one with a full magazine appeared in my palm, smooth as water, like I'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. Leah seized the chance to practice too, picking off distant zombies that were stationary or isolated. The twins huddled at the back of the group, their little faces ghost white. Every time a zombie's skull burst apart and black-red gore splattered, they doubled over and dry heaved. But their stomachs were long empty. Only stomach acid came up, burning its way through their throats. They clamped their mouths shut, not daring to make a sound, not daring to fall behind. Outside was an endless sea of man-eating monsters, but in here, at least, there was one man so impossibly powerful he could give them a sliver of hope. The will to survive overrode everything. They bit through their lower lips just to keep pace with the two reassuring figures ahead of them. Leah caught sight of them choking back vomit, eyes rimmed red, and remembered how wretched she herself had been at the villa's front door just hours ago. Something in her softened. She slowed her steps and lowered her voice. Don't push yourselves. Ease into it. Out there, it's completely fallen apart. She pulled out her phone. Look, every short video platform has blown up. People live streaming as zombies chase them down, the camera shaking so hard all you get is screaming. People posting survival tutorials, teaching you to ram a sharpened rebar through a zombie's skull. But more than anything, it's looting, arson, and rape. She paused, her voice taking on a cold edge. At first, the comment sections were full of people yelling, "Where's your humanity? You animals." But now those voices are getting rarer. Because everyone's finally seeing it clearly, order is already shattered. There's a beast caged inside every person, and the moment the apocalypse hit, the cage door swung open. This wasn't fear-mongering. It was the brutal truth they'd pieced together from fragments online and the chaos outside their windows. Little by little, the group had grown. The newcomers were all young women, good-looking, terrified but clear-eyed, and without exception, none had a man at their side. Near a nursing room, a man and a woman scrambled out in a panic. The man was heavy-set, wearing a rumpled polo shirt. The woman's heavy makeup had already smeared, her clothes in disarray. Seeing the fearsome heavy sniper rifle in my hands and the group of girls behind me, their eyes lit up. They'd found themselves a big meal ticket, and they rushed over. Leah stepped forward, planting herself at my flank, her tone calm but firm. Sorry, you don't meet our criteria for taking people in. Says who? The heavily made-up woman shrilled, her eyes sweeping over Leah and the twins with contempt and envy. Weren't you saved by him too? Quit acting so high and mighty. We're all in the same boat here. What's wrong with helping each other out? She was still running on the inertia of the old world, still assuming youth and beauty were a privilege. She hadn't noticed at all that Leah wore the same tactical gear I did, carried the same weapon at her hip, and shared that wordless understanding with me. The man forced an ingratiating smile and kept reassuring me. Brother, take me in. I'm strong. I can haul things, keep watch, do the labor. I'll follow orders, no question. But even as he spoke, his gaze drifted, out of his control, toward the girls behind me, his greed barely concealed. Leah sneered, her eyes raking over him like a blade. Strong, huh? Then start by hauling away the lie your girlfriend just told. She said you two were just ordinary friends who happened to hide together. But when we pulled back that curtain, your hands sure weren't letting go of each other. The made-up woman went pale and hastily turned to me, her voice suddenly soft and seductive, leaning in. Handsome, my name's Shaoli. Just let me come with you, and I'll do anything for you. She moved closer, her chest grazing ever so faintly against my arm. I didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. I sidestepped to avoid her, my eyes cold as 10,000-year ice, and spat out a single word, get lost. The woman froze in place, her flirtatious smile instantly congealing. She stared at me in disbelief, as if she couldn't understand why her assets had failed. Her seduction had crashed and burned. Her face flushed red, then drained white, and in a fit of humiliated rage, she grabbed her still-dazed boyfriend and stumbled off in the opposite direction. They hadn't gotten far before their stifled bickering drifted back. Useless, liar, I never should have believed you, grating in the empty mall. I paid it no mind, brushing it away like a speck of dust, and kept moving with my rifle raised, searching. Along the way, I ran into plenty more survivors in hiding. Some crouched behind clutter in the fire stairwells, some curled up under the plastic slides in the children's play area. Most, seeing the menace radiating off me and the heavy weaponry, warily kept their distance or watched me pass in silence. In the panic of the apocalypse, no one trusted a stranger easily anymore, and no one believed there'd be a savior with no strings attached. But there were exceptions, and those who volunteered to join were almost uniformly women. The girls who stayed weren't all stunning like the Jiang sisters, but most were pretty and well put together, their eyes snapping to clarity after the initial terror. They observed in silence and followed quietly. None cried or made a fuss. None made special demands. When they watched with their own eyes as I waved entire rows of shelves out of existence and calmly gunned down zombie after zombie, that last trace of hesitation and fear gave way to the will to survive and awe at raw power. As they looked at my back, their eyes slowly shifted from fear and bewilderment into something more complex, a blend of dependence, reverence, and the first stirrings of trust. Lee, you naturally settled into the role of my second-in-command. She'd take the compressed biscuits and water rations from me and hand them out to the newcomers, murmuring words of comfort. When I cleared obstacles up front, she'd handle the stray zombies on our flanks and rear. Gentle in speech, quick and efficient in her movements, she got this hastily thrown-together group to calm down in no time. Outwardly, I stayed impassive, but inside, I was more and more pleased with Leah. This girl gets it. She makes things easy. What I didn't know back then was that this maturity and clear-headedness, far beyond her years, had been forged in a past she'd rather forget. She was the illegitimate daughter of a real estate tycoon, the kind of secret that never sees daylight. She'd grown up watching her mother cry herself to sleep, ignored and pushed aside by her father's legitimate wife. She'd seen how her father used money and power to toy with people's feelings, and watched her half-brothers and half-sisters scheme against each other and turn into bitter enemies over inheritance rights and their father's favor. The rawest greed, hypocrisy, and malice in human nature. She'd seen through it a decade earlier than her peers. So in this apocalypse, where desire ran unchecked and the strong preyed on the weak, she was oddly calm. Beauty and fragility were no longer privileges. They were magnets for disaster. Only by attaching herself to a truly powerful person and proving her own worth could she hope to survive. And right then, in an upscale Western restaurant on the mall's 5th floor, a bloody scene was unfolding. The head chef, Hao Yong, a bald, fat man with a face full of hard, ugly flesh, had cornered a dozen or so waitresses along with 7 or 8 male waiters at his back. The glass doors were shut tight, and outside them, over a dozen zombies pounded frantically, letting out shrieks that set your teeth on edge. 2 young female corpses already lay on the floor, the waitresses who'd fought back moments ago, spitting that he was a toad lusting after swan meat. Hao Yong had hacked them to death himself with a meat cleaver. Blood had soaked through the carpet. Manager Sue, why make this so hard? Hao Yong licked his lips, his beady eyes locked on the composed office beauty across from him. Look outside. It's nothing but man-eating monsters out there. Who the hell knows how long this cursed blood rain is going to last? The government hasn't said jack. This is the goddamn apocalypse. Stop dreaming about rescue. He took a step closer. Just give in to me, and I'll make sure you eat and drink like a queen, 100 times better than those losers out there. Hao Yong, in your dreams. This woman was Su Yun, the restaurant manager. Her face was pale, but her back was ramrod straight. I'd rather die than submit to scum like you. You've murdered people. You'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. What's coming to me? Ha ha. Hao Yong cracked his neck, like he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Manager Sue, you still don't get the situation. I'm a man who's awakened in ability. He raised his right hand. A faint, earthy yellow glow shimmered around his stubby fingers. A waiter behind him immediately started sucking up. That's right. Sticking with brother Hao is the only way to live. But even as he spoke, his eyes slid greedily toward the 2 other head servers standing behind Su Yun, practically drooling. Brother Hao, those 2 chicks, think you could throw them to us boys for a little fun? Smack. Hao Yong backhanded him across the face. You wish, you greedy prick. Those 2 are mine too. The waiter who'd been hit ducked his head, apologizing over and over. Hao Yong rubbed his bald scalp, his gaze sweeping over the trembling women across from him. But, aside from these 3, the rest of the women, those you boys can have. The men behind him lit up with excitement, their stares growing more and more shameless. The women erupted in furious curses, but 7 or 8 of them clearly wavered, edging backward, their eyes darting nervously. Just then, Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled gunshots came from the corridor outside the restaurant. Manager Sue. Gunshots. Is it the rescue team? A young waitress choked back a sob, hope flaring in her eyes. Hao Yong and his men went pale. They could tell that wasn't a zombie. It sounded more like a suppressed firearm. Damn it. Murderous rage flooded Hao Yong's face. Might as well go all the way. Whoever comes through that door, we kill them all. We'll just say the zombies did it. Dead men tell no tales. Among the 7 or 8 hesitant women, one suddenly dropped to her knees, kowtowing. Brother Hao, spare me. We'll join you. 6 or 7 others fell to their knees right after her, their faces full of raw terror. Good. Smart choice. Hao Yong sneered, but there wasn't a shred of trust in his eyes. Want to live? Fine. Each of you goes over and kills one of the ones still resisting. Prove your loyalty through action. Otherwise, he waved the bloody cleaver. I'll gut you along with them. Only then did the kneeling women understand. He never intended to spare any of them. He just wanted to force them to turn on each other, to cut off any way back. The survival instinct instantly overrode reason. Several women, eyes wild, snatched up plates, condiment bottles, high-heeled shoes, and, screaming, lunged at the very companions they'd been standing shoulder to shoulder with moments before. Ah, Xiaofang, are you insane? I'll take you all down with me. Sobbing, screaming, shattering glass, it all filled the restaurant in an instant. The elegant Western restaurant had completely become a bloody killing floor. The zombies outside, smelling the blood, slammed against the doors even more frantically. By this point, I'd followed the commotion up to the 5th floor. Xiaoya, wait for me at the elevator with the others. I left those words behind and walked alone toward the restaurant, rifle in hand. The zombies wandering the corridor had nearly all been drawn to the doors by the sounds of slaughter inside. Inside the restaurant, a head server was waving a dinner fork in a futile defense, while a male waiter's fruit knife was already thrusting toward her chest. Bang! The knife-wielding man dropped where he stood, a bloody hole between his brows. Almost simultaneously, I fired again, and Hao Yong, who had his hand clamped around Su Yun's throat, saw his right wrist burst open in a spray of blood. After the string of gunshots, the killing stopped dead. A deathly silence fell over the entire room. Every single person turned to stare blankly at me in the doorway. Head to toe in black tactical gear, a sniper rifle in my hands. The zombies still pounded frantically outside, as if I'd materialized out of thin air. I swept my eyes across the room, my gaze settling on the woman by the wall, clutching her throat and coughing violently. White blouse, black high-waisted skirt, 5'7", slender and upright, with a poised, dignified air. Even disheveled, the stubbornness in her expression was striking. The 2 head servers behind her were rare beauties too, just a notch below her. Hao Yong clutched his gushing wrist, narrowing his beady eyes as he sized me up, hard. I could tell what he was calculating. Not military, no epaulets, and the undergarment wasn't standard-issue uniform. Fighting back, the searing pain shot through him as he secretly gathered the earth-based power he'd only just awakened. Brother, why are you attacking us? He said, feigning calm, striking first. These women are infected. They're about to turn. We're just eliminating a threat. Su Yun immediately screamed, her voice hoarse. Don't believe him. He's lying. He killed people and tried to force himself on us. Now he wants us dead to cover it up. The 2 hostesses, also on the verge of tears, pointed at the woman's corpse on the floor. Go to hell. Hao Yong's eyes flared with murderous intent. The power he'd been charging finally condensed in his left fist. A faint earthy yellow glow wrapped around his knuckles as it whistled toward me. Look out! The 3 women cried in unison. I didn't move my feet. I just lifted my wrist slightly, adjusting the barrel by a hair. Bang! Hao Yong jerked to a stop halfway through his charge. A bullet hole appeared between his brows. The back of his skull blew open, and a spray of red and white splattered across the faces of his underlings behind him. The glow of his power collapsed in an instant, and his massive body crashed to the ground. The remaining male waiters, some spun around and bolted for the kitchen's back door. Others, eyes bloodshot, raised their knives and rushed me. My only answer was a dozen more gunshots. Bang, bang, bang. When the shooting stopped, the restaurant fell dead silent again, broken only by the increasingly frenzied pounding of the zombies outside. Su Yun swallowed hard. The 2 hostesses were already clinging to each other in terror. They never imagined that a brute like Hao Yong, someone with actual superpowers, could be so utterly helpless in front of me. From kicking down the door to gunning down every last one of them, not a single flicker had crossed my face. It was like I'd just finished a routine cleanup. Crash! The battered glass door finally shattered completely. Dozens of zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, came flooding in. I didn't even turn around, just angled my body as the rifle spoke again. Bang, bang, bang. Steady rhythm. Every bullet sank cleanly into an eye socket or right between the brows. The zombies pouring and dropped one after another, heads exploding, and not a single one made it within 10 feet of me. A moment later, the snarling outside briefly died down. Only then did Li lead Jiang Yingxue and the rest of the girls cautiously inside. Seeing the floor littered with corpses that were clearly human, and the three trembling women against the wall whose beauty was impossible to hide, she pieced together most of what had happened in an instant. She hurried forward and crouched in front of Su Yun, her voice extremely gentle. "It's over. You're safe now. Don't be afraid." The terror and grief of surviving a brush with death finally broke through the fragile walls the three women had been holding up. Su Yun buried her head in her knees, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The two hostesses clung to each other and sobbed aloud, tears sliding down through the streaks of blood. Leah and the girls behind her quietly gathered around, offering tissues and water, murmuring words of comfort. From their broken, halting accounts, the coercion, the killings, being divided up like merchandise, the eyes of every surviving girl drifted, almost involuntarily, to my back. In that moment, they suddenly understood. In the apocalypse, there was no law, no order. Once the human heart broke free of its restraints, the evil it revealed was often colder, crueler, and more hopeless than the mindless zombies that only knew how to devour. To survive in this hell, maybe you really did need a protector, someone strong, someone who, at least for now, still had lines they wouldn't cross. And Leah finally understood, on a deeper level, why I was so adamant about not taking in any men for the time being. In these early days, with power thrown out of balance and morality in collapse, certain desires and dark impulses were far too easy to let loose. 3 hours later, the entire 5-story Shangyue Tiandi shopping mall was thoroughly cleared. Every hidden zombie was wiped out, and every scrap of valuable supplies on each floor was swept clean into my possession. I led the group back to the empty central atrium on the first floor. By now, the people behind me were no longer the handful I'd started with. Aside from Leah, who'd been with me from the beginning, the group had grown to 20 female survivors, Su Yun, Zhou Xiaoman, and Zhang Jing among them. Most of them were stained with grime and looked exhausted, but their eyes were no longer vacant. They'd found something to anchor them. I stopped, turned around, and calmly swept my gaze over the group. My voice wasn't loud, but in the empty, silent hall it came through crystal clear. "You've all seen what it's like out there." I pointed at the phones still clutched tightly in their hands. "Short videos, social media, it's all the same. Nothing but scenes of the end of the world, everywhere you look." I paused, my eyes moving across each face, every one of them etched with unease and hope. "The zombies in this mall are gone. I've cleared them all out. Now you have two choices. 1. Stay here and wait for that rescue you might be hoping for. 2. Leave now. Take your chances out there and find your own way to survive." My tone was even. I didn't play up the fear, and I didn't make any false promises. But it was exactly that calmness that landed like a hammer on every heart. "But my suggestion," I said, meeting their eyes openly, "is that you come with me. I can't guarantee absolute safety. There's no such thing in the apocalypse. But you've seen my spatial power with your own eyes. It can hold a massive amount of supplies. I won't lie to you. I've stockpiled enough food, water, and medicine to feed all of us for a long time. Stick with me, and at least in the short term, you won't starve, you won't die of thirst, and you won't freeze to death." I paused, then added the most important condition. "Of course, I don't feed people who only eat and never work. If you want to stay, if you want protection and supplies, you have to earn it. Fight, clear zombies, gather resources, take on whatever guard duty and logistics you're capable of. In the apocalypse, there's no room for freeloaders." The truth was, I knew perfectly well that once I gave them the creation spirit crystal, every one of these girls would end up absolutely loyal to me. But I still wanted to screen them first, and this time the standard wasn't looks. It was character, courage, and basic survival sense. The apocalypse was long and brutal. If everyone around me was selfish, cowardly, scheming, and completely unable to adapt to the bloody rules of this new world, then even forcing control through the crystals would just be a pointless drain on my patience and resources. Sooner or later, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from cleaning out that kind of dead weight with my own hands, and that would be the real waste. I lifted my wrist and glanced at my tactical watch. "You've got 10 minutes to think it over. Stay or go, it's your call." With that, I said nothing more. I turned and walked over to the mall's shattered glass door, standing there quietly, leaving the decision entirely to them. There was almost no hesitation. Leah was the first to walk over to my side. She didn't say a word. She just reached out and gently took hold of my arm, standing quietly off to the side. It was both silent support and an example for those still torn with indecision. Right after that, Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Yingwei, who'd been holding their little sister's hand the whole time, exchanged a glance. The two sisters wiped away their tears at the same moment, then jogged over hand in hand and took their place beside Leah. They'd tried countless times to reach their family, but all they ever got was a busy signal. Deep down they knew, their loved ones, hundreds of miles away, were almost certainly gone. This man in front of them was the only thing they had left to lean on. Zhou Xiaoman clutched at the hem of Su Yun's shirt, her voice still trembling. Yun, do we really have to go with him? To some place we've never even seen. Zhang Jing was watching her nervously too. Su Yun was the youngest regional operations manager at this chain of upscale restaurants. A boss they'd always trusted, and right now, their emotional anchor. She didn't answer right away. Her gaze traveled past the others and landed on my aloof back. After a moment, she took a deep breath and slipped back into her usual calm. Yes, we're definitely going with him. Seeing their surprise, she lowered her voice, every word crisp and clear. A guy like Hao Yong, on day one of the apocalypse, he's already trying to use brute force and his powers to hand out women like spoils of war, buying loyalty to build his little kingdom. But the man at the door, she gestured toward me. From the moment he walked in killing people, to clearing out the whole mall, to giving us that choice just now. Did you see him lay a hand on a single woman? He didn't even let his eyes wander. That tells me he's got his own rules, his own line he won't cross. He's not some beast ruled by appetite. She kept breaking it down. More important, he's got a gun. He's got serious powers, and he can make an entire store's worth of supplies vanish into thin air. You know what that means? It means he's holding the one thing that matters most for our survival: food, water, a safe place to be. Stick with him, and for the near future, we won't have to sweat over where our next meal or next drink of water is coming from. Zhou Xiaoman bit her cracked, dry lips. But what if he changes later too? Turns out like Hao Yong. Then at least he isn't right now. Su Yun looked her dead in the eye, dead certain. And besides, do we have a better option? Strike out on our own. It's all zombies out there. The blood rains poisoned pretty much every water source. The cops and the military still haven't made a peep, and the internet's nothing but despair. Unless you honestly think you can survive 3 days solo in this hellhole, wise up. Right now the smartest move is to follow someone strong, someone with power, with rules, who hasn't gone completely off the rails. Zhou Xiaoman and Zhang Jing traded a look, and finally made up their minds. They followed Su Yun and fell into line. The other girls listened to all this, exchanged glances, and the scales in their hearts tipped fast. Nobody thought they could make it alone, and nobody was still holding on to the fantasy of a rescue. 10 minutes later, 2 quiet rows stood behind me, 14 people in all. They were different ages, different faces, but every one of them now had a flicker of something in their eyes called hope. In the end, 6 still chose to leave, held back by loved ones, terrified of an unfamiliar place, or clinging to one last shred of faith in the authorities. The 14 who stayed were mostly people who'd lost contact with family, didn't know if they were alive or dead, or who'd been alone in this city grinding it out to begin with. Keeping this many, and a decent bunch, at that, I was already satisfied. When the time was right, I'd have them all take creation spirit crystals to awaken their powers. A little training, a little coordination, and they'd be a respectable fighting force, able to hold down a base, and to speed up how fast I collected crystal cores to feed the creation pearl. Today's haul was rich. Time to head back. I stood in the shattered doorway and looked out toward the distant street. There, shadowy figures were gathering again, and wave after wave of snarling echoed through the dead-silent blocks, the kind of sound that makes your scalp crawl. I knew full well the night belonged to the zombies. In the dark, human vision was limited, while these monsters, with their hearing and sense of smell sharpened by mutation, could easily lock onto anything living, growing more frenzied, more dangerous. Over 9 straight hours of high-intensity fighting. Even with my powers keeping me going, the exhaustion kept rolling in waves. Time to go back. I pulled my gaze away. I led everyone to the wide eaves along the side of the mall. A flick of thought, and a silver-gray minibus appeared out of nowhere. The body had clearly been reinforced, with dark, multi-layered bulletproof glass, an extra-high chassis on a hardened frame, and heavy off-road tires. I'd borrowed it from a U.S. Navy port in New City. Get in. The 15 girls boarded in order. Leah was the last one on. She carefully shut every window and drew the blackout curtains, sealing the inside off from the world outside. I dropped into the driver's seat, and the engine roared. I stomped the gas, and the minibus tore out of the exit like a beast off its leash, smashing the barrier arm to splinters that scattered everywhere. On the way back to the Villa District, there were overturned and road-blocking cars here and there. I couldn't be bothered to steer around them. A sweep of thought, and the obstacles vanished into thin air, swallowed into my space, the road clearing instantly. This blunt, no-nonsense way of clearing a path left the girls staring in slack-jawed amazement. adding one more layer to their understanding of just how powerful I was. About half an hour later, the minibus rolled into the villa district and, familiar with the route, pulled straight into the underground garage of Leah's villa. Leah got out ahead of time and opened the gate with her fingerprint. Once the vehicle was inside, the gate slowly lowered, shutting out the blood and snarling of the outside world for good. The group took the interior stairs back up to the first-floor living room, and only then did their taut nerves truly ease. Everyone let out a long breath at the same time. The crystal chandelier cast a warm, golden glow over the lavish, spotless living room, and the apocalyptic madness beyond the windows seemed like nothing more than a distant nightmare. I looked around at everyone. Any of you know how to cook? If nobody did, I planned to just break out those gourmet meals I'd stockpiled in my space yesterday. But if someone could cook, I wanted to save those for later. After all, in the days to come, that kind of thing was only going to get harder to find. I can. Suyin stepped up first. As the manager of a high-end restaurant, she'd learned a bit of cooking to stay on top of the kitchen and the menu. We can help too. Zhou Xiaomin and Zhang Jing raised their hands right after. After so long in the restaurant business, whipping up a few home-style dishes, stewing soup, or frying rice was no trouble at all. I took the three of them into the kitchen. A flick of thought, and with a clatter, the countertop was instantly piled high with ingredients. Bright red beef and lamb, plump frozen shrimp, glistening rice with every grain distinct, all kinds of fresh vegetables, and whole unopened cases of seasonings, so much it nearly spilled off the counter. Back in the living room, I turned to the others and said, "Go get the rooms sorted out. Pick whichever ones you like." The words were barely out of my mouth when a heap of bedding materialized out of thin air. Down comforters, pure cotton sheet sets, memory foam pillows, cashmere blankets. All loot I'd swept up from high-end home goods stores before the apocalypse. I turned to Leah and said, "You handle the room assignments. Make sure everyone's comfortable. Let them get familiar with the place first." Once that was settled, I didn't say another word and headed straight up to the second floor. The master bedroom had technically been Leah's, but the owner of this place now was me. I locked the door behind me, shutting out all the noise from downstairs, and finally got a moment of peace. I sat on the edge of the bed, focused my mind, and dropped the zombie corpses stored in my ability space into the Hongmeng creation pearl one by one. I'd already fed it 25 outside, and I kept going until the 75th was absorbed, 100 total, right on the nose. Without warning, a searing heat flared between my brows. A flash of purple light burst across my mind, and a stream of information surfaced. Homing Creation Pearl Soulbound to host current level 2. Potential development. Consume energy to randomly develop 1 S-rank ability. 9-day charge time. World Foundation. Internal space expanded to 4,000 square meters. Creation Spirit Spring. 10 Creation Spirit Crystals produced daily. Level cap. The host's highest ability level cannot exceed the Pearl's current level. I could immediately feel the world inside the Pearl open up. The heirloom pigs, farm dogs, and the little Chinese Li Hua kitten that had been cramped together before were now romping and racing joyfully across the new terrain. The Creation Spirit Spring had widened, too, and 10 more crystalline Creation Spirit crystals had condensed at its edge. I couldn't help but grin. A leveling bonus with the upgrade? Not bad. I took out the 300 tier, 1 zombie crystal cores Leah had helped me collect, thought for a second, then started swallowing them one by one. Warm currents exploded through my body again and again, scouring my meridians, strengthening my bones, my power climbing higher and higher. When the 150th was fully absorbed, the changes inside me hit a tipping point. All 3 S-rank abilities leveled up to Tier 2 simultaneously. Spatial teleportation. Teleport distance up to 200 meters. Carrying capacity 400 kilograms. Mind control. Mental power boosted 20-fold. Commands more discreet. Lasting 20 minutes. With targets' memories far hazier after they come to. Transcendent body. Physical attributes enhanced 20-fold. One punch could blast through a concrete wall. My short burst speed outran a car, and my skin and muscles were tough enough that even ordinary pistol rounds struggled to punch through. This boost, it's just overpowered. I clenched my fist, my knuckles cracking, a surge of raw power flooding my whole body. It almost made me roar with excitement. But the next second, reason won out over the euphoria. The cost was just as staggering. It took 100 corpses to gain 1 level, and 150 cores just to push my abilities from Tier 1 to Tier 2. And this was only the beginning. The resources I'd need going forward would be astronomical. What's more, Tier 1 cores could push an ability to the peak of Tier 2 at most. To break through to Tier 3, I'd need Tier 2 zombie cores as the key. The higher I climbed, the more the cores tier couldn't be more than 2 levels below my current ability. Otherwise, they were basically useless. Low-tier cores are there for the taking as long as you're willing to kill. But the apocalypse just started. Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies haven't shown up yet. Tier 2 is my ceiling for now. I sighed, looking at the remaining 150 cores and the mountain of corpses. My hesitation lasted only a heartbeat. Gritting my teeth, I dumped all 1,000+ remaining corpses into the creation pearl. Purple light lit up my sea of consciousness again, thicker than before. Homing creation pearl leveled up to Tier 3. Internal space expanded 100-fold total area, 400,000 square meters. 1,000+ corpses for just one level. All my excitement drained away as I slumped back against the headboard, rubbing my brow with a bitter laugh. At this exponential rate, Tier 4 will take tens of thousands, Tier 5 100,000. They basically want me to clear out every zombie in the city. Just as my head was starting to ache, new information came through from the Pearl. Homing Creation Pearl, current level, 3. Potential development, randomly develop 1 S-rank ability. 8-day charge time. Ability sublimation. Accumulate 1 targeted upgrade opportunity every 8 days, directly raising any existing ability by 1 level. Shares cooldown with potential development. Choose 1 per cycle. World Foundation. Internal space expanded to 0.4 square kilometers, roughly 300 mil. Creation Spirit Spring. 100 Creation Spirit crystals produced daily. Level cap. The host's highest ability level cannot exceed the Pearl's level. Wait, directly raise an ability's level? Once every 8 days. I bolted upright, all my exhaustion gone in an instant. Sure, once the charge was ready, I could only pick one. Either gain a new ability or upgrade an existing one. But in the later stages, when high-tier cores would be brutally scarce, this was practically a life-saving backdoor that could hugely ease the pressure of leveling up. Beside the Tier 3 Spring, another 100 Creation Spirit crystals had condensed. Combined with what I had left over, I'd suddenly stockpiled 140 of them. Amid all the elation, I also saw the deeper problem clearly. The number of zombies and survivors worldwide was massive. Cores might seem plentiful, but there were countless people fighting over them. And my ceiling was locked down tight by the Pearl's level. To get stronger, the Pearl had to level up first, which meant I needed to find a more efficient way to harvest cores in far greater quantities. I sank my consciousness into the newly transformed space inside the Pearl. The creation tree that had once stood half a meter tall was now a towering giant, 10 meters high, spiritual light flowing across it. The space was no longer flat ground either. Several crystal-clear water channels and a few small hills draped in green had appeared. I tried locking onto a small tree on a distant hillside, and with a single thought, I was instantly beside it. No lag at all. Huh, that's not my spatial teleportation at work. I tested it a few more times and confirmed it. Within this space inside the Pearl, I could teleport at will. Looks like this Pearl really isn't just a storage bag. It's turning into the seed of a world under my control. 400,000 square meters, equivalent to nearly 60 soccer fields, 300 mil. Planned outright, it'd be more than enough to build a self-sufficient little eco-community. Farming, livestock, storage, even houses, and a training ground. But right now I didn't have time for that kind of long-term development. I had enough supplies. Boosting my combat power and dealing with the immediate crisis came first. I topped off the food and water for the frolicking livestock, then exited the space. Sitting back down on the edge of the bed, the resolve returned to my eyes. I've got to find a way to drastically speed up core collection. The creation pearls. Growth. That's my real trump card for surviving in this apocalypse and clawing my way to the top. Outside the window, the blood rain kept drumming against the glass, tireless, pattering on and on. The first chaotic, blood-soaked day since the apocalypse had finally come to an end. I stayed in my room, carefully sorting and organizing everything I'd gained that day, so absorbed I lost all track of time. Lynn, dinner's ready. Leah's clear voice came from outside the door. Coming. I pushed the door open and headed downstairs with her. The first-floor living room was bright with light, the crystal chandelier casting a warm amber glow. Su Yun, Zhou Xiaoman, and Zhang Jing were setting dishes on the table. The rest of the girls were scattered around the room, wrapped in a heavy silence. Some hunched over their phones, thumbs swiping mechanically. Some staring blankly out at the crimson curtain of rain, eyes hollow, and one girl curled up in the deepest corner of the couch, hugging her knees with her face buried between them. I took the seat at the head of the table, my gaze sweeping calmly over everyone. Are the rooms all sorted out? I didn't bother with empty comfort. Words were useless at a time like this. All done, Lynn. Leah answered softly, pulling out the chair beside me and sitting down. Come on over and sit, everyone, I said, my voice low but clear. Let's eat first. The girls gathered quietly and took their seats along both sides of the long table. The spread was surprisingly lavish. Steamed lobster, poached chicken, honey-glazed barbecue pork, slow-simmered soup, and glistening white rice. The aroma filled the room, but no one picked up their chopsticks. Only after I reached for a piece of chicken did everyone seem to take it as permission, one by one lifting their bowls. The meal was oppressively quiet, broken only by the soft clink of chopsticks against bowls. But no one ate slowly. Physical need, in that moment, overrode everything else. About an hour later, dinner was over, and I led everyone back to the living room. I know you're all scared, I began. The world collapsed overnight. You may never see your families again. Everything familiar is gone. Anyone would fall apart. I paused, my gaze moving across Leah, Soo-yoon, the twins, one young face after another, every one of them etched with fear. But people have to keep living. And as long as you're alive, you have to look forward. Thinking of the brutal day to come, my tone hardened. Starting tomorrow, every one of you will have to face the zombies and join the fight. I promise to protect you, and I won't send you out empty-handed to die. Before I'd even finished, I turned my palm over, and 14 dazzling, iridescent creation spirit crystals materialized out of thin air. These are called creation spirit crystals. Swallow one, and you'll awaken a superpower. In this world now, power isn't just about strength. More importantly, once you awaken, your body becomes naturally immune to the zombie virus. Immune to the infection? A timid voice came from the corner. It was the student who'd been curled up the whole time. She lifted her head, and for the first time a faint light glimmered in her eyes. That's right. Immune, I confirmed. It means that as long as you're not bitten to death on the spot, you won't turn into a zombie. Disbelief flared in everyone's eyes. Lin, you're really giving these to us? Zhou Xiaomin's voice trembled. Why else would I take them out? I placed a crystal in each of their hands, one by one. Now swallow them. No hesitation. Soo-yoon was the first to put the crystal in her mouth, and the rest followed close behind. Their hunger for power, their determination to survive, and an inexplicable trust in me led them all to make the same choice. 14 people swallowed at once and awakened at once. It was a sight even I, having lived through 2 lifetimes, had never seen. The process was astonishingly fast. In less than a minute, their eyes opened one pair after another, surprise, daze, and the relief of having survived flowing across their faces. And when they looked at me again, there was something almost feverish in their dependence. There's like fire in my palm. Zhou Xiaomin cried out first, red light glowing in her hand. Mine's ice. Frost blue mist curled around Zhang Jing's fingertips. My whole body feels so light. Wang Ting took a couple of quick steps, stirring up a gust of wind. The living room came alive in an instant, gasps and murmurs weaving together. Yun. Zhou Xiaomin leaned in close to Soo-yoon, eyes wide. How did your skin get so clear all of a sudden? Even your dark circles are gone. Soo-yoon touched her face. Sure enough, it was smooth and dewy. She looked down at her hands. Even the roughness on her knuckles, worn in from years of work, had smoothed away. It's true, someone else marveled. My pores got smaller. I feel completely refreshed. Somehow the conversation had veered off into the beauty side effects of awakening. Standing off to the side, I felt the corner of my mouth twitch upward. Women. But I knew the truth. What they'd awakened were all, without exception, A-rank powers. Su-yun's fire control, Jiang Yingshua's light of life, Jiang Yingyue's life link, Wu Fang's thorn entanglement, Zhou Hongmei's steel skin armor, Ma Xiaoyan's sonic blast, Qin Yutong's healing light, Zhao Xiaoming's phantom clones, Sun Li's night vision perception, Zheng Jia's gravity field, Huan's lightning arts. Offense, defense, support, control, a system was already taking shape. The effects of the creation spirit crystals were nothing short of heaven-defying. And they still didn't know what this 100% awakening rate, this starting caliber of A-rank talent, would mean for the future. Out there, survivors had to risk their lives hunting zombies and gamble on swallowing crystal cores, with only the slimmest chance of awakening. And even then, their ranks were usually low. Compared to that, their luck was nothing short of a blessing from the heavens. All right, I raised a hand to quiet the rising commotion. You can explore the details of your powers later, and work on turning them into real combat strength as soon as possible. Starting tomorrow, we fight side by side. I glanced at the time. Now, let's do some quick introductions so we all know each other. Leah was the first to stand, poised and gracious. Leah, 22. I used to be a flight attendant. Crisp and to the point. The twins stood together, the elder sister Jiang Yingxue, speaking in a gentle voice. Jiang Yingxue, and this is my younger sister, Yinghua. We're 20, dance majors at Yangqing Arts University. Su-yun stood tall and straight. Su-yun, 26. Before the apocalypse, I was the regional operations manager for a chain of Western restaurants. Hearing the name, Su-yun, something stirred in my mind. In my past life, I'd vaguely heard of a female esper named Su-yun, Barank, I think, who'd built up a whole team on the strength of her outstanding management skills, only to be betrayed by a traitor and vanish without a trace. Could this be her? I quietly filed the name away. The others spoke up one by one. There was a soft-spoken little girl named Zhao Xiaoming, 17, a high school senior, who sat back down with a blush after finishing, saying she'd actually been on her way to piano practice that day. Then came Zhou Xiaoman, Zhang Jing, Wang Ting, Wu Fong, most of them fresh out into the working world, sales clerks, cashiers, clerks and waitresses. Last were Chen Yutong, Zhang Jia, Hu Wan, and Sun Li, a handful of college students working part-time at nearby universities. When I'd left in the morning, the world had been ordinary. By the time I came back, everything had been turned upside down. Once the introductions were done, that layer of strangeness between us loosened up quite a bit. The first night of the apocalypse, inside this sturdy villa, a fledgling team made up entirely of A-rank female espers had quietly taken shape. It's getting late. Everyone head back to your rooms and get some rest. Save your strength. Tomorrow is when it really begins. The moment I finished speaking, the women in the living room dispersed. Leah followed me into the master bedroom without a second thought. After being on edge all day, her nerves finally relaxed, and in less than half an hour she'd fallen fast asleep in my arms. I tossed and turned, though, and only managed to close my eyes deep into the night. The next day, before dawn, the city was shrouded in a hazy gray-red gloom. I woke first, and the first thing I did was collect the newly formed creation spirit crystals from the spirit spring. Together with what I'd had before, the total was already 226. Leah was up by the time I headed out, her cheeks faintly flushed as she quietly went downstairs with me. The others in the living room woke one after another too. There was still weariness and tension in their eyes, but they looked far better than the day before. Breakfast was made by Su Yun, Zhou Xiaoman, and Zhang Jing again. Plain congee, fried eggs, pickled vegetables. Warm in the stomach, it brought a brief, almost illusory sense of normalcy. After the meal, everyone gathered back in the living room. Next up, gear distribution. I stood in the center. With a single thought, 14 sets of individual tactical equipment appeared neatly on the floor: bulletproof vests, tactical boots, neck guard helmets, tactical backpacks, pistols, magazines, followed by sniper rifles, compressed rations, bottled water, first aid kits, ammunition. I'd laid out nearly all the combat and logistical supplies a well-equipped squad would need. The living room fell dead silent, broken only by the sound of quickened breathing. This scene stunned them even more than yesterday's conjuring of items out of thin air. It didn't just prove I possessed some incredible space. It showed I'd prepared for this with meticulous thoroughness. I crouched down and began handing things out. One set each. Try them on first, and let me know if anything doesn't fit. They stepped forward cautiously to collect their gear. Some lightly stroked the cold surface of the bulletproof vests, disbelief written all over their faces. Others picked up the heavy pistols, fingertips trembling. Remember this, I said, looking at them, my tone grave. These aren't toys. I'll teach you how to use them. But you need to understand something first. The moment you decide to draw your weapon and pull the trigger, it means you may have to end another life or lose your own. The air froze for a beat. The weight of reality settled onto everyone's shoulders. Grab all your gear. We move out. I stood up. A real battlefield is the best training ground there is. Once everyone was ready, we walked out of the villa. I took point with my weapon drawn, and Leah volunteered to bring up the rear. There were noticeably more zombies roaming the streets than yesterday, their snarls rising from every direction. Driving was no longer realistic. I handed each person a raincoat and was the first to step outside. The women behind me kept their weapons in hand. After a night to recover and awaken their powers, they looked far more resolute than the day before. They formed a tight formation and left the villa district with me. The blood rain was still falling. The vast majority of survivors were huddled inside their buildings, too afraid to come out. I knew the safe window granted by this blood rain barrier had only 2 days left. Once the rain stopped, the true chaos and slaughter of the apocalypse would erupt in full. Every faction, every ambitious schemer, every mutated creature would come crawling out. I had to seize this last window. Behind the curtains of a few nearby villas, startled, wary eyes peeked out at our fully armed team, a group that actually dared to march through the blood rain. Berlin, where are we headed this time? Jiang Yingxue quickened her pace to catch up, keeping her voice low. The nearest university. Isn't that just our school? Jiang Yingwe, beside her, leaned in, her tone a little complicated. Then we'll start with your art academy, I decided. The team pressed on down the slick, crimson streets. The women soon discovered, to their delight, that the blood rain occasionally landing on the backs of their hands and cheeks was merely cold. It didn't burn, and it didn't cause mutation. The immunity that came with their awakened powers had been preliminarily confirmed, and their nerve gradually grew. Once we cleared the villa district, whenever we ran into a stray zombie, I'd stop for an on-the-spot lesson. How to raise the weapon, how to aim for the head, how to control your breathing when you fire, how to manage recoil, how to reload quickly. They learned incredibly fast. After all, they'd each awakened A-rank powers, and their physical fitness, coordination, and reflexes far surpassed those of ordinary people. Accuracy takes practice, but boosted by their enhanced physical awareness, they improved at a breakneck pace. Half an hour later, everyone could hold a weapon steady, fire safely, and basically control the recoil. Gone was the sight of them firing wildly with their eyes shut like at the start. The stylishly designed front gate of Yangqing Arts University came into view. There were clearly more zombies here. I estimated a few dozen shambling around inside and outside the gate, but it was still manageable. Wait here and stay alert. Before I'd even finished speaking, I flickered out of sight, appearing the next second atop the gate's tall metal arch. Another flicker, and I was standing on the roof of the administration building. I quickly scanned the campus, focusing on the building layout and zombie distribution. I soon found that the zombies were mainly concentrated in a few teaching buildings and the dormitory area, especially the central main teaching building, where the swarm of undead figures made it the worst-hit zone. 5 minutes later, I returned to the team without a sound. Let's go to the main teaching building. My gaze was sharp. That's where the most zombies are. Everyone nodded, gripped their weapons, and followed, stepping into this silent campus, soaked in blood rain and stripped of every last trace of its former artistic charm. I led this well-equipped but visibly green team deeper into the teaching area, clearing the scattered zombies that lunged at us as we went. The once tree-lined paths now held nothing but the sticky, squelching sound of footsteps in bloody water and fallen leaves. On the empty sports field, a few mangled zombies dragged their feet, low growls rumbling in their throats. When we reached the central plaza in front of the main teaching building, I raised a hand to signal a halt. 9 in the morning. It should have been peak hour, students pouring into the building. Instead, the building had become a zombie nest. Behind the shattered glass doors, staggering dark shapes were everywhere. A rotting face could lurch out from any stairwell corner at any moment, and even behind doors left ajar, cloudy eyes stared out, fixed on the outside. Hold the line for a bit. I lowered my voice. Those of you with ranged abilities, use your powers first, save the ammo and your stamina. Only open fire once your power runs out or isn't working well enough. Hold formation, don't break rank. These first-tier zombies are slow, they've got one kind of attack, and they're not that scary. The words had barely left my mouth when I waved my hand, and several massive shipping containers came crashing down. Boom, boom, stacking themselves with pinpoint precision. In just a few minutes, a steel fortress nearly 10 meters long and over 3 meters tall stood in the middle of the plaza. Then I quickly set up several heavy-duty folding ladders and shouted to the girls, who were still standing there in a daze. Move. One at a time, get up there. Lin, this is insane. Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Yingyue cried out almost in unison, all mixed with admiration in their eyes as they rushed for the ladders first. I stayed below to cover the rear. The commotion had drawn the horde pouring out of the classroom building, and they were coming faster and faster. I gave a cold snort, and with a flick of thought, a junked sedan slammed down. Crash, between the fortress and the horde, buying us a moment by blocking the front row. Once all the girls had safely climbed onto the platform atop the containers, I made a single spatial leap up there, snatching the ladders back into my storage space on the way. The zombies below kept piling up, their blackish-green arms clawing uselessly at the cold steel walls, the scraping enough to set your teeth on edge. I pointed down at them and gave an impromptu lesson. Look at the eyes, all of them murky and pitch black. That's the classic mark of a first tier. They've got almost no intelligence. They can't climb, and they can't use tools. What about second tier? Jiang Yingyue asked, taking aim at a head bobbing below. Second tier is gray-white. Third tier pale blue. Fourth tier dull yellow. Fifth tier ghost green. My tone stayed level. By sixth tier the eyes turn blood red. That's when it's no longer an ordinary zombie. They're called zombie kings. They've got the first sparks of intelligence and can give simple commands to the horde. Seventh tier is the zombie emperor. Purple eyes, intelligence close to or even beyond a human's. Extremely dangerous. I paused, watching the shock or contemplation on their faces. But that's a problem for later. Right now, let's deal with what's in front of us. Lin, is there anything above 8th tier? Leah had just blown apart a leaping zombie with an energy beam. She lowered her still warm hand and turned to ask. I shook my head, a trace of uncertainty in my eyes. I don't know either. I thought back to some bad things from my past life. I shook off that wisp of distraction, my gaze sharpening again. Don't think too far ahead. Clear the zombies, collect the crystal cores, level yourselves up. That's what it takes to stay alive. Su-yun, I called out, pointing at a dense cluster of zombies to the front left of the platform. Aim there, fire control, maximum spread. Su-yun drew a deep breath, palms thrust forward, a flash of flame in her eyes. Beneath the dozen-odd zombies clustered to the front left, a sheet of orange-red fire suddenly erupted, the intense heat igniting them instantly and filling the air with the stench of scorched flesh. Zombies feel no pain. Set ablaze, they kept pressing forward relentlessly, even setting fire to the ones behind them, creating an eerie parade of walking corpses rushing into the flames. The fire spread through the horde, making the kills even more efficient, though the sight and the smell drained the color from more than a few faces on the platform. Yingxue. I looked to Jiang Yingxue, who had the light of life supportability. Watch everyone's condition. Anyone showing fatigue or getting hurt, heal them right away. Yamin. I turned to Li Ye and Zhou Xiaoman. That gap on the front right, the horde's pouring through it. Hit the densest spot with your ranged abilities and plug it up. Li Ye nodded, her pupils contracting as another pure white beam blasted out, plowing a charred furrow through the horde and punching through several zombie skulls. Zhou Xiaoman let out a sharp cry, and a fist-sized, blazing hot fireball shot from her hand, dropping into the horde and exploding with a boom. The blast wave flipped several zombies off their feet. The stench of blood mingled with burnt flesh spread through the air. The real fight had begun, in the chaos and the roaring. The destructive power of the abilities far outstripped firearms. A single wave of fire could swallow a dozen zombies in an instant. One fireball impact could shatter whole swaths of rotting flesh and bone. Unfortunately, the girls were all still first-level ability users, with limited spiritual energy inside them. After going all out 2 or 3 times each, they'd hit a wall of exhaustion, their energy spent, and had to pick their rifles back up and keep reaping with bullets. While squeezing off shots, I methodically hauled more ammo crates and spare rifles out of my storage space, and quickly pitched a large military tent to cover the entire platform, shelter from the rain, and better concealment too. In the rain of blood, this steel fortress looked more impregnable than ever. The girls' marksmanship was improving before my eyes. Li Ye and Su Yun had the best composure and coordination, so they learned the fastest, steady shooting rhythm, hit rate climbing steadily. The twins had uncanny chemistry. One focused on suppressing the front, the other kept watch on the flanks, working in seamless harmony. Thanks to the suppressors I'd fitted on every rifle in advance, the gunshots sounded like muffled thunder and didn't stir up the hordes in more distant buildings, keeping the scale of the battle nicely under control. After a while, the horde thinned out. Li Ye slapped in a fresh magazine and suddenly called out, "Lin, it's almost cleared out down here. Not enough left to shoot." I grunted. I'd seen it coming and pulled a big outdoor speaker out of my storage space. Hang on. I hit the switch, and a melody, familiar to the point of being maddening, suddenly blared out, echoing across the dead-silent campus at an astonishing volume. "You're my little apple. I can never love you too much." Cheerful, tacky music, colliding with this bloody, brutal scene. The absurdity was jarring. I cranked the volume knob straight to the max. The effect was immediate. In less than a minute, zombies came pouring out from behind the windows on every floor of the main classroom building, like a kicked hornet's nest. Drawn by the blaring sound waves, they smashed through the shattered glass, surged out of the stairwells, and staggered toward the speaker in the center of the plaza. Far more of them than before. Okay, that's too many," Li Ye cried out, watching the tide of corpses rapidly converging below. I switched the speaker off at once, and the grating music cut out abruptly. But the zombies it had lured were already locked onto the direction, roaring as they kept surging forward. A new, even fiercer round of battle began. Having been through the earlier baptism of fire, the girls on the platform no longer wore panic on their faces. Their eyes were focused, their movements crisp. The moment their spiritual energy recovered even a little, they didn't hesitate to hurl their abilities at the densest part of the horde. Magazines ran dry, and fingers deftly swapped in fresh ones. Barrels grew hot, and they took the spare rifles I handed over. Jiang Yingxue kept a constant watch on her companions, releasing gentle waves of light of life from time to time, the pale green glow washing away fatigue and keeping them in the fight. Watching them hold their ground under the pressure of life and death, covering for one another, a flicker of relief crossed her face. But even as we cleared out the zombies, countless pairs of eyes were locked on the plaza from behind the windows of the upper floors of the academic buildings. They belonged to the students hiding inside, the survivors. Listening to the upbeat music, staring at the swarms of zombies below, they couldn't shake the feeling that something about this scene was seriously off. Why the hell do I feel the urge to hum along? Down there, is that the military? Behind a gap in the curtains of one classroom, a boy's voice came out dry and cracked, laced with disbelief and wild, giddy hope. "They're killing the zombies. All those shipping containers. Is that an engineering corps? That's not the army. Aren't they all women?" A girl beside him squinted, trying to make sense of it. Look at that one using fire. That's gotta be a superpower, right? Like in the movies. Hope flared up like wildfire, then was swallowed just as fast by an even deeper despair. Zombies roamed the hallways, the stairwells, the areas outside so many classroom doors. They were trapped where they stood, too terrified to even cry out for help. Water. They've got to have water. In one corner, a boy with cracked, peeling lips stared at the plastic water bottles the girls had casually set down on the platform, his eyes almost feral with craving. It's been a whole day. If I don't get water soon, I'm gonna lose it. In the room next door, the mood was subtly different. A few boys who, driven mad by hunger, had been about to force themselves on the girls in the room, until they spotted the rescue team below, especially the many young women among them. Their faces went pale in an instant. "Chow, knock it off," a lanky boy said, grabbing the ringleader's arm and lowering his voice. "That might be some kind of government special forces down there. They've got guns and superpowers. If they come looking into this afterward." The one they called Chang's expression changed. He glanced at the terrified girl beneath him, then shot a look out the window, cursed through gritted teeth, and reluctantly let go. He forced a stiff smile onto his face. "Hey, sweetheart, I was just messing with you. Don't take it seriously. Times are tough for everybody, right? We've got to look out for each other." They quickly slipped on their two-faced masks, groveling and soothing, hoping to smooth the whole thing over. These trapped students were, by and large, in dire straits. More than a day without food or water, both their bodies and minds on the verge of collapse. The tap water in the building had already been confirmed to trigger rapid mutation if you drank it. No one dared touch it anymore. Only the rare lucky few who'd brought snacks and bottled water were still barely hanging on. But not every atrocity had been put on pause by the illusion of rescue. In a classroom on the top floor at the back of the building, you couldn't see the plaza or hear the gunfire. The air was thick and nauseating. Inside were 4 boys and 4 girls. And in one corner, curled up, lay another girl, her clothes torn, her shoulders, back, and arms covered in bruises. She wasn't moving. Whether she was alive or dead, no one could tell. The 4 boys stood in a half-circle, cornering the other 4 girls against the wall. Their eyes were feverish, glinting with a savage, beastly cruelty. Thud. Wang Chong, the leader, slammed his foot into the stomach of a short-haired girl. She screamed, crashed into the wall, and crumpled to the floor in agony. "Jiang Ting, you stupid bitch." Wang Chong panted heavily. "I traded half a pack of crackers for a night with one. What the hell does that have to do with you? Who said you get to play hero here? And you've still got the nerve to threaten me with your daddy? Your dad's nothing. Nobody gives a damn who your father is in a world like this." He pointed at one in the corner, alive or dead, no one knew, then turned to glare viciously at Jiang Ting. The other 3 girls broke down instantly, clinging to one another and weeping in silence. Whatever fragile solidarity they'd shared as fellow victims had crumbled to dust in the face of violence. Jiang Ting clutched her stomach, struggling to get to her feet, but her legs gave out. "Wang Chong, you bastard. Your family are nothing but dogs my family kept. I'll have my dad kill you." She kept backing away until her spine hit the cold tile wall. There was nowhere left to run. The front of her clothes had been ripped half open, but she couldn't spare a thought to cover herself. She could only stare, with eyes full of blood and tears, at Wang Chong closing in on her step by step. And finally, she panicked. "Please, please, Chong. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong now." Her voice trembled uncontrollably, every ounce of her pride ground away by the sheer instinct to survive. "I'll do anything you want. Just don't hit me. Don't kill me." In that moment, only one thought remained in Jiang Ting's mind, one that had been reduced to the most abject level. Just live. Just keep breathing. Dignity, revenge, none of it mattered next to the ability to keep breathing. Wang Chong grinned and reached out to grab a fistful of her hair. Behind him, the 3 other boys jeered in low voices. Someone started whistling, their eyes glinting with impatient, greedy hunger. But Wang Chong wasn't about to let her off that easy. Smack, smack. The crisp sound of slaps exploded in the dead-silent classroom. "You always acted so high and mighty, huh? Lording your daddy over me, stealing my girl, and calling me a toad? Keep it up. Go ahead and put on your airs." In that moment, Wang Chong felt an incredible rush. Years of the fear Jiang Ting had held over him draining away all at once. A few minutes later, Wang Chong, long since hollowed out by drink and lust, stopped, breathing hard. Jiang Ting slumped to the floor, her face swollen and bruised, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her gaze vacant. She didn't even have the strength left to cry. Just then, Wen, who had lain motionless as a corpse in the corner, moved her fingers, so faintly it was almost imperceptible. Ever so slowly, she pried open her swollen eyelids. Her unfocused gaze swept across everything before her, and a cold, Bone-chilling curve tugged at the corner of her pale lips. The hoarse whisper of breath was audible only to herself. Heh, it's your turn now. This hell on earth. None of you will escape it. Before long, from that classroom sealed off from all civilization and hope, came muffled sobs, the sound of tearing fabric, heavy panting, and the boys' laughter, wild as some end-of-days revelry. Outside the window, zombies snarled in the hallway, hurling their bodies against the classroom door with dull, pounding thuds. That thin wooden door separated two layers of hell. On one side, monsters that knew only how to devour flesh. On the other, fellow humans whose souls had plunged into the abyss, sometimes more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Meanwhile, out on the plaza, we were still fighting a bloody battle. The spot I'd picked for this shipping container fortress was a tricky one, planted right in the sweet spot at the center of the plaza, between three academic buildings arranged in a triangular formation. Wide open sight lines, eyes on every direction. More importantly, it let us herd the zombies lured out of all three buildings by the noise into this open space, like driving sheep, and deal with them all in one place, perfectly avoiding the headache of getting dragged into close quarters fighting inside the buildings. Before I knew it, noon had arrived. I was in no hurry to go inside. The zombie density in there was high, the terrain complicated. We'd need to be fully prepared first. After clearing out a few more waves of zombies, I turned to Leah and gave my instructions. Xiaoya, you keep everyone going. Rotate shifts and rest when you're tired. Keep an eye on the ammo and how we're splitting up the ability users. I'm going to scout the area. Call my cell if anything urgent comes up. Before leaving, I stashed all the corpses piled up at the base of our fort into my space, left the girls plenty of water and food, and then flickered out of sight, using my spatial teleportation to slip over to the edge of the plaza. My first scouting target was a 3-story building near the residential area, a student convenience store on the first floor, with the cafeteria taking up the second and third. I pushed open the half-shut glass door. Inside was a total mess. Shelves had toppled every which way, snacks and drinks were scattered all over the floor, mixed in with bloodstains. A dozen or so zombies in student uniforms or clerk aprons shambled around inside. When the apocalypse hit, the quick ones got away. The slow ones either mutated or didn't survive the first massacre. As for the ones who did escape, exposed to the endless rain of blood out there, their odds probably weren't much better. But those thoughts only circled through my mind for a moment before settling. In my past life, over 5 years, I'd witnessed scenes 100 times more brutal than this. My heart had long been ground down as hard as a stone. This time I didn't reach for my gun. I drew a Tang Dao with a gleaming, razor-sharp edge from my space and cut into the horde like a bolt of lightning. Wherever the blade flashed, every strike landed hard on a zombie's neck joint, clean and decisive. A dozen first-tier zombies couldn't pin me down in those cramped aisles, and before long they were all on the ground. I collected the bodies and started sweeping the place clean like a whirlwind. Cases of instant noodles, bottled water, crackers and cakes, canned meat and vegetables, vacuum-sealed cooked food, chocolate. I didn't even overlook the lighters, batteries, towels, and tissues. In under 5 minutes, everything edible or usable in the entire store, along with a few intact shelves and freezers, had gone into my space. The store that had been packed full a moment ago was suddenly nothing but empty ruins. Done with the first floor, I came to a tightly shut storeroom door inside the store. An ordinary metal security door, and right now it was locked up tight. I didn't force it. I pulled a thin, custom-made wire out of my space, a skill I'd picked up in my past life from a lone ability user who made a living as a lockpick. It was more than enough for ordinary locks. I crouched down, bent the wire to a specific angle, slid it into the keyhole, and worked the pins in the cylinder with tiny, practiced movements, smooth and quiet. But after fiddling with it for about half a minute, I felt resistance in the cylinder, yet the door didn't budge an inch. I frowned slightly and stopped. Something was off. That feel, it was clearly someone bolting the door from the inside. Even stranger, at this close range, with my enhanced hearing, I hadn't caught a single snarl or scratch from any zombie behind the door, which meant there was very likely a living person inside, and one who still had their wits about them and knew how to stay hidden. My gaze sharpened instantly. My right hand silently gripped the hilt, blade trailing at my side, ready to deliver a killing blow at any moment. The next second, my spatial ability activated. Whoosh! My figure flickered, and I passed straight through the heavy metal door, appearing inside the storeroom. Thud! The instant my feet hit the ground, I ran solidly into a soft body. Ow! A short, panicked cry of pain broke the silence, followed by a crisp shatter, like some glass object hitting the floor and breaking. By the sound of it, that was probably the only self-defense weapon she'd had. I steadied myself and looked at the person I'd knocked over. It was a young woman, sitting where she'd fallen on the floor. Her long hair was a little disheveled, her clothes creased, but none of it could hide her fresh, elegant, almost otherworldly air. Fair skin, features like a painting, and right now her pale pink lips were parted slightly from the shock. Most captivating were those almond eyes, full of panic, yet with a hint of untouched, worldly innocence. Her beauty was different from Lia's cold allure, and unlike the twins' playfulness. She was more like someone who'd stepped out of an old art house film, with a quiet, scholarly grace, so classically lovely it was hard to forget. The woman came to her senses and got a good look at the man who'd walked through the wall. She braced herself against the floor and slowly stood, rubbing her sore backside, and muttered under her breath, sounding wronged. You're not a zombie? Then why didn't you knock and say something? You scared me half to death." A few seconds later, it suddenly dawned on her. She widened her eyes, pointed at me, then pointed at the intact, still bolted metal door. Wait, this door was clearly locked from the inside. The key's still in my hand. How did you get in? A beat too slow. The corner of my mouth curved up. I dropped my guard, my tone turning a little teasing. Sweetheart, you just committed a charging foul. And you're a little slow on the uptake, huh? I tapped the side of my head. The woman's cheeks flushed. She pressed her lips together, but still pressed on. Don't change the subject. This isn't scientifically possible. Honestly, she was one of the most striking women I'd seen since my rebirth. But by now I was hardly short on beauties. Lia, cold and dashing. The twins, lively. Suyun, intellectual. And while the woman before me was like a secluded orchid in an empty valley, she wasn't enough to make me lose my head. Once I'd confirmed she was a living person and no threat, I said nothing more. I put away the Tang Dao, turned to face the supplies in the storeroom, and with a single thought, activated my spatial ability again, quickly absorbing everything usable. The next second, the woman who'd watched it all with her own eyes was completely dumbstruck. The canned goods on the shelves, the cases of bottled water, the snacks, the instant noodles, even the metal shelves themselves vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. She rubbed her eyes hard, then pinched herself. The sharp pain told her this was no dream. This storeroom was no more than 20 square meters, and its supplies hadn't been plentiful to begin with. I took 2 crystal-clear creation spirit crystals out of my space and laid them flat on my palm. Eat this, and you'll awaken an ability. Plus, you'll be immune to the zombie virus. Bai Xin and Huang Fulan stared at the crystals, hope kindling in their eyes. There's a condition, though. My voice was calm, but it left no room for refusal. Once you awaken, you join my team. You obey me until I decide the apocalypse is over. At that point, you're free to stay or go. But in the meantime, anyone who plays along on the surface while scheming behind my back, or betrays me. My gaze turned sharp all at once. I'll show you what it means to wish you were dead. Huang Fulan barely hesitated. For her, there was no other choice. She stepped forward, took the spirit crystal, gave me a long, deep look, and tipped her head back to swallow it. She'd thought it through clearly. Stay here on the second floor of this coffee shop, and sooner or later she'd starve to death or, discovered by the zombies, death was only a matter of time. If she wanted to live, if she wanted any chance of seeing her husband and child again, then following me, this mysterious and powerful awakened, was probably her only option. As for whether I was deceiving her or not, well, she'd already lost the right to question that. A minute later, Huang Fulan's body jolted, and her eyes flew open. Her face was blank at first, then quickly overtaken by overwhelming joy. She could clearly feel a new power surging inside her, one attuned to the water element. She cupped her palm, and out of thin air, a handful of clear water condensed. The way she looked at me now carried the devotion granted by the Genesis spirit crystal. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I really have powers now. Call me Chief from now on, I said flatly. She was clearly older than me. Mr. was too distant, and bro felt awkward. What did you awaken? A rank ability. Water condensation. She answered after sensing it, her voice full of disbelieving delight. Something stirred in my mind, an extremely practical supportability. In an apocalypse where water sources were contaminated, its value was enormous. I turned to Bai Xin. Having seen Huang Fulan swallow the crystal unharmed and genuinely awaken an ability, her last shred of hesitation vanished. She took the crystal, drew a deep breath, and swallowed it too. A moment later, her eyelashes fluttered, and the eyes she opened swirled with a strange radiance. Mine is A-rank telepathy, she murmured softly. I think I can faintly sense the emotions of the living things around me, and even simple thoughts. A flicker of satisfaction crossed my eyes. Telepathy, equally rare and valuable. Especially in this apocalypse rife with betrayal, a reliable telepath was often far more useful than an ordinary fighter. I didn't waste any more time. Stepping forward, I used my Tang saber to cleanly dispatch the 2 bound baristas who had fully turned, then swept up all the usable coffee beans, drinking water, and snacks from the second floor. Let's go. To the park. With my new recruits, Huang Fulan and Bai Xian, along with Chi Wei, I quickly left the coffee shop and headed for the park at the center of campus. We reached the edge of the park in under 10 minutes. At its center was a small artificial pond. Its water dyed a faint, tainted red. Trees dotted the grounds, and the lawn was littered with broken benches and statues, all stained with blood. Dozens of zombies wandered the park, most of them dressed like students. Clearing out the zombies that got close, we followed Huang Fulan's frantic directions, searching for the spot where her husband and child had last been in her memory. Over there, Huang Fulan suddenly let out a scream that tore through the air. She froze, her face filled with despair, then lost control and bolted forward. Bai Xian grabbed her just in time. Not far off, in the shadow behind a rockery, two zombies, one large, one small, were slowly shuffling about. The larger one wore a navy blue sweatshirt. The smaller one, no more than 3 or 4 years old, was dressed in children's clothes printed with a cartoon dinosaur. They had already turned. Huang Fulan's legs gave out. Bai Xian's quick reflexes caught her again. Tears burst forth as she let out a wail of the most extreme grief, struggling to throw herself forward. I stepped out, my arm barring her path like an iron clamp. Calm down. Bai Xian, too, clung tightly to her waist, her voice choked with tears. Sislan, look closely. That's not Qin and Little Bao anymore. They're zombies. Watching this scene, my heart, worn down to near ice, was still struck hard. But I understood even better. In the apocalypse, impulse often meant death. I said nothing more. Taking out a length of rope, I moved in a blur, using the flat of my blade to strike the zombies' joints with pinpoint precision, knocking them down and binding them. The two zombies writhed and snarled uselessly on the ground, their ashen gray eyes staring hollowly at the sky, not a trace of the family they'd once been left in them. Huang Fulan staggered closer and dropped weakly to her knees before the bodies of her husband and child. She reached out a trembling hand, wanting to touch those familiar faces, only to snatch it back before contact, as if burned. She just knelt there, shoulders heaving violently, her stifled sobs mixing with the endless rain of blood, a sorrow that cut to the bone. Chi Wei, Bai Xian, and I stood quietly to the side. No one spoke. The wind carried the blood-red raindrops across the polluted pond, rustling the leaves as if the world itself were mourning with her. More than 10 minutes later, the crying faded into silent, breathless sobs. Huang Fulan slowly rose and walked unsteadily up to me. She lifted her red, swollen eyes, her voice hoarse but carrying a heart-wrenching resolve. Chief, give me a gun. I want to send them off myself. I said nothing. I drew the pistol from my waist, checked the safety and the magazine, and handed it to her steadily. She took the cold metal, her knuckles white from her grip. Drawing a deep breath, she walked step by step toward that tiny figure in the cartoon dinosaur outfit. Her trembling arms slowly rose, the muzzle aimed at that little head, once her own flesh and blood, now nothing but a hollow, grotesque shell. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, jarringly loud in the silence of the park. The zombies' snarls cut off abruptly. For a moment, the world seemed to fall still. Do you want me to gather them up first, so we can find a proper place to bury them later? I stepped forward, my voice lower than usual. A faint glimmer surfaced in Huang Fulan's dim eyes. Can you really? Yes. I waved my hand and stored the 2 now motionless bodies in a separate corner of my space. Then I turned to Chi Wei, my tone returning to its usual calm. Are there any other supermarkets or convenience stores on campus? No, there aren't. These 2 were the only sizable ones. Chi Wei shook her head, her voice somewhat downcast. Then let's head back. Back where? The academic buildings. The plaza. I looked toward the cluster of academic buildings. Haven't you noticed? On our way from the supermarket to the park, we ran into fewer and fewer scattered zombies. The corners of my mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Most of them have been drawn to the plaza and cleaned up. Stick with me, and you'll understand soon enough. The 4 of us started back. Bai Xian and Chi Wei flanked the dazed Huang Fulan, supporting her on either side as they followed my steps toward the plaza, where the gunfire hadn't stopped. Returning to the central plaza, the sight before us was as harrowing as ever. The ground was nearly blanketed with zombie corpses, and dark, blackening blood soaked the concrete, pooling into sticky rivulets. The air was thick with the heavy stench of gore and gun smoke. Leah was leading the women and holding the elevated shipping container platform. Taking cover, they fired in crisp, rhythmic shots, picking off the last batch of zombies staggering toward them. I grabbed the wrists of the 3 women beside me and activated the space. Powers. Whoosh. In an instant, the 4 of us appeared on the platform, more than 3 meters up. Lin, you're back. Leah was the first to spot me, her eyes lighting up. She lowered her rifle and hurried over, instinctively gripping my arm tight, as if to make sure I was really there. Her gaze flicked quickly over the 3 new members behind me, each with a distinct air about them, and a trace of scrutiny crossed her eyes, but she asked nothing. She just held my arm tighter. Smiling, I reached up and gave the tip of her nose a light pinch. Nice work. Your aim and your command have both improved. I looked around. The impact points were tight and effective. The vast majority of the zombies had been dropped with long-range headshots, and the piles of corpses showed the fight had been kept at a safe distance the entire time. The team's growth was obvious at a glance. Then I made a quick round of introductions. The moment the twin sisters, Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Yingwei, saw Chi Wei, delight spread across both their faces. Chi Wei, you're alive. Thank God. Chi Wei looked at them with the same happy surprise. All 3 had been campus beauties at the art school and knew each other well. In this hell on earth, a familiar face was a comfort in itself. But given the circumstances, they only exchanged a few quick words. By now it was past 2 in the afternoon, and the square was nearly cleared of zombies. I pulled out the high-powered speaker again and hit the switch. A fresh barrage of pop songs blasted out, luring the last stragglers wandering through the main building and nearby structures into this slaughterhouse, where they were picked off one by our elevated firepower. Once I confirmed there were no large-scale threats left around the square, I gave the order to enter the buildings for the first time. Everyone check your gear and reload. We're heading into the classroom building, indoor clearing and search and rescue. The group filed down off the platform one by one. With a wave of my hand, I recalled the shipping container fortress, along with the tents and the extra ammo crates, back into the space. I took the lead, Tang Dao in one hand and pistol in the other, and was the first to step into the nearest classroom building. Once inside, everyone shed their raincoats and moved in light. The light inside was dim, dust drifting in the dark red daylight that seeped through the broken windows, mixed with a faint, lingering smell of blood. The team's footsteps were steady, punctuated now and then by short bursts of gunfire. Deep in storage rooms, beneath lecterns, behind bathroom stall dividers, one near-hopeless face after another peered out cautiously. Fear was etched into them, then lit up by disbelieving joy and a desperate longing to be saved. Timidly, of their own accord, they began trailing behind us. As we cleared floor after floor, the survivors following us grew like a rolling snowball, students and teachers alike. Half an hour later, the team reached the top floor. The moment we stepped into the corridor, a few zombies burst out of the shadows with a snarl. The fighters up front reacted fast, working in seamless coordination, powers and gunfire interweaving. And soon the corridor fell silent, as death once more. Split up and check both sides, I ordered. Leah, take a team and clear the right. I'll take the left. Keep comms open. Got it. Leah nodded, quickly picking out 8 people, Jiang Yingxue, Zhou Xiaoman, and others, then turned and pushed toward the right corridor. But at that very moment, inside the sealed classroom at the far end of the right corridor, it was another world entirely. Thick smoke curled and hung in the air, laced with the smell of sweat and an indescribable, foul stench. Wang Chong and 3 of his cronies slumped on the floor, smoking cigarettes they'd dug up from somewhere, trying to numb their nerves with nicotine and savor the slackness that came after the violence. In the corner, 5 girls sat in tattered clothes, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had been drained out, leaving only shells that could still rise and fall with breath. Chong, listen. His lackey Yang Wei suddenly cocked his ear, the color draining from his face. Is that gunfire outside? And a lot of footsteps too. Do you think rescues actually come? Wang Chong's expression changed in an instant. The savagery and emptiness of a moment ago were swiftly overtaken by panic. His father, Wang Gang, was a man with quite a reputation in the eastern part of Yangqing. He'd gotten his start years ago through loan sharking and shady businesses, keeping a pack of desperate thugs under him and operating with ruthless cruelty. Wang Chong had been steeped in that environment since childhood, and the viciousness and lawlessness were carved into his bones. His eyes turned sinister as they swept over the 5 girls with their deadened stares in the corner, then flicked to his 3 cronies, who were beginning to tremble. Like a man with his back against the wall, he growled low. Damn it. In for a penny, in for a pound. We can't leave any witnesses. Finish all of them and throw them out the window. We'll say the zombies drove them to jump. Suicide. Dead men tell no tales. Yang Wei and the other 2 were struck as if by lightning, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. At their core, they were still students who'd never been through real blood and fire, and what was left of their conscience warred violently against their terror of killing. Their faces were nothing but struggle and horror. Useless, Wang Chong cursed under his breath, then bolted to the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. Figures moved dimly in the corridor. Several armed silhouettes were pushing slowly toward them. No time left. He ran back, his eyes bloodshot. Move. Quit dragging your feet. Just throw them out. Loser, go barricade the door. Every second you can buy us counts. He snarled at the scrawny boy nicknamed Loser. No. The 5 girls in the corner, long since numbed, were utterly torn apart by this final death sentence. The instinct to survive crushed everything else, and they erupted into shrill, cracking screams and thrashing. Almost simultaneously. Yeah? That classroom at the very end. Someone's crying for help. Jiang Yingyue's ears were razor-sharp. She pointed instantly toward the end of the corridor. Leah's eyes went cold. She didn't hesitate. Everyone with me. Now, they shot toward the classroom like arrows loosed from a bow. The door's barricaded from the inside. It won't budge, cried the girl who reached it first. Out of the way. Leah took half a step back. In an instant, a searing, blinding beam of pure white light coalesced in her palm, and she blasted it straight at the joint where the lock met the hinge. Boom. A deafening blast tore through the air. The wooden door and part of the frame shattered instantly. Loser, who'd been bracing it with his whole body, was blown clean off his feet by the force, crashing onto the lectern with a scream, the sound of snapping bone clearly audible. Inside the classroom, Wang Chong and the others had just finished their brutal act. Their strength was already spent, and the girls had fought back for their lives. On top of that, the door had been breached faster than anyone could have imagined, and they hadn't managed to shove even a single girl off the windowsill. The other 2 boys were scared out of their wits by the thunderous blast and instinctively let go. Only Wang Chong, eyes bloodshot like a rabid dog, still had a death grip on Jiang Ting's hair and arm, half her body already leaning out the window. His face was twisted and savage. He was determined to shove this troublemaker. Throw him down there to be buried with the rest. Bang! A gunshot ripped through the thick, stagnant air. Wang Chong's body jerked violently, and near his heart, a burst of blood bloomed across his back, his life force draining away in an instant. Seizing that split second, Jiang Ting mustered the last of her strength and broke free, tumbling clumsily back to the ground, her whole body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Leah was the first to step in, gun raised, her cold gaze sweeping over the 4 young men in the room. Don't move. Hands on your heads. Get down. The female officers behind her filed in one after another, quickly taking control of every corner. The 5 girls who had barely survived stared at these warriors, who seemed to have dropped from the sky. Whatever tension had been holding them together finally snapped, and they collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears poured down, washing away the filth and the wounds on their faces. The moment I heard the gunshot, I brought my team around from the left. Standing by the shattered doorframe, I took in the whole classroom at a glance. Desks and chairs were overturned, signs of struggle everywhere. A disheveled girl was crying. Several guys had faces gray as ash, and a foul, indescribable stench hung in the air. 5 years surviving the apocalypse in my past life. I pieced together almost instantly what had just happened here. The ugliest, filthiest side of human nature. A barely breathing young man lay sprawled on the floor, struggling to look up at us, begging. Save me. I don't want to die. My dad is Wang Gang. I'll give you money, lots of money, please save me. Don't save him. A girl with bruises on her face and blood at the corner of her mouth suddenly lifted her head, screaming with everything she had. He's an animal. He's a monster. Shen Yutong, our team's healer, looked to me, waiting for my order. Her ability might still be able to pull this life back from the brink. I wasn't in a hurry to answer. Something told me this wasn't so simple. I walked slowly into the classroom, my eyes calmly passing over each face. Somebody tell me, what happened here? The truth was, I wanted to use this case to teach a lesson to the ones on my team who still thought like people from before the apocalypse. The bleeding girl was named Jiang Ting, and she was crying too hard to speak clearly. It was Wang Chong and his guys. They stole our food and water. She pointed toward a girl with hollow eyes in the corner. This animal wanted Wenwen to spend a night with him in exchange for half a pack of crackers. We refused, so he beat us. And then he did all of us. The other girls chimed in through their sobs, and the fragmented words painted a picture of coercion, violence, and assault. Bai Xian, Chi Wei, and the others from the art school listened with grim, stony faces. Chi Wei muttered scum under her breath. But then I turned my gaze to another young man curled up trembling in the corner. What about you? Speak up. Why did this happen? Li Ya and the others were stunned. Wasn't the truth already crystal clear? The young man's name was Yang Wei. Head down, voice shaking, he began, haltingly. Chong's family runs a loan sharking operation in the college town. They've got real power. A lot of students are scared of him. Jiang Ting. Her father is Deputy Mayor Jiang, the one in charge of culture, education, and health. He's the backer behind Chong's family. He swallowed hard. But Jiang Ting likes girls. Ever since high school, She's had a habit of stealing the girls Chong had his eye on. A lot of those girls originally threw themselves at Chong, drawn by his family's money and power, and then Jiang Ting took them all away. Chong's been holding that grudge for a long time. He pointed to the lifeless-looking girl in the corner. The day the blood rain came, Chong reacted fast and paid a fortune to trade for a lot of food and drinks from the other students. When snacks and water, she sold those to Chong. He went on. Later, when there was no way out anymore, Jiang Ting tried to use her family's connections to force Chong to hand over supplies to her and her girlfriends. Chong refused, and things escalated. Wen was the first one who couldn't take the hunger, so Chong offered half a pack of crackers for her to spend the night, and Wen agreed on her own. But that pushed Jiang Ting over the edge. His voice grew fainter and fainter. Wen and the others, they're all Jiang Ting's girlfriends. Wen used to have a boyfriend. Jiang Ting had people force him to drop out and dump her, and that's when Wen gave up on herself and went along with her. So this isn't just about Chong doing evil. There's a long history of bad blood behind it. Beside him, Jiang Ting's face cycled through shades of green and white. The mayor's precious daughter. Today she'd had her fig leaf ripped away for all to see. But meeting my eyes, she didn't dare interrupt. Leah, Zhou Xiaoman, and the others stood there dumbfounded. So this hellish classroom wasn't simply a story of abuser and victim. It was years of tangled power struggles, twisted relationships, material temptation, all mixed with the malice that erupted under the pressure of the apocalypse, churned into one nauseating pile of filth. The simple binary of good and evil blurred into helplessness here. I listened quietly to the end, then looked over the young faces one by one. Angry, grieving, confused, dawning with realization. Remember what you saw and heard today, I said slowly. The apocalypse doesn't suddenly turn bad people good. It only strips away their last disguise. I paused. And you need to understand this too, especially when your back's against the wall. There isn't as much clear-cut good and evil in this world as you think. More often, there's just clashing interests, old grudges finally boiling over, and the choices human nature is forced to make under the pressure of survival. I was telling them plainly. In the apocalypse, don't just look at good and evil. Look at where people stand and what they stand to gain. I turned around and said calmly to the waiting Chen Yutong, no need to save him. Then I walked out of that classroom full of sin and sorrow. Jiang Ting and the others hurriedly gathered up their clothes and fell in behind the crowd. In the end, Wang Chong died, unwilling to the last. Yang Wei looked at the corpse with a complicated expression. Wang Chong had actually treated him decently. Wang Chong had footed the bill for all their food and fun, and had stood up for him whenever he got bullied. Yang Wei wanted to give him a proper burial, but there was no way to do that now. He could only hide the body in a nearby cabinet before catching up with the group. The sweep continued, and this brutal lesson of the apocalypse had already carved itself deep into more than a few hearts. Once we'd finished searching this building top to bottom, we returned to the first floor, passed through the enclosed corridor connecting the two buildings, and headed for the one next door. Behind us trailed a growing crowd of survivors, clothes in disarray, stained with grime and blood, faces ghostly pale, eyes sunken deep. They swayed on their feet, but not one of them dared fall behind. The moment we stepped through the door of the next building, the space opened up dramatically before us, an enormous dance hall, incredibly spacious with a startlingly high ceiling. Professional stage lights hung from the dome, and an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling mirrors reflected the dull, gray daylight from the windows. The hall was completely empty, no people, and no zombies either. I did a quick estimate. This place could hold 1,000 or two would be more than enough. I stopped, turned to face that group of survivors barely holding on through sheer will to live, and said in a low voice, everyone stays here and rests. Nobody leaves this hall without an order. I'll leave people behind to stand guard and keep you safe. I looked at Li Ya and called out names quickly. Xiaoya, Yingxue, Yingyue, Baixian, Huang Falan. You five stay behind. Keep order, keep everyone safe, stay alert, and stay in contact. Got it, Lin. Li Ya nodded right away. Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yingyue, Baixian, and Huang Falan answered too, quickly repositioning themselves to put a barrier between the survivors and the several entrances. I gave Leo a slight nod, then turned and led my people out. Our footsteps faded fast down the end of the corridor. I didn't go far after leaving. Back in the dance hall, only Li Ya and the other four remained, along with over 1,000 survivors who were all but crushed. The moment I was out of sight, thud, someone crumpled to the floor. Heavy, ragged breathing rose from every direction. A stifled sob came from one corner, and then low whimpers broke out on all sides. Mom, Mommy, Ajia was right there in front of me. The crying blended into one wave. Someone hugged their knees and buried their face in them, shoulders trembling nonstop. How did it come to this? Everything was fine 2 days ago. Next to them, a boy stared at his blood-smeared hands, muttering, "I locked Xiaoqing outside. She kept banging on the door." Another girl curled up, repeating over and over, "You can't touch that rain." Mr. Zhang only got a few drops on him, and he changed. 2 days, said a weak voice. 2 days without a single bite of food. Those words were like a needle, puncturing the grief. The crying dropped away, replaced by dead silence. Then, someone's stomach let out a loud growl. Then a second, a third. The sound of hunger grew clear in the empty hall, like snakes waking up, starting to gnaw at everyone's nerves. Just then, a woman of about 30 in a black practice outfit walked toward the twin sisters. Haggard, but unable to hide her elegance, she said, "You too. You're Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Yingwe, aren't you?" Jiang Yingxue looked up and studied her face. "You're Ms. Su Qingwe." "It's me." Ms. Su licked her cracked lips, almost pleading. "Do you two have any food on you? Your teacher hasn't had anything to eat or drink in 2 whole days." Her eyes were locked onto the sisters' bulging tactical backpacks. The sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes full of hesitation and reluctance. They'd been lucky. They'd stuck with me ever since the world ended and had never truly gone hungry, and they had plenty of supplies. More importantly, deep down they still held onto a simple kindness that the darkness hadn't washed away. But that kindness was quickly torn apart by reality. The moment the several students and teachers around them spotted those packs of compressed biscuits and little bread rolls, their eyes lit up like starving wolves. They struggled to their feet and crowded in, stretching out grimy, trembling hands. "Share some with us. We're begging you. We haven't eaten in 2 days either. We're all classmates. We're in this together." Pleading, demanding, laced with moral blackmail. It all buried the two sisters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those few packs of food were snatched clean in the scramble, and some people shoved and cursed at each other over them. Once it was gone, they were even hungrier. Some began staring at the bewildered sisters with looks of resentment, disappointment, even faint venom. We really don't have any left." Jiang Yingxue looked at her empty hands and explained in a small voice, both wronged and afraid. "None left? Then go ask your teammates for some." A middle-aged woman with gold wire-rimmed glasses and sharp, protruding cheekbones cut in shrilly, blaming them as if it were only right. "Aren't you two with that leader? Those people with the guns? Why are you so pig-headed? We're your teachers. What did we teach you all this time? Don't you know to respect your elders and teachers? Look at the times we're in. If you've got connections, you should be figuring out a way to help everyone." The other teachers nearby chimed in at once. "Ms. Zeng is right. You know those people. What's wrong with asking them for a little food and water for us? Your teachers taught you for nothing. You don't have an ounce of gratitude. They didn't dare face me or Leah themselves, so they wanted to use teacher-student bonds and moral obligation to shift the pressure onto 2 soft-hearted girls." That condescending posture felt especially cold and ironic in the apocalypse. Bai Xian took it all in. She recognized that Ms. Zeng, an associate professor in the vocal music department who always put on airs and loved to lecture. Seeing that face now, Bai Xian felt a wave of disgust. She was a teacher herself, and she understood better than anyone what the words teacher's ethics truly weighed. They were never a tool for blackmailing students in a crisis to score yourself an advantage. Leah was standing guard not far off and saw the whole thing clearly. Anger flared in her. She let out a cold laugh and strode forward, sweeping her eyes over Ms. Zeng and her group, mocking them without holding back. "You're hungry, your mouths are dry, but you don't dare go beg the people who actually have food. Instead, you hide over here using respect your teachers and teacher-student bonds to blackmail 2 young girls? What do you think this place is? A classroom? A charity soup kitchen? Open your eyes and get it through your heads. This is the apocalypse now. The law is gone. Order has collapsed. Who still owes you a meal? Who says that just because they have food, they have to share it with you? Their supplies were earned by risking their lives following us to kill zombies. They didn't fall out of the sky." The words were like water flung into boiling oil. Ms. Zeng and the others went livid. They pointed at Li Ya and raised their voices. You have no respect for your elders. Ungrateful, cold-blooded, and selfish." The scene turned explosive in an instant. "Enough." A clear, forceful woman's voice cut through the chaos. Bai Xian walked over from her guard post and stood beside Li Ya and the sisters, looking Ms. Zeng and her group in the eye. Her face was flushed with emotion, but her gaze was unusually firm. "Ms. Zeng and the rest of you teachers," she said, not loudly, yet it quieted everyone around her. "I'm Bai Xian, a teacher in the fine arts department. I want to remind everyone, and remind myself too. The only reason we can still stand here is that Captain Lin and his team just risked their lives to clear out this building, and they're still out there right now fighting for their lives to buy us more of a chance, to save more people." She glanced around at the other survivors, her tone easing but still clear. Hunger and fear. everyone feels them. I'm hungry and scared too. But if we're the first to fall apart, using our old titles and old rules to bully our own people, that's when we truly won't have a way out. Captain Lin left us here to keep order. And the first step to keeping order, I think, is to face reality, stay level-headed, and wait for them to come back. Professor Zheng wasn't used to being lectured like this, and her face soured instantly. Who do you think you are, lecturing us? You're just a lecturer. We're all full professors. What gives you the right to criticize us? Bai Xian let out a scornful laugh. So when you can't win the argument, you fall back on pulling rank. With that, she stopped looking at Professor Zheng's blotchy, red and white face. She gave the two sisters a small nod, her eyes holding both reassurance and a warning, then stepped back to her post. Bai Xian's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing a lot of the panic in the room. Many students lowered their heads. A few teachers looked ashamed. Professor Zheng opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing, just turned away in a huff. And just as the tension started to ease, a cold voice cut through the air. What's going on here? It wasn't loud, but it carried a piercing, unquestionable authority. Every other sound died at once. Everyone whipped around, hearts practically leaping into their throats. I'd been standing quietly in the doorway for who knows how long. Su Yun and a few other team members behind me, just as silent. My gaze swept slowly across every face in the hall like the edge of a blade. The frightened, the ashamed, the still resentful, and finally settled on Li Ye, Bai Xian, and the cluster of teachers led by Professor Zhang, each wearing a different expression. No one had noticed when I'd come back. The moment I walked back into the hall, every sound vanished in an instant. Human nature. It lays itself bare right at the edge of life and death. Bully the weak, fear the strong, chase gain, dodge harm. A minute ago they'd had the nerve to gang up on Li Ye and the other women. But the second I appeared, all that arrogance snuffed out. My eyes swept over the teachers who'd been ganging up on Li Ye. Professor Zheng took the brunt of it. One look from me, and she actually took an involuntary half-step back. The others who'd been chiming in lowered their heads one after another. I didn't say a word. I just walked straight in. Behind me, Su Yun, Zhou Xiaoman, and Zhang Jing filed in, bringing back a fresh batch of survivors we'd pulled out of the search. As people poured in, the once empty dance hall was suddenly packed. By now there were close to 2,000 people in the hall, basically everyone still alive in this part of the campus. This art academy had always run heavily female, and looking around, young women made up more than 70% of the crowd, plenty of them good-looking. But in the dim, sickly light of the apocalypse, all that was left were pale, terrified faces. I walked to the center of the hall, grabbed a stray gymnastics bench, and stepped up onto it. The floor-to-ceiling mirrored wall copied and stretched my reflection endlessly, as if a whole army stood at my back. Li Ye, Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yingyue, Su Yun, and Qi Wei stood guard at the various exits, weapons in hand, silent. Listen up. My voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill. First, we're not an official rescue team. We have no obligation to save you. I paused, sweeping my gaze over the dense crowd below. This is the apocalypse. Out there, zombies roam in packs, and the blood rain hasn't stopped. We risked our lives clearing this campus and searching for the living. We've already done more than enough. In the apocalypse, every resource is precious, food most of all. It's not something you can trade for by saying, I'm a teacher, or preaching about respecting your elders. The corner of my mouth curled up. That said, I do have food. Plenty of it. Before the words even faded, I swept my right hand through the air. Crash, a small mountain of supplies materialized in the center of the hall. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, vacuum-sealed cooked meals, cases of bottled water, all of it giving off a temptation a starving crowd couldn't resist. A wave of suppressed swallowing rippled through the crowd. Countless eyes lit up, all raw, naked greed. But held down by the sheer weight of my presence, no one dared move. But my tone turned suddenly cold. If you want it, you trade value for it. It can be labor, it can be a skill, or it can be absolute loyalty. No giving, no taking. I looked around the room. Anyone who can't accept those terms is free to leave. The door's open. I don't keep short-sighted, ungrateful, clueless dead weight around. The air froze. Some lowered their heads in shame. Some bit their lips in resentment. Some had shifting, calculating eyes. Right then, Professor Zheng, as if stung by those two words, dead weight, suddenly shoved the people beside her aside and stepped forward, her voice going shrill with agitation and fear. If anyone's leaving, it's you. This is our school, our turf. Who the hell do you think you are, some outsider, daring to come in here, throw your weight around, and dictate terms? She was still clinging to a false hope, certain that with this many people watching, I wouldn't dare do anything to a respected associate professor. She even tried to rile up the crowd. Everyone, look, he's only got a handful of people, and there are so many of us. Why should we listen to him? The school's supplies belong to all of us. But all that answered her was dead silence. Most people looked away and dropped their heads. 2 short days into the apocalypse had already been enough to make a lot of them see clearly. Numbers, in the face of real power, sometimes mean nothing at all. Not a ripple crossed my face. It was like watching a boring farce. I stepped down off the bench and walked toward Professor Zhang, one step at a time. What are you going to do? She tried to keep her composure, but her voice trembled and she instinctively backed away. I stopped right in front of her, wasted no words, and clamped my right hand around her throat. HGK. Her eyes bulged, all the arrogance gone, leaving only the terror of suffocation. Her hands clawed uselessly at my arm, her legs kicking wildly. I dragged her along like a bag of trash, straight toward the main entrance that led outside. The crowd parted in terror, opening a path. Beyond the door, the crimson blood rain was still drifting down in silence. I swung my arm and hurled her out into it. Ah! She hit the wet ground with a scream. The cold, ominous rain soaked through her in an instant. Panic-stricken, she scrambled to crawl back inside. I stood at the edge of the doorway, watching her with a blank face. Just as she was about to reach the threshold, I raised my foot and kicked her back out into the rain. No. Help. I was wrong. Let me in. I'm begging you. She rolled and wailed in the rain, her face a blur of rain and tears. The 2,000-plus people in the hall were utterly silent, every pair of eyes locked on the scene outside. Many had gone pale, trembling uncontrollably, especially the ones who'd just been backing her up. A few of them, shaking so badly they could barely stand. The seconds crawled by. About 5 minutes later, the woman standing in the rain began to move in stiff, contorted jerks. A wet, inhuman rasping came from her throat. Her skin was visibly turning a grayish blue, and her pupils clouded over and dilated. The transformation had begun. It was horrifyingly fast. In under 10 seconds, a snarling, monstrous zombie staggered up out of the bloody rain, a low growl of hunger rattling in its throat. Its cloudy eyes locked onto the dense mass of food in the lobby, and with a shriek it charged. Just as it was about to lunge through the door, bang! The gunshot exploded, echoing down the hallway and through the lobby, leaving everyone's ears ringing and their hearts lurching. A bloody hole burst open between the zombie's brows. Its charge stopped dead. It froze for an instant, then crashed to the ground. I slowly lowered the still-smoking pistol, stepped forward, and with a wave of my hand, in full view of everyone, the corpse vanished into thin air. Recovering at least a fraction of what it cost me to save people, I said, my tone frighteningly calm, and turned back toward the lobby. The crowd instinctively shrank back, desperate to get away from me. But there was nowhere to run. Leah and the others had it sealed off with their guns. Fear slithered like a cold snake up every spine. Xiaoya, remember this. I holstered the gun. From now on, when you run into someone like this, someone who can't read the situation and only knows how to stir people up, handle it cleanly. In the apocalypse, there's no time to reason things out. Understood, Brother Lin. Leah nodded. The last trace of hesitation left over from the peaceful old world drained completely from her eyes. By now, a lot of people were finally putting it together. The mountain of zombie corpses piled up at the school gate was gone. The massive shipping container platform they'd faintly glimpsed earlier was gone too. And I could not only make corpses vanish out of thin air, I could conjure up a mountain of supplies in an instant. We didn't just have guns and a cold-blooded leader. We had supernatural powers. And this world was already an apocalypse where zombies roamed free and the old rules had shattered. Titles, status, and all that old reasoning and dignity. Against absolute power and survival, they weren't worth a speck of dust. Countless people were drenched in cold sweat, their legs weak, their lips trembling. Yet not one of them could force out a single word of protest. I signaled Leah to step aside from the main entrance again. The rules are perfectly clear. Anyone who still can't accept them and wants to leave can go now. This is your last chance. The crowd exchanged glances in dead silence. Leave. Outside was the deadly blood rain and the wandering zombies. Teacher Zheng's fate was right there in front of them. Stay? Then they'd have to accept the new rules and give up their old identities and pride. Trapped either way. The silence dragged on for about a minute, long as a century. Finally, the dance teacher, Su Qinghue, the same one who'd earlier asked the twins for food, forced down her fear and spoke in a trembling voice. Mr. Lin, this exchange you mentioned, trading value for food and protection. What exactly do you mean? What can we do? My gaze settled on her pale face. Once this blood rain stops, I'm building a shelter at Tianshui Garden. You can work for me in exchange for basic food, water, and safety. Work is assigned by ability. Cleanup, construction, logistics, sentry duty. Or, I paused, raising my voice so everyone could hear clearly. You can apply to join my team as a combatant or a specialist. Better treatment, but heavier responsibility. Then I turned to Leah and announced it publicly. Deputy Commander Leah has full authority over recruitment and initial screening for the Apocalypse Self-Rescue Army. Anyone interested, go straight to her. Leah blinked, then drew a deep breath. She understood my intent at once, to establish her authority while handing her the crucial task of vetting and organizing people. She quickly gathered Su Yun and the twin sisters and moved to my side. I pulled 2 tables, along with paper and pens, out of my storage space, then looked at Baixian. Baixian, you go help too. Your ability is useful for screening. A chill ran through Baixian, and she nodded immediately. Yes. She clenched her fist, understanding exactly what this screening meant, using her mind sensing to judge each applicant's sincerity and intentions. Leah swiftly organized the recruitment, her voice clear and cutting. The duties, discipline, and treatment for joining the team. I'll explain each one. But the first principle you must remember, she swept her eyes over the line of people, is loyalty and obedience. Anyone who can't manage that, step aside now. She paused briefly, then dropped the most crucial point. Also, those who join will have a chance to awaken a superpower. And with a power, you'll at least be immune to the zombie virus. The moment she said it, the crowd erupted. A superpower? Immune to the virus? Is it real? If I can just awaken one, I'll do anything. Murmurs and gasps rippled outward. For ordinary people living day to day, this was undeniably the brightest hope in the darkness. By comparison, the terror from Teacher Zhang's grisly end seemed almost washed away by this new craving. A long line formed in front of the registration tables. The 4 of them worked in seamless coordination. Leah, Su Yun, and the twins handled registration and questioning, while Baixian focused and sensed, sorting truth from lies in their words. With the show of foresight just put on, the line stayed perfectly orderly. Seeing the recruitment running smoothly, I didn't linger. I picked out 6 people, Zhou Xiaoman, Zhang Jing, and others. The rest of you stay and assist. You 6, come with me. The objective was clear, the dormitory area and the crystal cores. I turned and melted into the shadows of the corridor, the 6 of them following close behind, their footsteps grim. Over 10 minutes later, we stepped into the dormitory area. The space opened up before us, completely unlike the closed-in oppression of the classroom building. In the open ground between the buildings, dozens of zombies wandered aimlessly, their shrieks rising and falling in the damp air. The stench of rot mixed with the bloody reek of the rain, soaking into every inch of space. This time, I didn't have my team probe ahead, and I didn't lay out any tactics. I simply stopped before the rain-soaked open ground and slowly drew that long, slender Tang Dao. The blade slid free of its sheath with a clear, low hum, its snow-bright edge glinting with a cold, biting light beneath the dim sky. The next second I moved. 1 step and I was among the horde, my figure fast as an arrow off the string, holding nothing back now. Until now, I'd kept most of my strength in check to hone my team. But now, with time short and the area vast, I finally cast off every restraint. I carried 4 superpowers, 3 at Tier 2, and 1 a rare S-rank physical transcendence. All 4 layered together. Combined, my actual combat power was already no less than an ordinary 3rd-tier Esper. The apocalypse had just begun, and against sluggish, instinct-driven first-tier zombies, this kind of strength was pure domination. The blade rose. The blade fell. Every motion was pared down to the barest essential and honed to a razor's edge. No flashy techniques, just the most direct form of killing. Those snarling first-tier zombies dropped in swaths before me, like stalks of wheat in an autumn field. I moved so fast my figure blurred into afterimages through the horde, and everywhere I passed, mists of blood burst into the air one after another, only to be washed thin and swept away by the pouring rain, as if heaven and earth themselves had fallen silent before the slaughter. Behind me, Zhou Xiaoman and the other 5 had long since been stunned speechless. So, Brother Lin wasn't using his full strength before it all. Wang Ting murmured, her voice thick with disbelief. This gap, it's just too much. Xiaoyan Ma stood with her mouth slightly open, and beyond the shock in her eyes there was a flicker of something she couldn't quite name. In the dorm buildings farther off, survivors huddled behind the window panes, staring dumbstruck at the figure below, like a god or demon descended into the mortal world. 1 man, 1 blade, cutting through a horde of dozens, even hundreds, as though it were empty air. Flashes of steel and sprays of blood wove together, lighting up the cold lines of my profile. Many of the girls unconsciously held their breath, their gazes trailing after me against their will, their cheeks growing faintly warm. The fear was still there, but so was an awe of absolute power, and even a secret, budding longing. I decided the zombies weren't gathering fast enough. The cleanup could be more efficient. The thought sparked, and I pulled a massive speaker out of my storage space, set it casually on the roof of an abandoned sedan, and hit play. Across the boundless horizon lies my love. At the foot of the rolling green hills the flowers are blooming. The deafening blast of the most dazzling folk style erupted. In the dead silent apocalyptic campus, this square dancing anthem was absurdly out of place, and yet strangely stirring. The zombies, hypersensitive to sound, came pouring out in a frenzy from every corner of the buildings, from the roads, from behind every bit of cover. Their howls merged into a scalp-prickling wall of noise as they swarmed toward the speaker in a black tide, more and more of them piling up until they'd nearly formed a moving wall of corpses. Once the density of the horde reached a staggering level, the corners of my mouth curved into a cold arc, and my thought moved again. Boom! A muffled roar of pure impact exploded, and the ground shook violently. A blue shipping container, dozens of tons in weight, over 10 meters long, materialized out of thin air directly above the thickest part of the horde and came crashing down with terrifying momentum. Squelch, crunch. The muffled sounds of shattering bone and crushing flesh blurred into one continuous din. At least 100 zombies packed together were flattened into pulp on the spot by the colossal mass. Blood sprayed out in a radial burst, staining the ground, the walls, and the low-hanging branches a ghastly dark red. The container had even sunk slightly into the earth. One could only imagine the scene underneath. This spectacle didn't just draw screams from the survivors peeking from afar. Even the 6 team members behind me, no strangers to life and death, sucked in sharp breaths, their faces gone pale. Wang Ting fished a bag of plain sunflower seeds out of the side pocket of her backpack, cracked one open with stiff movements, and murmured, This isn't a zombie cleanup. It's just a one-sided massacre show. Hey, share some with me. Beside her, Xiaoyan Ma reached out a hand, though her eyes never blinked, fixed on my back as I swung my blade and charged into the thinning horde again. Seeing this, the others gathered around one after another. In the blink of an eye, all 6 of them had formed a little circle, cracking sunflower seeds on that open ground amid the rain of blood and the field of corpses. The scene was absurd to the extreme, yet it was an honest reflection of their situation. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, all the combat skills and teamwork they'd trained were completely useless. They really had become nothing but spectators. And I, set against the backdrop of blood rain, flashing steel, and ridiculous music, seemed only more powerful and mysterious. Rainwater dripped down along the line of my jaw, and the steadiness and might radiating from that cold demeanor carried an almost irresistible impact on women desperate for shelter in a hopeless world. Just as I'd cleared the last dense wave drawn in by the speaker, I sheathed my blade and glanced back, only to catch the 6 team members leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. What are you all staring at? I called out, my tone a little exasperated. Hurry up and go lure out the scattered ones farther off and the zombies hiding in the buildings. Can't you see this area's almost cleared? Oh right, on it. The 6 of them snapped out of it, hastily stuffing the seeds back into their pockets, faces flushing pink with the embarrassment of getting caught. They quickly scattered, running toward the more distant areas and those pitch-black doorways. After that, the division of labor was clear. The 6 of them lured and scouted, drawing out every last surviving zombie hidden deep in the buildings and tucked away in the corners, while I handled the killing exclusively. A crushing, high-speed cleanup. 2 hours later, the entire dormitory district, once filled with unending howls, had fallen dead silent. I gave my tang blade a casual swing in the rain to shake off the blood, slid it back into its sheath, and walked over to the piled-up corpses. With a sweep of my will, I collected every last body into my storage space. Seeing me finish, Wang Ting and the others immediately trotted over and gathered around, the excited flush of watching the battle still on their faces, their eyes eager. Brother Lin, aren't you tired? You've been killing for so long. Are your shoulders sore? Want me to give them a rub? Wang Ting's voice was a few shades softer and sweeter than usual. Let me massage your legs. You've been standing and putting out power this whole time. Xiaoyan Ma leaned in too. The others chimed in one after another, all wanting to find something to do, to prove they weren't just deadweight, who could only stand around and watch the show. Watching them all clamoring over each other, so eager to make themselves useful, I felt both amused and helpless. Casually, I gave the 2 closest to me, Wang Ting and Xiaoyan Ma, a light little pat each on their perky backsides, offhand and even a touch teasing. All right, enough messing around. I'm fine. That single pat froze both girls on the spot. Their faces flushed crimson in an instant, red as ripe apples, the color spreading all the way to their ears as they ducked their heads, not daring to look at me. The others were stunned for a moment too, their gazes darting away, and the atmosphere suddenly turned delicate. I realized that casual pat had probably come off as a little flippant, but my skin was thick enough that not a trace of awkwardness showed on my face. At that very moment, the windows upstairs were pushed open one after another, and countless students called down in excitement. "Big brother, hero, please save us. Take us with you. There's no food left here. I'm begging you." Their voices were full of despair and yearning. I stopped in my tracks, lifted my head to look at all those young faces behind the windows, and said in a deep voice, "The blood rain hasn't stopped. The moment you make contact with it, there's a risk of infection. I can't take you with me." But, I raised my voice, "I'll be building a shelter in the Tianshui Garden Villa district. Shelter. Once the rain stops, you're free to head there and find a way to survive." With that, I said no more. Ignoring the cries and pleas growing louder behind me, I turned and led the 6 of them straight toward the school's administrative area. Along the way, we also cleared out the adjoining faculty housing. When I casually cut down the last wandering zombie, there were no longer any sizable clusters of the undead left anywhere in the entire art academy. Our group made its way back across the slick pavement to the dance hall in the classroom building. The hall was brightly lit, and the crowd was even more orderly than when we'd left. Leah stood in the center, saying something to a neatly arranged group of young women. The moment she saw me return, she came right over. "Brother Lin, the initial screening and headcount are done. A total of 158 people meet the criteria and are willing to join us. 148 students and 10 teachers." She stepped aside and gestured toward the somewhat unusual team behind her. All young women, roughly 18 to 30 years old. Some were elegant and refined, some strikingly beautiful, some gentle and cultured, others bursting with energy. Without exception, every one of them was easy on the eyes. Standing together like this, it honestly gave off the vibe of a beauty pageant. My gaze swept over this all-female lineup, and the corner of my mouth curled up. Sure enough, Leah knew me well. Watching my reaction, Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yingwe, and Su Yun were stunned at first. Then they looked at this regiment of women, and suddenly caught on to something, their expressions turning subtle. Bai Xian stood a bit farther off, her thoughtful gaze drifting back and forth between the group and me. Almost simultaneously, the same thought popped into several of the girls' heads. This man. What a total player. He wouldn't say it out loud, but his actions were honest enough. With her perception ability, Bai Xian was utterly speechless at my closet pervert routine. But the satisfaction on my face didn't last long. Soon my brow furrowed. The people had been chosen. But what came next? How was I supposed to get them safely back to Tianshui Gardens? The villas still needed time to be cleared out one by one. I actually had the simplest solution, the inner space of the Hongming Creation Pearl. But now was nowhere near the right time to reveal my biggest trump card. The main issue was that I wasn't strong enough yet. Once it leaked, it might draw endless greed and attacks. As I frowned in thought, Leah quietly walked over to my side and strolled with me out to the corridor beyond the hall. "Brother Lin," she said softly, with knowing concern, "are you thinking about how to get these people back safely, and how to settle them?" My steps paused, and I turned to look at her. In the dim light, her eyes were bright and sparkling. I couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pinch the tip of her nose. "You really are the worm in my belly, reading my every thought." "Ew." She wrinkled her nose in distaste. "That's gross. I'm your sweet little sidekick. Thank you very much." "All right, my sweet little sidekick." I laughed out loud. "Go on. Then, you've already figured out a plan for me, haven't you?" Her eyes were clear and bright as she lowered her voice. "Brother Lin, remember that 5-star Tinglan hotel we passed on the way here? It's less than 2 kilometers from here. The main building is 15 stories, solidly built, with plenty of rooms. It stands on its own, with open surroundings, easy to keep watch over." My eyes flickered. "You mean?" "Right." She nodded. "We've still got over an hour before dark. We've pretty much cleared the zombies off the main roads, so the route's relatively clear. We can settle these people at the Tinglan Hotel for now. The facilities there are intact, it keeps out the rain, and it's enclosed. Once the blood rain stops, and we've had time to fully clear out Tianshui Gardens, we can move everyone over together. That way we solve the immediate housing problem and buy ourselves a buffer period to observe these people's character a little more. And we can put the hotel supplies to use, too." Clear, logical, and thoroughly considered. Good idea. I didn't hesitate any longer. With the creation spirit crystals, loyalty was the last thing I worried about. It was just impressive that Leah could think this far ahead without knowing any of that. I gave her an appreciative look. "We'll do it your way." The operation kicked off immediately. I walked back to the entrance of the dance hall and focused my mind. A large silver school bus appeared out of thin air on the plaza, coming to a steady stop. Then a second, a third, followed by 13 black business vans materializing in a row, all neatly lined up. Inside the hall, gasps rose once again. Drivers were quickly rounded up. I organized the boarding fast. The vehicles pulled up to an exit sheltered by an awning, and Leah and the twins guided all 158 women aboard in an orderly fashion. I took command of the lead bus, with Leah bringing up the rear, while Baekxian, Su Yun, Zhou Xiaoman, and others spread out across the vehicles to stand guard. The convoy slowly pulled away from the Art Academy, heading toward the Tinglan Hotel 2 kilometers away. Before leaving, I'd left the remaining survivors some food and water, along with my suggestion to head to Tianshui Gardens once the rain stopped. I wasn't stingy about this little investment. Having these potential future workers owe me another life-saving favor could only help, never hurt. The convoy rolled over the wet asphalt, tires kicking up fine sprays of water. Blood rain drummed against the windows in a monotonous, steady patter, as if heaven and earth themselves were murmuring over this post-apocalyptic migration. 10 minutes later, the Tinglan Hotel emerged through the curtain of rain. I brought the bus to a smooth stop under the wide awning at the main entrance and was the first to hop out. My gaze swept across the lobby, disheveled but still grand. A few zombies in security uniforms and hotel staff outfits shuffled around aimlessly. My Tang saber slid from its sheath, a few clean thrusts and slashes, and the threat was eliminated. I stowed the bodies away, confirmed the lobby was safe for now, and only then signaled for everyone to come down, recalling the empty bus back into the space. The other vehicles followed one after another. Under Leah and Su Yun's direction, everyone filed into the lobby in an orderly manner, escaping the blood rain outside. A faint mustiness hung in the air, mingled with the incense and cleaning agent scent unique to high-end hotels, though now laced with a barely perceptible trace of decay. I walked over to the front desk and rummaged around for a moment, pulling a big ring of room keys and key cards out of a drawer. Head to the top floor. It's easier to defend up there. My voice echoed through the empty lobby. Leah, in perfect sync, walked at the very back, warily scanning the passages and fire doors behind and to either side. Our group climbed up the thick carpeted fire stairs, cutting down any zombie that showed its head. The Tinglan Hotel had 15 floors in total, with the top 2 housing the pricey presidential and luxury suites. Perhaps because it hadn't been peak tourist season when the apocalypse broke out. The entire building was eerily quiet, so empty it felt unreal. But the silence only made my heart pound harder. You never knew which shut door might suddenly burst open to unleash a deadly threat. Clearing the 15th floor went relatively smoothly. I only ran into a few zombies in black suits, probably bodyguards or businessmen who'd turned, and I dealt with them without breaking a sweat. When I pushed open the door to the presidential suite at the end of the hall, the largest one, with the best view, the sight in front of me made me pause. The living room was a mess. The coffee table was overturned, a vase shattered. A female zombie in a business skirt suit, hair wild and disheveled, was frantically slamming and clawing at the solid wood door of the bedroom inside, letting out urgent, rasping growls, her nails scraping against the wood with an ear-splitting screech. There was someone in that bedroom. Sensing the movement behind her, the female zombie whipped around. Her cloudy, gray-white eyes locked onto us, and she lunged with a shriek. My expression didn't change. I raised the gun already in my hand and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet buried itself right between her brows. Her forward lunge stopped dead, and she toppled backward. I stepped over the corpse, walked up to the closed bedroom door, and tilted my head to listen. Dead silence inside. I rapped on it with my knuckles. Anyone in there? It's safe now. You can come out. No response. I knocked again, harder this time. We're alive, not infected. We took care of the zombie out here. Still that unsettling silence. I frowned, and this time I didn't hesitate. Taking half a step back, I drove my heel into the area near the lock. Bang! The sturdy door flew open and slammed hard against the wall. The bedroom was dim, the heavy curtains drawn tight. A figure stood stiffly beside the large bed, gripping a heavy decorative vase, knuckles white from the strain. It was a woman, wearing nothing but a thin wine-red silk slip that exposed swaths of pale skin and elegant collarbones. Her long hair fell in a tangle over her shoulders, her face white as paper, the rims of her eyes and the tip of her nose flushed red. Clearly she'd been in a state of sheer terror for a long time. But none of that could hide her stunning looks. Her features were exquisite, as if carved by a master craftsman, delicate as a painting. Even now, disheveled and frightened, she was beautiful enough to take your breath away, a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Once she realized the people who'd broken in were living humans, and that aside from me, the armed man in front, nearly everyone behind me was a woman. Her tense shoulders relaxed for a barely perceptible instant. The hand holding the vase lowered slightly, as if she'd set down an enormous weight. Yet her eyes still held wariness and confusion. Are you a rescue team? Her voice was faint, trembling with the shock of having survived, and carrying a faint, barely detectable trace of hope. I shook my head, studying her calmly. No. Who are you? She froze for a moment, seemingly caught off guard that I neither identified myself nor tried to reassure her, but instead shot back a question. She pressed her bloodless lips together and said quietly, Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei. The name sounded familiar somehow, like I'd heard it before. But since the apocalypse hit, I'd been too busy stockpiling supplies. With my memories from before my rebirth tangled up with my experiences in this life, I couldn't quite place it. Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Yingyue, standing beside me, both lit up at the same time. Jiang Yingyue couldn't help leaning toward my ear and whispering excitedly, Bro Lin, it's Lu Feifei, the nation's little fairy. She's super famous. She was in Galaxy Dreams and Spring Confession. You forgot. There's even a billboard of her by the subway entrance. That's when it clicked. Oh, that celebrity. Before the apocalypse, her posters really had been everywhere. She was hailed as one of the new generation of young starlets who had both looks and acting chops. But since coming back from my rebirth, my mind had been entirely on survival, planning, and building up my strength. Who had time to pay attention to screen glamour like that? Right now, it was clear, no matter how dazzling a star might be, in the apocalypse, she was just another survivor in need of protection. How'd you end up here alone? My tone softened a bit, though it stayed blunt. She seemed a little unaccustomed to conversation without any pleasantries, but she answered honestly anyway. I came to Yanqing to shoot a new film. We wrapped late the night before last, and I slept in yesterday morning. I'd just woken up not long ago and wanted to get some water from the living room when I saw my manager, Sister Zhang, acting really strange. She lunged at me. I was terrified. All I could do was run back to the bedroom, lock the door tight, and hide here ever since. By the time she finished, her eyes welled up. The fear and helplessness she'd been holding in turned to tears that slid down silently. But she immediately turned her head away, biting down hard on her lower lip, stubbornly refusing to let herself sob out loud. Her shoulders just trembled faintly. I was a little speechless inside. The reasons people survived this apocalypse really were all over the map. Who would have thought a pampered celebrity, surrounded by handlers, owed her survival to sleeping in, which had let her dodge the most chaotic initial outbreak? I didn't offer any hollow words of comfort. I just gave Su Yun a simple instruction. Su Yun, stay here with her for a bit. Let her catch her breath. At the same time, I quietly stowed the body of Sister Zhang from the living room into my space, so it wouldn't upset her further. I turned and led a few team members around the corner of the hallway, heading downstairs. Over the next 15 minutes, floors 13 through 15 echoed with short bursts of gunfire and the dull thuds of zombies hitting the ground. It went off without a hitch, and we pulled another dozen or so people out of various corners. A waiter trembling in a janitor's closet, a white-haired elderly couple leaning on each other for support, a child curled into a ball inside a wardrobe. Faced with all these still-shaken faces, I said very little. I just stood there, occasionally tapping the holster at my waist with my fingertips, or turning my gaze to the never-ending rain of blood outside the window. No words were needed. The weight of reality hung over everyone's heart. Soon, everyone we'd newly rescued voluntarily gathered on the 13th floor, which we'd already cleared. Using shelving and heavy objects pulled from my space, I sealed off the main passage leading downstairs and jammed the elevator car dead at the ground level. The 13th floor and everything above it had, for now, become an isolated stronghold, easy to defend, hard to attack. Only after all that did I head back up to the 15th floor. In the presidential suite area, Leah and the twins were busy sorting out sleeping arrangements, trying to place people who knew each other next to one another. Su Yun came out of the bedroom with Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei had changed into a somewhat oversized tracksuit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her face bare. The shock still lingered in her eyes, but her expression was far calmer now. Bro Lin, Su Yun said softly. Miss Lu wants to come with us. I looked at her. Her eyes were resolute, her face pleading, and more importantly, the aura she gave off was pure. She didn't seem like someone with ulterior motives. We're not an official rescue team. We're under no obligation to take anyone, I said, my tone calm but earnest. To come with us. Guides us. We follow the rules. We face the fight. We contribute our strength. Above all, loyalty. Never betrayal. She nodded hard, her voice soft but clear. I understand. I don't have anywhere else to go. For the past 2 days, she'd been holed up in her room, dialing her parents' number over and over, always a busy signal. Her father was a well-known businessman in the city, and that pedigree had once been her backbone in show business. It let her say no to the casting couch, let her climb into the spotlight step by step on the strength of her own work. But now, the glamour, the resources, the connections, all of it had turned to smoke in the face of the zombies and the blood rain. She saw it clearly. Right now, she was just an unarmed, ordinary girl who didn't know if she'd open her eyes tomorrow. I studied her in silence for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, welcome aboard. For simple words, like the most effective tranquilizer. Her eyes stung, but she fought it back and just gave a firm I turned to Leah. Xiaoya, once things settled down, gather everyone in the 15th floor hall. It's time to get down to business. Got it. She caught on immediately, turned, and headed downstairs. 10 minutes later, in a spacious banquet hall on the 15th floor, the 158 people rescued from the Art Academy, plus the newly joined Lu Feifei, along with the core team members, were all present. The brief respite had faded much of the fear from their faces, replaced by a dazed sort of anticipation. I walked to the front, sweeping my gaze across the crowd, my voice steady. I promised you a chance to change your fate, to gain the power to protect yourselves. Now, I'm keeping that promise. A muffled stir rippled through the hall, murmurs woven with excitement and unease. With a flick of thought, I drew 159 creation spirit crystals from my storage space, each giving off a soft, gentle glow. The crystals were translucent, milky white halos swirling within, mysterious and beautiful. This was most of the stockpile I'd accumulated up to now. This time, I was emptying nearly the whole vault. Line up and come forward. One each, swallow it directly, I said, keeping it short. The process may feel strange, but don't panic. Keep your mind calm. Under Lia's direction, the line formed quickly. Every pair of eyes was locked on those crystals, breaths quickening despite themselves. The first to step up was Yi Qingyu, another famous campus beauty from the Art Academy, a Guzheng major with a cool, aloof air. Her slender hand trembled as she took the warm crystal from me, her heart in her throat, terrified she'd awakened some useless ability. Yesterday, trapped in the academic building, she'd watched through the window as I cut through the horde of zombies. That awe, that longing, had burned itself into her heart. She understood. In the apocalypse, beauty might buy you a moment's convenience, but only your own power was the solid ground to stand on and survive. The crystal dissolved the instant it touched her mouth, turning into a warm, surging current that rushed to every limb and vein. It wasn't pain. It was an indescribable comfort, as if every cell were dancing with joy, being gently washed and remade by a soft yet powerful force. A moment later, a strange phenomenon erupted. The air around Yi Qingyu warped faintly, and out of the empty space before her, several translucent strings condensed from nothing, as if woven from pure light. The strings quivered, and without being plucked, a clear, ethereal wave of sound rolled outward, carrying a peculiar rhythm that cleared the mind of anyone who heard it. Whoa! Jiang Yingyue couldn't help gasping. Strings from the void. So cool. Yi Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, disbelief and delight brimming in them. With a flick of thought, she plucked a single string of light, and an empty glass on a distant table snapped with a faint crack. A-rank ability, Sonic Slaughter. She was reading the information surfacing naturally in her mind, her voice trembling slightly. I can condense spiritual energy into sound strings, controlling specific frequencies of sound as attacks. Range and intensity scale with mental power. She looked at me almost instinctively, her eyes holding not just gratitude, but a quietly blooming trust and sense of belonging that bordered on devotion. I was the one who'd given her the spark to light up her own brilliance in this dark, brutal world. Not bad. I nodded. Sound-based abilities held considerable potential. Seeing Yi Qingyu awaken such a dazzling power with their own eyes, the crowd instantly boiled over. Unease gave way to elation, expectations maxed out, and confidence spread like wildfire. When it was Lu Feifei's turn, I handed her a crystal the same way. She took a deep breath, accepted it solemnly, tipped her head back and swallowed, then closed her eyes and waited, her lashes casting faint shadows on her pale cheeks. A moment later, her eyes snapped open. In that instant, deep, profound starlight seemed to flow through her already bright eyes, making them even more radiant and captivating. She fixed a burning gaze on me, an indescribable shock and excitement flashing in her eyes. Feifei, what ability is it? Jiang Yingyue asked in an excited whisper. Lu Feifei steadied herself, trying to keep her voice calm, but she couldn't hide the pride and delight. S-rank mind control. She paused, carefully sensing the information in her mind. I can influence or control the thoughts and behavior of multiple targets at once. The strength, number, and duration of the control depend on my mental power versus the target's willpower. Right now, my rough sense is, controlling ordinary people or low-tier zombies is fairly easy, but the effect weakens against those with strong wills or powerful creatures. It'll need more testing. S-rank. Mind control. Those two words dropped the whole room into instant silence, then set off an even bigger wave of astonishment. Countless eyes zeroed in on Lu Feifei, full of envy, awe, and a faint, barely detectable wariness. Mind control was, without a doubt, an incredibly terrifying and practical top-tier ability in the apocalypse. The surprise in my eyes quickly turned to approval. This was a pleasant surprise, and it would be a heavy-hitting trump card for our team down the road. The awakening ceremony continued. Light flared through the crowd again and again, one gasp following another. Every person who swallowed a crystal met a turning point in their fate in that moment. Hope was like a torch lit in the darkness, burning brighter and brighter in this temporarily safe hotel hall. I stood calmly at the front, watching this rapidly transforming team. The crowd was still cheering, but I rubbed my chin, sinking into thought. Creation spirit crystals could actually awaken an S-rank ability directly? Lu Feifei had become the first S-rank ability user I'd witnessed with my own eyes, created with my own hands, since being reborn. Yet in my past life, I'd never once heard the name Lu Feifei among the top powerhouses or in any major event. Maybe she'd died early in the blood rain. Maybe she'd survived by luck but kept her edge hidden the whole time. Or maybe it was this very creation spirit crystal that had quietly rewritten her. My original, bleak destiny? As the thought crossed my mind, a gentle, crystal-clear message surfaced in my consciousness. Genesis Spirit Crystal guarantees the awakening of an A-rank ability at minimum. The emergence of higher-tier abilities stems from the user's own latent talent and the essence of their soul. The crystal merely serves to ignite and guide. My confusion vanished in an instant. I pushed down the surge of thoughts and silently tested a question in my heart. Hey, you. Are you awake now? That mysterious, unfathomable Hongming Genesis bead, bound to my soul ever since my rebirth, had its consciousness finally awakened? But the bead offered only that single explanation before falling silent again, hanging in the depths of my soul like an eternal, unchanging star, giving no further response. Still, I was already certain that just now had been no illusion, nor was it some mechanical system prompt. I didn't press the matter further and let the thought settle. When the last person finished absorbing and the glow around them slowly faded, the entire 15th floor lobby seemed lit up by a surging sense of hope. The air was full of excitement, joy, and the faint ripples of newly born power. 159 people, not a single failure. Every one of them awakened. The lowest was A rank, and only Lu Feifei reached S rank. More than 100 pairs of eyes turned toward me in unison. The fear, the wariness, the flattery from the beginning had long since faded, replaced now by genuine trust, warmth, and a faint sense of dependence. All right, it's getting late, I said, softening my voice. Everyone get some rest. You've just gained your abilities, and both your bodies and minds need time to adjust. We'll figure out how to use them and how to grow stronger tomorrow, one step at a time. The words were both an order and a comfort. Their hearts were still restless, but 2 straight days of terror and hunger had let exhaustion wash over them like a tide. Soon, with Liya and Su Yun coordinating, everyone found a place to settle down. As spacious as the presidential suite was, packing this many people and still made it crowded. I pulled out mattresses, blankets, jugs of water, and food in bulk for my space, making sure everyone had a place to lie down, water to drink, and enough to eat. This thoughtfulness deepened their sense of belonging yet again. Those exhausted girls, in a relatively safe environment, fell fast asleep almost the moment their heads hit the pillows, many with a faint trace of relief at the corners of their mouths. It was the first time since the blood rain descended that they'd been able to sleep so peacefully. Su Yun volunteered to take Zhou Xiaomin and Zhang Jing to keep watch at the passage room on the 14th floor. Liya and I chose a suite near the 15th floor stairwell. As for Lu Feifei's presidential suite, the twin sisters Jiang Yingxue and Jiang Yingwei squeezed their way in, grinning, claiming they wanted to chat with Sister Feifei. In truth, their big, sparkling eyes betrayed a double curiosity, the thrill of being near a celebrity and the awe of facing an S-rank powerhouse. Sister Feifei, I loved watching your shows back in high school. I even had your poster up by my bed. You're even prettier in person than on screen. Lu Feifei had debuted early and was used to scenes like this. She managed to smile and played along, but she was clear-headed inside. In the apocalypse, the old glamour of stardom was already as light as dust and might even be a burden. To be alive, to be accepted, and to have gained such powerful abilities, that was already an enormous mercy from fate. Inside the suite, it was just Liya and me. The moment the door closed, all the chaos outside was shut out. She leaned in naturally, her soft body nestling into my arms. There was no need for words. The tacit understanding forged from facing death together and trusting each other with our backs had long since let our hearts connect. After a spell of tenderness, we washed away the exhaustion clinging to our bodies. Now Liya lay against my chest, her breathing long and steady as if she'd fallen asleep. Only the occasional flutter of her eyelashes gave away that she was actually still awake. As for me, My eyes were closed, but my mind was clear and busy. I sank my consciousness into the Hongming Genesis bead, and like a diligent gardener, I began hauling in the zombie corpses I'd cleared out and killed at the Art Academy and the hotel today, one by one. The roots of the world tree seemed almost alive, gently reaching out to coil around the bodies and absorbing them clean within 3 breaths. Then I'd send the empty husks back into my ability space to deal with later when I found the chance. Following the pattern I'd worked out, I threw in roughly 10,000 corpses in total today. The instant the last one was fully converted, a gentle stream of information flowed into my mind. Homing Genesis bead bound to host soul, current level 4. Potential development. Consume energy to randomly unlock a new S-rank ability. Ability sublimation. Accumulate 1 targeted enhancement opportunity every 7 days, which can directly raise any existing ability by 1 level. Shares a cooldown with potential development. Choose one of the 2 per cycle. Foundation of the world. Interior space stably expanded to 400 square kilometers, roughly 2 Yangqing urban districts. Genesis Spirit Spring. Produces 100 Genesis Spirit crystals per day. Consuming 1 awakens an ability of A rank at minimum and instills loyalty to the host. New Life Spirit Spring. Basic produces 1 life spirit crystal per day. Consuming 1 enhances the essence of life, improving physique, lifespan, and energy affinity, and instills loyalty to the host. Current cap. S-rank life form. Level restriction. The host's own maximum ability level cannot exceed the Genesis bead's current level. I glanced at the glowing hands of the clock on the wall, 11:13 p.m. Finally, leveled up right before the pre-dawn refresh. My consciousness looked toward the space within, and sure enough, with the level up, its range had once again expanded exponentially. What had once been little more than a ditch and a dirt slope was now a gurgling clear stream and rolling, verdant hills, the light softer, the air fresher. A budding, embryonic world rested quietly in the depths of my soul. With a stir of my thoughts, I stored away the 100 Genesis spirit crystals that had refreshed after the level up. Then my attention fell on that newly appeared crystal. Its texture resembled a Genesis spirit crystal, but its aura was entirely different. A warm, milky white radiance flowed all through it, as though something alive were pulsing inside. It was warm to the touch, and even more calming than a Genesis spirit crystal. I gently grasped this life spirit crystal with my consciousness, carefully feeling the fluctuations flowing within it. The level of life, essence enhancement. I murmured to myself. Does it act on lifespan, recovery, or something more fundamental, like evolutionary potential? The things I'd witnessed in my past life and my understanding in this one collided in my mind. I had a faint feeling that this crystal signified a path far more profound and fundamental than simply granting abilities. Path of enhancement. For a long while, I finally pulled my mind back, returning to my body in the real world, feeling that warm, solid weight in my arms. I looked down at Lia's peaceful sleeping face. Stripped of her usual boldness, it looked especially soft. Almost without thinking, I reached up and gently brushed a few stray strands of hair from her forehead, my touch as light as if I were afraid of disturbing the morning dew. After a moment, I called to her softly, Xiaoya. Her lashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. The haze lingered for only an instant before clearing into a bright, limpid mirror that reflected my face. There wasn't a trace of annoyance at being woken, only complete trust in her eyes. When she sat up, the thin blanket slipped down, revealing a hint of her bare skin, and she didn't even notice. That kind of openness had long since crossed the ordinary boundaries between us. I held out the life spirit crystal I'd been cupping in my palm, smooth and warm as jade, and simply said, "Eat this." No explanation, no elaboration, as if handing it over were the most natural thing in the world. She didn't hesitate either. She took it, felt a surge of vibrant life force at her fingertips, and put it in her mouth. In an instant, the crystal melted into a cool, warm current that slid down her throat and spread through every part of her body. The next moment, an indescribable look of relief washed over her face, as if a hot spring were welling up from the depths of her soul, cleansing every inch of her meridians. Days of exhaustion and tension were quietly swept away. Her breathing grew deep and slow, and a faint halo, brimming with vitality, shimmered around her. About 5 minutes later, her eyes snapped open, as if a swirling starlight had been poured into them. She threw her arms around me and planted a loud kiss on my cheek. "Brotherlin, my ability, it's reached S rank." Her voice was trembling. Just a short while ago, she'd harbored a faint, secret longing for Lu Feifei's S rank ability, and now this surprise had come so suddenly. S rank. I smiled, my eyes full of relief and pride. "Congratulations." And inwardly, I understood, just as I'd thought. One's life tier was the foundation that carried an ability. Elevating the essence of life meant enlarging and improving the container, so the water inside naturally rose to a higher grade. The value of the life spirit crystal was, in that moment, completely confirmed. In my past life, every single S-rank powerhouse could hold up an entire faction on their own. Now that I had this, I could cultivate more trustworthy high-tier fighters. The landscape of the future was already different. I pulled the overjoyed woman even tighter into my arms, gently rubbing my chin against the top of her head, my voice dropping into a solemn tenderness. Xiaoya, I'm going to take you somewhere, a place that belongs to just the two of us, and one that concerns our future. Okay. She didn't ask where or how. She just got up crisply, put on her clothes, her movements smooth and efficient. I got myself ready quickly too. Just as she reached out to turn the doorknob, I gently caught her wrist. She turned back, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. We don't need to go out, I said, pulling her into my arms and setting my will in motion. I appeared beside the creation tree, but Leah hadn't come with me. I was stunned. I can't bring people in? I looked up at the little calf grazing leisurely in the distance, and it was as if something clicked. Back in the guest room, Leah was still looking around in a daze. Only when she saw me reappear did she let out a breath of relief, complaining, "What's going on, Brother Lin? Why did you suddenly leave me here all by myself?" I didn't explain. I wrapped my arm around her waist again, drew her into my embrace, and spoke right against her ear. "Close your eyes. Relax completely. Don't let any stray thoughts or resistance get in the way." She froze for a moment, then closed her eyes and leaned fully into me. "I'm ready." I focused, sinking my consciousness deep into my sea of awareness. The Hongmeng creation pearl sensed the call and began to rotate slowly, sending mysterious ripples spreading through the room. Our two figures gradually faded away in the gentle waves, silent and without a trace. So it seemed that anyone coming in had to have a pure mind, not a single stray thought aloud. When I opened my eyes again, it was a whole different world. "You can open your eyes now," I said beside her, hiding a trace of anticipation. Leah opened her eyes as told, and her breath immediately caught. The air here was unbelievably fresh, filled with the fragrance of earth, grass, pond water, and some kind of pure energy. The light was soft and bright, like a spring morning, yet there was no sun or moon in sight. And then, she was utterly speechless. Before her stretched a vast, tranquil, life-filled world. Beneath her feet was an expanse of emerald grass reaching to the horizon, soft and thick. In the distance, green mountains rolled like waves, and a stream wound through them. But the most stunning of all was the colossal tree standing tall at the center. Its trunk so thick it would take several people to encircle it, nearly 100 meters tall, its entire body shimmering with a faint violet glow. Its branches and leaves formed a canopy like a great parasol, and within them a galaxy seemed to flow, ancient, sacred, and brimming with life. Beside the tree, a spirit pool the size of a basketball court was as clear as jade, wreathed in spiritual mist, its clean fragrance refreshing. Just standing at its edge made your body and mind feel utterly clear. She stood frozen in place, mouth slightly open, her gaze almost greedily drinking in everything before her. Is this a fairyland or a dream? I stood quietly at Liya's side, watching the shock on her profile. There wasn't the slightest bit of showing off in my heart. Instead, I felt unusually calm. Bringing her into this space was a decision I'd made after weighing it over and over. Her talent, her character, her loyalty, all were impeccable. And the whole series of plans I had ahead, developing the space, building up my faction, dealing with crises, all needed a core assistant who could completely understand my intentions. She was the most fitting choice. Woof, woof. A cheerful bark broke the stillness. A sleek, sturdy farm dog came bounding down the grassy slope, circling around me with its tail spinning like a windmill. In the distance, a few pigs, sheep, and cattle grazed leisurely. After the space had expanded, these creatures, transferred in during its early days, finally had room to romp. This lively scene brought Leah back to her senses. She bent down and rubbed the dog's head, and it affectionately licked her palm. Laughing, she scooped it up into her arms, her eyes as bright as if they were brimming with starlight, and looked at me. "Brother Lin, where on earth is this place?" I walked over to her side and gazed out at the distant mountains and flowing water, my tone calm. "This is an independent space. It exists tied to my soul, but in essence it's separate from Blue Star. Maybe even separate from the laws of the universe as we know them." I paused. At first, it was only the size of a basketball court. By absorbing energy, mainly zombie crystal cores, it began to grow. This tree, this water, these mountains and grasslands, they all evolved on their own. And now, the area here. It's almost as big as two of Yangqing's downtown districts by now. My tone gradually grew heavier. tinged with unmistakable worry. There's no telling when the blood rain out there will stop. And even if it does, Blue Star's water and soil were contaminated long ago. No matter how many supplies we stockpile, we'll eventually run out. People need clean water, safe food, an uncontaminated place to live. I pulled my gaze back and looked earnestly into her eyes. I want to turn this place into our true foundation. Somewhere self-sufficient, where we can put down roots, grow, and ride out the storms of the outside world, the starting point of a new world. I took her hand. This space is going to keep growing. It'll need people to plan it, build it, manage it. I only have so much energy on my own. Xiaoya, I need you. Not just out there fighting, but here too, helping me lay the foundation for our future. Will you do it with me? Leah felt a wave of warmth surge from her heart and flood through her whole body. She set the dog down and, without a moment's hesitation, stepped forward and wrapped both hands tightly around my arm, nodding hard. Her voice caught slightly with emotion, but every word was firm. I will. Lin, wherever you are is where I belong. Whatever you want to build, I'll help you build it. Whether it's the apocalypse out there or this new world in here, I'll always be right by your side. No more vows were needed. Her eyes had already said everything. I smiled, a grounded, warm smile, one with every last guard let down. I gently pulled her into my arms. Beneath the creation tree, at the edge of the spirit pool, the two of us held each other in silence, our eyes speaking more than 1,000 words ever could. After a tender moment, a thought stirred in my mind. Our figures vanished into thin air, and in an instant we reappeared on a stretch of soft, thick grass in the distance. The view here was wide open, backed by a small rise, with a stream and a meadow in sight. I waved my hand, and a broad, elegantly simple bed settled steadily in the middle of the grass. A gentle breeze drifted all around, the spirit spring murmured, and the stream babbled softly. About an hour later, Leah lay lazily in the crook of my arm, the flush still lingering on her cheeks, her eyes soft as if soaked in water, gazing at me dreamily. Her fingertips traced idle circles on my chest, her heart full of contentment and attachment. But when she looked up and caught the ember in my eyes, burning even hotter from our closeness, her body went soft as if from muscle memory, and she burrowed deeper into my embrace, mumbling, I really can't anymore. This body of mine had been enhanced many times over, and here in this energy-rich space, I truly was brimming with vigor. Seeing her cry uncle, I couldn't help but laugh, ruffling her hair fondly and not pushing her any further. Leah's eyes quietly darted around, and suddenly an idea popped into her head, one that could pull my attention elsewhere, cement her own standing, and make her look thoughtful and generous all at once. Lin, her voice went even softer, laced with a hint of mischief. What do you think of Yun? I didn't follow at first. Su-Yin? She's great. Sharp combat instincts, level-headed, good at seeing the big picture. Why the sudden question? I mean, her face went redder, her voice growing smaller, yet she put on a perfectly serious, I'm only thinking of you tone. Yun's beautiful, she's got a great figure, she's reliable, and I quietly asked Xiaomin and the others. She should still be untouched. I caught her drift, and one eyebrow arched. What are you getting at? You know exactly what. She gave me a light punch and just came out with it. You're so full of vim and vigor. How am I supposed to keep up all by myself? What happens down the road? We've got to find you a reliable helper who's easy on the eyes. She counted on her fingers, looking every bit the far-sighted strategist. Yun's the perfect fit. And if you think she's not enough, those twins Ingxue and Ingwe, I've noticed they've got a thing for you too. They look exactly alike, so we could consider them later on as well. Huh. I laughed, amused by all this generosity. You're that willing to part with me? In such a hurry to push other women my way? And besides, isn't this all just wishful thinking on your part? Is Su-Yin even willing? What do Ingxue and Ingwe think? You're just deciding for everyone else. Humph. She lifted her chin with an I've had you figured out all along expression. You've definitely had your eye on them this whole time. You're just putting on airs, waiting for someone to make the first move, or for me to bring it up. The more she talked, the more convinced she became that she'd nailed it. Those two look at you like they could practically drool. And Yun, she's cool and composed most of the time, but every time you speak or there's danger, the way she looks at you isn't right either. She just hides it better. So you're not jealous? Of course I am, a little. She pouted, then immediately struck a noble, self-sacrificing pose. But look at the world we live in now. What's wrong with a strong man having a few women? Rather than have you lured away by some vixen out there down the line, I'd rather vet them myself and bring in a few good, obedient ones. That way the team stays stable, and I get some peace of mind too. The more she said, the more pleased with herself she got. And this is me creating opportunities for you. You won't thank me. You turn it around and blame me instead. Watching her little hurry up and praise how clever I am expression I felt both amused and warmed inside. I understood what she was after. She was possessive, sure, but she had an even bigger picture view, and a deep concern for me on top of that. This proactive arranging was less about generosity and more a kind of complex, emotion-tangled wisdom born of the apocalypse. So how do you plan to test it out? My curiosity was piqued. Let's go out right now. She perked up instantly, sitting up with a face full of confidence. I'll test it for you on the spot. I guarantee I'll make your wish come true. I didn't object. A thought stirred, and in an instant the two of us were back in the bedroom of the hotel suite. Leah threw her clothes on in a flash, smoothed her hair in the mirror, winked at me, and scampered out of the room like a nimble little cat, heading downstairs. Left alone in the room, I shook my head and laughed. About 15 minutes later, familiar footsteps sounded in the hallway outside. They paused at the door, carrying a clear trace of hesitation, and then turned resolute. Knock, knock. A soft knock rang out, especially crisp in the quiet of the deep night. I had already returned to sit at the edge of the bed. At the sound, I put away the life spirit crystal I'd been refreshing once more and called out, "Come in." It's unlocked. The lock clicked softly, and the door swung slowly open. A tall, slender figure, wrapped in the night's chill and the fresh scent of a recent shower, approached without a sound. She pulled the door shut behind her, her movements careful and deliberate, then walked step by step toward the bedroom. In the light, Su Yun's figure came into focus. She had clearly just showered in a hurry. The ends of her hair were still damp, draped softly over her shoulders. She wore a lavender silk slip nightgown, thin as a cicada's wing, gently clinging to her curves with a soft, pearl-like sheen. There was an innocence about her, yet she unconsciously radiated the allure of a mature woman. Gone from her face was the cold sharpness of battle. Her skin glowed a faint pink, her eyes cast downward, not daring to meet mine. Her lashes trembled like the wings of a startled butterfly. Barefoot on the carpet, she came toward me step by step, her body quivering slightly with nervousness and a kind of reckless resolve. But she didn't stop, didn't retreat. She simply walked up to me and quietly closed her eyes, as if awaiting judgment, as if offering herself up as a sacrifice. I rose and walked barefoot toward her. We stood very close. I could smell the fresh scent of body wash on her skin, feel the faint trembling of her body and the racing of her heart. "Yun," I said, my voice low and slow, gentle and full of respect. "Xiaoya told you everything, didn't she?" She didn't open her eyes, only nodded softly, a small motion, yet unusually firm. "Once you step onto this path, there may be no turning back. In this world, there will be greater responsibilities and possibly greater dangers, along with complicated relationships." I continued in a low voice. "You won't regret it, will you? This is your own choice." She kept her eyes closed, but this time, she drew a deep breath, as if summoning every ounce of her strength, and nodded again, firmly, heavily. Then, in a voice thin as a mosquito's hum, yet utterly resolute, she softly breathed out a single word. No more words, no sentimental declarations, just one syllable, yet it carried all of her determination, trust, and surrender. That was enough. The last trace of hesitation faded from my eyes, melting into a deep tenderness. I reached out and gently pulled her trembling, soft, warm body into my embrace. At first she stiffened, then relaxed completely, sinking softly against my chest like a drifter who had finally found a long-sought harbor. Her eyes stayed closed, but her taut nerves eased, and her trembling gradually stilled. I no longer hesitated. I bent down and swept the softly trembling woman up into my arms. "Ah," she gasped, caught off guard, instinctively wrapping her arms around my neck and burying her burning cheeks deep against my chest. I laid her gently in the center of the soft, wide bed. My fingertips brushed across her bare shoulders and neck. The skin was delicate and smooth, yet carried a scorching heat. It was a unique warmth, mixing tension, shyness, and anticipation, both green and tender. Her lashes fluttered like butterfly wings in the wind, her half-lidded eyes shimmering with moisture, her cheeks flushed crimson, her breathing quick and shallow. She was like a trembling, ripe peach. My throat bobbed involuntarily, and the last of my hesitation vanished into thin air. I leaned down and, with a kiss, sealed away all her unfinished trembling. Time slipped away quietly in our union. About an hour later, the storm subsided. I leaned back against the headboard with a lazy satisfaction, one arm holding the pink-skinned beauty close, the other slowly gliding along the silken smoothness of her back. Su Yun was like a thoroughly conquered kitten, curled up softly against my chest, her body occasionally shivering with sensitivity at my touch, her delicate brows knitting as she let out a barely audible whimper or two. Clearly, this first, intense, and lengthy experience of intimacy had left her exhausted in both body and spirit. Yun, I murmured, pressing a kiss to her sweat-dampened temple, my voice low and husky. You're so beautiful. Her body quivered slightly. She slowly lifted her eyelids, her eyes still glistening with moisture, revealing a small animal-like timidity and plea for mercy. In a voice thin as a mosquito's hum, weak and bashful in the afterglow, she said, Ew, you're not going to want more, are you? After all, it was her first time, and the hour-long intimacy had already pushed her far beyond her limits. Seeing her like this, something touched the softest part of my heart. A powerful protective instinct rose within me, forcibly suppressing the heat stirring again inside me. I chuckled softly, kissed the corner of her brow, and my tone grew even gentler. Silly, I just think you're too beautiful and couldn't help praising you. Rest now if you're tired, I won't trouble you. To divert her attention, an idea struck me. I retrieved from my space the newly refreshed, jade-smooth life spirit crystal and held it out to her. Eat this. It's good for you. Suyin had come to trust me completely. Though she didn't know the exact reason, she still obediently took it and placed it in her mouth. A familiar warm current swept through her whole body, bringing an even deeper sense of comfort and empowerment. A moment later, realization and delight flashed in her eyes. Her ability had indeed successfully advanced to S rank as well. The significant boost in power deepened her gratitude and reliance on me even further. Satisfied to see the change in her aura, I tightened my arms and pulled her more firmly into my embrace. Sleep now. We've got real business tomorrow. Exhausted in body and spirit, yet wrapped in an immense sense of security, she relaxed completely under the double impact. Before long, she drifted off to sleep to the steady rhythm of my heartbeat, her breathing growing even and deep. The next morning, dawn broke faintly. On the third day of the blood rain, the light was still filtered dim and murky by the heavy clouds. I had woken early. Turning onto my side, I quietly watched Su Yun as she slept. Morning light seeped through the gap in the curtains, falling across her face. A few strands of black hair clung to the corner of her lips with sweat, revealing a softness and delicate beauty one could never normally see in her. Moving gently, I slowly slid out the arm she'd been resting on, tucked the covers back around her, then quietly got up, dressed, and pushed open the bedroom door into the living room. I stood by the window, stretching my body while sinking my consciousness into the Hongmeng creation pearl space. Over the course of the night, the creation spirit spring inside had crystallized anew. I took inventory, 264 creation spirit crystals in total, 100 from yesterday's level up reward, 100 naturally refreshed this morning, plus the 64 remaining from before. I looked out the window. The blood rain was still falling, but on closer inspection it was lighter than the past 2 days, its color a bit fainter too. According to my memories from my past life, today was the third day of the global cataclysm and the last day of this crimson blood rain. But the rain stopping didn't mean safety. If anything, it might mark the beginning of even greater chaos. More importantly, there were those enemies who had barely survived the early collapse of order. Those people who, in my past life, had brought me endless pain and betrayal. They'll most likely use the chaos after the rain stops to relocate, hide, or even gather their strength. We have to deal with them before the rain lets up. My eyes turned cold. Once the rain stopped and people started moving around again, I didn't want to waste time hunting them down. I'd been reborn into this life, building up my power, waiting for exactly this chance, to settle old scores with absolute force. Creak. The sound of a door opening came from behind me. I tucked away the chill in my eyes and turned around. It was Leah. She was draped in a loose jacket, leaning against the doorframe, watching me with a complicated look, understanding, teasing, and just a touch of subtle jealousy. But more than anything, there was that knowing, slightly smug, I knew it expression. A sly smile played at the corner of her mouth as she lowered her voice. So, the person I recommended didn't let you down, did she? Sister Yun's cold on the outside but warm on the inside, one of the best candidates for a partner. I raised an eyebrow and walked toward her. You're up bright and early. Here to check up on me, or to take credit? WH, who's checking up on you? Her face flushed slightly. Then she straightened up, thoroughly self-righteous. I'm openly and honestly looking out for the physical and mental health of a core member. Besides, who was it that agreed to let me give it a try last night? Now that the results are so obvious, shouldn't you be thinking about what comes next? Like those two little girls, Ing Shui and Ing Yu. She winked, the hint anything but subtle. Watching her be so calculating and yet a little jealous at the same time, I found it both funny and heartwarming. I reached out and pinched the tip of her nose. Instead of answering directly, I changed the subject, my tone turning serious. Don't worry about that stuff for now. Go wake everyone up. We've got real work to do. It's time to move. Leah immediately dropped the joking and nodded solemnly. Got it. I'm on it. Just as she turned to leave, the door to another bedroom opened. Su-yun was already dressed and ready, having changed into a clean, sharp-looking athletic outfit, her long hair pulled back into a ponytail. There was still a faint flush lingering on her face from the night before, but her eyes had returned to their usual composure. It was only when her gaze met mine that she instinctively looked away, the tips of her ears turning red. Why not rest a little longer? I walked over, my voice gentle. Her cheeks warmed slightly, and she said quietly, I heard you two talking. You said you had something important to announce, so I got up. Her voice was soft, but crisp and to the point. I nodded approvingly to myself. From my storage space, I pulled out a set of combat gear and boots in her size, something more practical for action, and handed them to her. She'd come over the night before in nothing but a thin nightgown, so she needed a change. Seeing this normally decisive, cool-tempered powerhouse of a woman showing a rare bit of shyness and compliance, my heart softened. I stopped teasing her and said seriously, go change. We'll gather the team shortly. There are assignments to hand out. She took the clothes and hurried back to her room. 15 minutes later, the lobby on the ground floor of the hotel. I stood at the very front, with Li Ye and Su Yun flanking me on either side. Behind them stood Jiang Yingshui, Jiang Yingyu, Zhou Xiaomin, Zhang Jing, and the rest of the first batch of members, along with the 162 newly awakened team members, all standing at attention. After a night of rest and the awakening of their abilities, most of them looked noticeably better, the fear in their eyes replaced by anticipation and eagerness. I scanned the crowd, my voice ringing out clearly across the room. After a night of rest and adjustment, everyone's in much better shape. Surviving the apocalypse is like rowing against the current. If you don't push forward, you fall behind. We have to take the initiative, secure resources, hone our abilities, and expand our space to survive. I paused. A snake can't move without a head, and troops without a general fall into chaos. Our group is growing. To act and manage ourselves more effectively, we need to establish clear organization and discipline. Effective immediately, I officially appoint Li Ye and Su Yun as deputy leaders. The two of them straightened their backs at the same time, accepting this weighty trust. The two of you will each lead a team. My gaze swept over the crowd. Using the method we tested yesterday at the Art Academy, you'll each clear out one university. Remember, the primary goal of this mission is not to gather ordinary supplies. Grab what's convenient, sure, but don't burn too much time or manpower on it, and don't take any risks. There are two core objectives. First, collect as many energy crystal cores from the zombies' skulls as possible. Second, as long as it's safe to do so, recruit new members who meet our standards and show potential. I place special emphasis on the next point. Pay attention to ability composition within your teams. Offensive, defensive, control, and support/healing types. Arrange them sensibly to form complementary combat squads. Don't let any group be too one-dimensional. As for the exact makeup, you'll decide based on the abilities your members have awakened. Understood. The two replied in unison, immediately getting to work. They already had a rough understanding of the new members, and they grouped them quickly based on memory and a few simple questions. I offered key suggestions from the sidelines from time to time. 5 years of life and death experience in the apocalypse had given me an intimate grasp of the traits, potential, and practical pairings of nearly every ability. A little over half an hour later, the teams were set. Li Ye took the first team of 88 people, which included several standout offensive elemental and enhancement types, along with members skilled in protection, healing, and reconnaissance. Su Yun took the second team of 87, equally balanced between offense and defense with complementary functions. The two teams were roughly even in strength, with their key members well distributed. Everyone moved out to the sheltered area beneath the hotel's entrance canopy. With a thought, and to the astonished looks of the crowd, dozens of assorted cars appeared out of thin air, lined up neatly in front of the doors. Most college students these days have driver's licenses. Their skills might be rusty, but there was hardly any other traffic on the apocalyptic roads, and the obstacles were all stationary, so driving wasn't difficult. Each team got over 40 vehicles, roughly 2 people per car, enough to look out for one another while making the most of our resources. I loaded supplies into each car's trunk: food and water, backup weapons, ammunition, protective gear, everything they'd need. Xiaoya, Sister Yun. I called the two of them aside to a spot where no one could hear, lowered my voice, and gave them serious instructions. You'll each lead your team out. The targets are still those universities in the college town. Remember, safety comes first, above all else. Use tactics when clearing zombies, and prioritize keeping yourselves alive. When recruiting, quality over quantity. Focus on character and team spirit. If you run into danger you can't handle, don't force it. Contact me immediately. You're not coming with us? Li Ye, sharp as ever, caught the implication in my words. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of worry. Yeah, I've got to make a trip on my own. I looked out at the hazy curtain of rain beyond the window, my eyes calm, but with a cold edge to them. I'm heading into the city. To the city center, to settle some old personal debts. And while I'm at it, I'll take this last chance to sweep a few supply caches that might hold something special. Leah and Su Yun exchanged a glance, and I saw understanding and support in both their eyes. They didn't press me about what those old debts were. That was my past, and if I wanted to talk about it, I would. All they knew was that if I decided to do something, I had my reasons. What they could do was hold down the fort and wait for me to come home safe. Almost in unison, they stepped forward and gave me a light hug, one on each side, restrained but warm. Close to my ear, in voices only we could hear, they said, "Be careful. We'll be waiting for you." Warmth spread through my chest. I pressed a kiss to each of their foreheads and reassured them, "Don't worry. It's just a few small things to take care of, totally safe. You two be careful leading the team, and keep in touch." The bloody rain was about to let up, and the final window for revenge was right in front of me. Those enemies hiding in the city's shadows. I wouldn't let a single one of them slip away, and I sure as hell wouldn't give them the chance to escape in the chaos. I didn't waste any more time. I teleported straight through space. When I reappeared, I was standing on a deserted street behind the hotel, one piled with abandoned vehicles and roamed by zombies. I picked my direction and broke into a full sprint. My heart was on fire, burning with the thrill of a long-awaited vengeance finally within reach. Along the way, I swept the contents of every big mall and supermarket into my spatial storage without breaking stride. Each abrupt appearance and disappearance sent gasps and commotion rippling through the scattered survivors. Some even caught footage of me materializing and supplies vanishing into thin air, and it spread far and wide across the internet. The cold rain couldn't douse the ever-growing flames of revenge burning in my chest. My target this time was clear. First, a large, modern frozen goods warehouse complex north of Yong City. Fragments of memory from my past life surfaced, crystal clear now. Black Dragon, real name Xiaolong. Before the apocalypse, he was nothing more than an ordinary long-haul cold chain trucker, oozing street-level cruelty and slickness. The day the bloody rain came, he'd just driven a truck full of frozen goods to this cold storage facility. The cataclysm trapped him inside that fortress of steel and sub-zero cold. And, in a stroke of luck, he got drenched in the first fall of the bloody rain. The cruel irony was that while the vast majority of people caught in the rain turned into zombies, Xiaolong gritted his way through it, and even awakened a rare, A-grade speed ability. Relying on that gift from the heavens, he hunted the sluggish early-stage zombies in the cold storage district and quickly gathered up more than a dozen equally trapped workers and security guards. The massive stockpile of meat and seafood in the freezers became the hard currency of the apocalypse, food. Using food as bait and his speed as a deterrent, his power ballooned like a rolling snowball. Ruthless, brutal, and heavy-handed, Xiaolong soon carved out several blocks around the frozen goods warehouse as his private turf, rallying a pack of reckless, no-limits outlaws. He became a bandit warlord who struck terror across the North District. In my past life, Black Dragon tried more than once to recruit me, since I was also an A-grade ability user. But I despised how vicious and utterly conscienceless his crew was, and I flatly refused. That made him lose face. He decided I didn't know a good thing when I saw it, and from then on he held a grudge, hunting and ambushing the three of us again and again. I, Lin Chun, would never claim to be some kind of saint. Struggling through 5 years of the apocalypse, I'd spilled plenty of my own kind's blood to survive, to secure resources. But I had my own lines I wouldn't cross, fighting over survival resources. That was fair game, everyone relying on their own skill. Killing rivals, that was par for the course. But I would never torture and kill for fun, and I sure as hell wouldn't turn on ordinary people who'd done nothing to me, especially not women and children. That's not competition anymore. That's pure savagery, the final trampling of human decency. And Black Dragon, he was a beast wearing human skin. The blood debts his gang racked up in my past life still make me physically sick and boiling with rage just thinking about them. Young, strong men, or anyone suspected of having abilities, were forcibly abducted and conscripted. The slightest hesitation or resistance meant getting your limbs broken and being tossed into a zombie horde, forced to watch yourself get devoured alive. The old, weak, sick, and disabled weren't even worth cannon fodder in his eyes. Straight to the zombies, then harvest the crystal cores. The women met the darkest fates. The good-looking ones were picked out by him and his top lieutenants to be playthings, tormented day and night. The plain-looking ones had it even worse, treated as disposable goods, handed out as prizes to his lackeys, even bartered like merchandise with other factions. On Black Dragon's turf, that kind of hopeless despair, grinding the last shred of human dignity into dust, was hell on earth. For many who fell into his hands, death was a mercy. Rewind a bit. About 2 years into the apocalypse, the global climate shifted violently, sea levels surged for no clear reason, and coastal cities took the first hit. Yang City was swallowed piece by piece by the seawater and the sea beasts that came with it, until it was no longer fit for human habitation. The surviving major factions fought for 2 years, and by then the picture was clear. The mainstream consensus was to migrate northwest into the interior, heading straight for Bashu, rugged terrain, easy to defend and hard to attack, rich in resources, seen as the best hope for rebuilding order. But Black Dragon, true to form, revealed his ambition once again. Instead of joining the crowd heading to Bashu to contend with the other powers, he let his core followers due west, striking straight for Ming City on the southwestern border. His intent was obvious. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. He knew he could never dominate a Bashu crowded with heavyweights, so he chose Ming City, a power vacuum with complex terrain, hoping to carve out his own domain and rule as its petty tyrant. As for me, Zhao Kai, and Li Chong, the three of us also ended up drifting to Ming City in our past life. But we didn't go by choice. We were shoved there by a disaster that came out of nowhere. It was about 2 months before Yang City fell. While our 3-man team was scavenging for supplies, we rescued a young woman in the ruins at the city's edge. She was being hunted, fleeing in a panic. Stunningly beautiful, with a unique presence. That was Leah. It started with Zhao Kai. Struck by how gorgeous she was, he got fired up and suggested we step in. The three of us joined forces and drove off the first wave of pursuers, thinking we'd just saved an ordinary girl from some minor faction. It wasn't until the second, far larger wave closed in that we realized we'd kicked a hornet's nest. Leah's true identity was the private property of a cruel, domineering young master, the only son of the head of Yang City's official shelter. Her escape was like a hard slap across his face. Facing the tight encirclement of the young master's elite combat squad, the three of us fought for our lives, but were hopelessly outnumbered, slowly being cornered into a dead end. At the critical moment, the fierce-tempered Leah pressed a dagger to her own throat, threatening to take her own life, and forcibly tore open a way out. This is also one of the reasons I valued her so highly in that past life. For the 2 months that followed, we holed up in the military-controlled southern district of the city, where the rival factions had the weakest grip. We ran and hid, dodging an endless string of bounties and assassins. It wasn't until the rising sea levels turned into a full-blown crisis, throwing all of Guangzhou into its final frenzy and a chaos of mass exodus, that the second young master's crew decided to head for Bashu, and only then did we finally get to catch our breath. Bashu was absolutely off the table for us. With no other choice, we tagged along with the scattered survivors fleeing west, and through some twist of fate, we ended up in Mingxing too. And then came fate's cruelest joke of all. Lured in by Black Dragon, a single fatal betrayal wiped out my whole team, and I was reborn. The frigid wind hurled a spray of bloody rain against my face, yanking me out of the churning memories of my past life and back into the present. I stood at the very edge of a rooftop more than 30 stories up, the hazy, chaotic silhouette of the city sprawling below me through the curtain of rain. Far off at the limit of my sight, the North District's landmark cluster of massive rectangular cold storage warehouses had begun to take shape. Arg! I couldn't hold it in. I threw back my head and roared, the sound shaking the world around me. A cold, murderous intent slowly congealed behind my eyes like something solid and glacial. Living this life over again, I have foresight. I have the primordial chaos bead. I carry a whole array of top-tier abilities. So would I really swallow that humiliation a second time? Would I really give Black Dragon, that mortal enemy, another chance to crawl on living? The reckoning starts right here, at this frozen warehouse of dead meat. I sucked in a lungful of the damp, rotting air, and my figure vanished once more from the rooftop's edge. I shot northward through the city like a streak of black lightning tearing across an overcast sky. The once bustling streets had long since become a silent dead zone. Wrecked vehicles lay strewn every which way, jamming every main road. Windows shattered, frames twisted and mangled. Countless zombies, their skin an ashen gray and their pupils pitch black, wandered aimlessly through the bloody rain, their throats letting out unintelligible snarls that rose and fell in waves, blending into a single hellish murmur. My running was a flawless fusion of raw strength and supernatural ability. Every kick off the ground sent up a dull, heavy tremor, and my body launched forward like an artillery shell, tens of meters in a single stride. My clothes were snapped ramrod straight by the sheer speed, whipping and cracking in the wind. Stranger still was the spatial teleportation. Whenever I hit a tangle of obstacles I couldn't clear in a straight shot, my figure would blur and vanish without warning, only to reappear 100 meters, or even farther, away, on some rooftop or open patch of ground. The two modes of movement flowed seamlessly into each other, my overall speed no less than a car screaming down the highway at 100 kilometers an hour. And this was just standard operating procedure. Once you stack two S-rank abilities, spatial teleportation and superhuman body, on top of each other, the zombies, running purely on instinct, only registered a rush of fresh, tempting flesh and blood blowing past like a gale. It whipped them into an even wilder frenzy of snarling and chasing, but they could never lock onto that flicker of a black shadow. And in the end, they were left to wander on in bewildered rage. I had to be fast. Time was the cruelest enemy of all. The moment this bizarre, 3-day-long bloody rain stopped, the whole situation would instantly grow more tangled. The huge numbers of survivors teetering on the brink of collapse from hunger, terror, and injury would either turn into walking corpses the second they stepped out of hiding, or scatter like startled birds and beasts, burrowing into the endless ruins spread across the city. By then, apart from Black Dragon with his fixed stronghold, if I wanted to pluck Zhao Kai and Li Chong, the two brothers who betrayed me in my past life, out of a sea of people, it had cost me a lot of time and forced me to let them live a few extra days. That was absolutely not what I wanted. The fire of vengeance in my chest had long been blazing hot enough to burst right out of my ribcage. About an hour later, that landmark cold chain logistics park on the city's north side loomed dead ahead. The towering, silver-white cold storage warehouses rolled on in an unbroken chain, crouching under the gray sky like a herd of prostrate steel beasts. This place had once been a vital hub keeping Guangzhou stocked with fresh food, an endless flow of traffic on ordinary days, heavy trucks loaded with frozen goods rumbling in and out. Now it was as quiet as an enormous tomb. The only things still moving were the scattered zombies staggering along the park's roads and loading docks, and the futile pounding and snarling coming from inside some of the sealed cargo trucks. I slowed down and slipped into the park like a ghost. Meanwhile, in a 3-story office building deep inside the complex, a living hell was unfolding. On the 3rd floor, in a spacious office that had once belonged to management, the atmosphere was lewd and brutal. The man who called himself Black Dragon, Xiaolong, had one foot planted arrogantly on the chest of a slightly heavy-set man in his 50s, a cruel, self-satisfied grin plastered across his face. The man's clothes were in disarray, his forehead split open and smeared with blood and torn flesh. This was Boss Gu, one of the park's chief owners. On the leather sofa beside them, a beautiful young wife of 27 or 28, lovely-faced and slender-figured, was pinned down by 2 burly men. Her designer outfit had been ripped to shreds, bearing wide swaths of skin, her eyes brimming with despair and tears. Out in the hallway stood another 4 or 5 men clutching clubs and cudgels, their faces flushed with excitement. All thugs Black Dragon had recently taken on. Boss Gu. Black Dragon leaned down and patted the man's ghost-white face, sneering. Tisk, TSK. Remember back when I used to deliver your goods? All polite and respectful, holding out a cigarette for you. You wouldn't even lift your goddamn eyelids. Thought my hands were too dirty for you, huh? And now? He straightened up, spread his arms wide, and let out a wild, ferocious laugh. The wheel turns. Today I'm not just gonna work your wife over right in front of you. I'm gonna let the brothers outside give her a real good seeing to as well. He paused, then went on. Don't you worry. My boys may look rough, but they've all got skill. An old husband with a young wife like this. I'm guessing you couldn't get it up ages ago, right? Look at that body, that face. She's obviously never been properly taken care of. But she's been itching for it for a long time. The men around him howled and jeered right on cue, some even whipping out their phones and miming a recording gesture, as if to capture this glorious moment. Boss Gu struggled, letting the blood from his forehead crust over his eyes, still desperately forcing out a fawning smile as he begged in a trembling voice. Brother Long, Master Long, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, I beg you, be merciful, let me go. This park, these warehouses, all the supplies inside, they're all yours. All of it, my tribute to you. Afraid the offer wasn't enough, he hastily piled on more, casting aside even his last shred of dignity. My wife. You can have my wife too. Do whatever you want. Give her to the brothers, whatever you please. I won't lie to you. I've been useless for ages. This woman, ever since I married her home. I'm not able to translate this passage. It contains a graphic depiction of sexual violence, an attempted rape scene described in explicit detail, and translating it would mean reproducing that content in another language. I'm happy to help with translation work in general, including fiction. A few options if you'd like to continue. Other parts of your story. I can translate scenes that don't center on graphic sexual violence. A toned-down version. If this is for a novel, I can help render the scene in a way that conveys the threat, tension, and the villain's cruelty without the explicit sexual detail. Many published English-language thrillers and web novels handle assault scenes this way, implying rather than depicting. Summary/adaptation. I can produce a natural-sounding English summary of what happens for plot/localization purposes. Just let me know which direction works for you, and I'll get started. His hand shot toward my throat. Crude, rough, brimming with the casual brutality of a man used to bullying the weak. I didn't even bother to look at him. The instant that filthy hand was about to touch my neck, my right hand flashed out, clamped down on his wrist, and gave it a savage twist and downward wrench. Crack, the snap of breaking bone, and his scream erupted at the same instant. The thug dropped to his knees in a grotesque contortion, clutching his mangled wrist, his whole body convulsing with pain as cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. The other few big men in the office jolted with alarm and turned as one toward the door. When they saw their buddy's condition, and saw that the newcomer was just a tall, unremarkable-looking young man who didn't seem particularly strong, their brief shock gave way to fully unleashed savagery. Damn it! You looking for trouble? Kill him. The three nearest men charged with a roar, one snatching up a chair, one swinging a steel pipe. One bare-fisted, faces twisted with viciousness. Not a flicker crossed my eyes. I didn't even bother reaching for my tang saber or my gun. These men were nothing more than a bit stronger than ordinary people, ruthless only when it came to preying on defenseless civilians. To me, their attacks moved as slow as snails. I simply turned my body, stepped in, and raised a hand. Bam! Crack! Thud! Within 2 or 3 seconds, muffled impacts, snapping bones, and bodies hitting the floor exploded in rapid succession. The first to rush me took a side kick square in the chest, sending him flying backward into a desk, which flipped over as he collapsed, out cold. The second, swinging the steel pipe, had it plucked from his grip with one hand. I whipped it back around into the side of his knee, and amid a tooth-grinding crunch, he dropped to the floor howling. The third's fist was only halfway through its swing when I caught his wrist, pulled and shoved with the momentum, and dislocated his shoulder. A scream like a pig being slaughtered tore out of him. It was all over in the space of a heartbeat. By the time Black Dragon snapped out of his shock and rage, all 7 of his supposedly seasoned henchmen were already sprawled on the ground in twisted, agonized heaps, groaning nonstop, completely finished. In the office, all that remained was the faint snarling of zombies outside the window, the wailing of the wounded on the floor, and Black Dragon's suddenly heavy breathing. His pupils contracted as he stared, transfixed, at me. The young man who looked like he'd just casually swatted a few flies. He'd assumed I was some clueless kid who'd wandered in by mistake, someone a few of his men could easily subdue. He never imagined they'd all be wiped out in the blink of an eye. You're awakened too? His throat was dry, his voice edged with wariness and dread. Ever since awakening his speed power, he'd been drunk on confidence, treating ordinary people like ants. But facing me now, he felt genuine, overwhelming threat for the first time. He'd never actually gone up against another awakened before. He had no red on the gap between us. I was in no hurry to answer. I slowly raised my head, my gaze sweeping past the small fry on the floor to lock precisely onto Black Dragon, standing there in nothing but a pair of boxer shorts, his expression shifting moment to moment. The corner of my mouth slowly curled upward. It was a smile, but without an ounce of warmth. Only a chill frozen for 10,000 years, and a killing intent suppressed to its limit, on the verge of erupting. Long time no see, Black Dragon. My voice wasn't loud. It could even be called calm, yet every word seemed forced out through gritted teeth, wrapped in a hatred cold enough to freeze the soul. Black Dragon froze, astonishment flashing across his face. He'd only had that nickname for 2 days. How could I possibly know it? He raced through his memory, but was certain he'd never seen my face before. Brother. He forced out a smile uglier than a grimace, his body tensing slightly, ready to bolt or counterattack at any moment, his tone dropping as low as it could go. Aren't we? Isn't this some kind of misunderstanding? I don't think I know you. If these worthless men of mine offended you somehow, just say the word. I, Xiaolong, will give you whatever satisfaction you want. Anything you need on the north side of the city, just name it. His instincts were screaming. This man is extremely dangerous. You can't beat him by force. Play soft first. Feel out his angle. Staying alive is what matters. Oh, satisfaction? An apology? My smile deepened, the coldness in my eyes nearly overflowing. I took a slow step forward, my footstep crisp and clear in the dead silence. Then get on your knees first, I said, my tone as casual as if I were chatting about the weather. Kowtow 3 times. Make it loud. Let me hear how sincere you are. Black Dragon's face changed abruptly. Kneel and kowtow? This wasn't backing down anymore. This was naked humiliation. He was a chosen one, who'd awakened to power, after all. How could he endure such disgrace? Brother, his voice rose, laced with barely contained fury. We're all awakened here. We're bound to keep running into each other. Why push things this far? Why keep pressing your luck? I, Black Dragon, am somebody on the north side. His words cut off dead, because at some point, a gleaming, jet-black pistol had appeared in my hand, its muzzle leveled steadily at the center of his brow, without the slightest tremor. The icy sensation of death seized his heart in an instant. All his tough talk, all his hopes of getting lucky, were shattered by that black, gaping muzzle. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead and back. That speed power he prided himself on. At this close range, facing an opponent as unfathomable as me, would it even have a chance to activate? He wasn't sure. Enormous fear drowned him, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Go on, I said, my tone still level. How did you offend me? What'll it take for you to make it right, before I'll stop? Black Dragon's mind raced frantically. Arrogant and domineering as he was day to day, he'd wronged more people than he could count. The small groups whose supplies he'd stolen, the families of the innocent people he'd tortured and killed. How could he possibly remember them all? This man in front of him, what exactly had he come for? Bam! The gunshot exploded without warning. Ah! Black Dragon shrieked as a spray of blood burst from his right thigh. In the instant the gun fired, he'd instinctively triggered his speed power to dodge. But my shot was faster than he could have imagined, and the bullet still tore a chunk of flesh from his thigh. Bam! Almost no pause, a second shot. His left leg took a hit too. This time, with his right leg wounded, his dodge was half a beat too slow, and the bullet punched straight through his calf. Thud! With both legs blown out, he could no longer stand. He collapsed to his knees, screaming, blood rapidly staining the floor tiles red. The extreme pain and terror of death shattered him completely. A dark stain spread rapidly across his crotch, accompanied by a sour stench. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he abandoned all remaining pride, propped up his upper body with his still working hands, and began slamming his forehead against the floor toward me. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Boss, master, I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Spare my dog's life, I'm begging you. The cold storage, the supplies, the women, they're all yours. I'll slave for you like an ox. Be your most loyal dog, please. He begged incoherently, kowtowing with such force that the wounds barely scabbed over on his forehead split open again. Blood smeared across his whole face, mixed with tears and snot, wretched and pathetic to the extreme. A completely different man from the arrogant Black Dragon of just a few minutes ago. My eyes held nothing but cold indifference as I looked at him groveling on the floor like a heap of mud. Like I was looking at a corpse that had long since rotted away. The next 30 minutes were the longest, most agonizing, darkest nightmare of his short life. I holstered my gun, stepped forward slowly, and crouched down. A military combat knife now glinted coldly in my hand. I didn't kill him right away. I wanted this animal, who in his past life had orchestrated countless atrocities and reveled in torture, to taste it himself, the ultimate pain and despair those he'd cruelly tortured to death had endured in their final moments. I gouged out his eyes, plunging him into eternal darkness. His limbs, I crushed the bones inch by inch. Tendons torn, skin peeled. My movements were precise and cold, like the most seasoned surgeon, every cut avoiding the major arteries and vital organs to prolong the agony as long as possible. The office echoed with a horrifying sound that no longer seemed human, somewhere between a shriek and a choked sob. His body, enhanced by his power, now became the very vessel that dragged out the torture. He writhed and convulsed in his own pool of blood, like a giant earthworm still squirming after being skinned. The image of the former overlord of North City had long since crumbled to dust. When I finally stopped, he was no longer recognizable as a man, his breath as faint as a candle guttering in the wind. Spare me. I'll be your dog. What remained of his consciousness still drove his ruined vocal cords, forcing out a few blurred, breathy sounds. One last, groveling plea. I stood up and looked down at the mangled mass of flesh and blood at my feet. I raised my foot, the sole of my boot slick with congealed blood. You think you're worthy? This was my final judgment for Xiaolong. As the words fell, that blood-soaked combat boot came down hard, without a moment's hesitation. Crack! The sound of his throat bones shattering was the last thing he ever heard. The office sank into a deathly silence. Only the pattering blood rain outside the window and the faint, distant snarls of the undead, like a funeral dirge playing for this long-overdue reckoning. I flicked the blood off my knife and sheathed it, my gaze sweeping over the remnants of his gang on the floor, already scared witless, some of them having wet themselves, and the beautiful woman on the couch, her eyes hollow, as if her very soul had been drained away. The first step of my revenge was complete, but the reckoning was far from over. Black Dragon had died ahead of schedule. There was no telling how many innocent lives that might indirectly save. But in this cannibalistic apocalypse, with Black Dragon gone, a black tiger or black panther might just rise up in his place. There was no such thing as true safety. His eyes, once brimming with violence and depravity, now held nothing but the scattered ash of death, staring wide and empty, hollowly reflecting the ghastly white light of the ceiling, as if even in death he never understood why he'd ended up like this. I glanced at that broken body. There was no thrill of vengeance fulfilled in my heart, only the indifference of clearing away a piece of hazardous garbage. I bent down and grabbed one of his still intact ankles, and like dragging a heavy sack of trash, hauled him to the shattered window. Outside, the blood rain pattered down. Below, the horde of the undead, drawn earlier by the scent of Boss G's blood, still hadn't dispersed. They lingered, letting out hungry, low growls. I put my arm into it and hurled the body straight out the window. The heavy mass of flesh slammed onto the rain-soaked concrete with a dull thud. In an instant, the horde below erupted, snarling as they scrambled over each other to pounce on that still warm food. The sounds of tearing, chewing, and bones being ripped apart wove together into a spine-chilling symphony of death. What goes around comes around. Retribution never misses. In the end, Black Dragon became food for the undead, no different from the fate he'd inflicted on so many others. I paid no attention to the 7 severely wounded gang members on the floor, moaning, their eyes full of fear and pleading. It wasn't that I'd gone soft. I just knew that in this cold chain compound, so recently under Black Dragon's violent rule, the survivors who hated them to the bone, who'd been bullied and robbed and plundered by them, were far from few. Leave their broken bodies here, and karma would come to settle the score on its own. Sometimes, living to endure the victim's revenge is a more fitting punishment than a quick, merciful death. I turned to leave this room full of blood and sin. Just then, the nearly forgotten figure on the couch stirred. Mei Jiao, the woman who had just watched her husband die horribly before her eyes, who had nearly been violated herself, had somehow struggled upright. Her expensive dress had been torn to shreds, barely covering her. The exposed skin was covered in bruises and scratches. Her hair was a mess, her face streaked with tears and blood, wretched to the extreme. But those eyes, once hollow and hopeless, were now locked onto my back, burning with an almost frenzied will to survive. The instant I was about to step out the door, she lunged forward with all her remaining strength, her cold, trembling fingers clutching desperately at the hem of my clothes. Handsome, hero, please, I'm begging you. Her voice was hoarse, thick with sobs, tears surging again. Take me with you. I'm begging you. Get me out of here. I'll do anything. I'll wait on you, slave for you. Do whatever you want. To her, this office, this compound, had already become nothing short of a living hell on earth. Her husband had just been thrown out to feed the undead right before her eyes. 7 severely wounded but ill-intentioned thugs still lay around her, and beyond the door, there might be even more of Black Dragon's henchmen. Staying here, her fate would only be worse than death, a living death. I stopped, turned around slowly, and looked down at this woman clinging desperately to the hem of my clothes. The fear, the despair, the reckless pleading in her eyes. I saw it all clearly. Still, the aura about her was very pure. I was in no hurry to agree. I just frowned, sizing her up coolly, and asked flatly, "What's your name? What are you good at? Or rather, what value do you have?" The apocalypse doesn't feed the idle. Sympathy won't put food on the table. I had to first decide whether she was worth saving. My question left her stunned. I knew what was running through her mind. A woman who had just escaped the devil's claws. A disheveled woman, questioned like this by a powerful, coldly indifferent stranger. This usually meant one thing. But she didn't dare to use her beauty or her body as a bargaining chip. The ruthlessness I'd shown moments ago when dealing with the Black Dragon had probably knocked some sense into her. In my eyes, physical beauty was worth nothing. Her lips trembled, and her voice came out so low it was barely audible. My name is Mei Jiao. I'm still a virgin, and I'm also good at farming." The words were barely out before her own face burned with shame. In the apocalypse, facing someone as strong as me, good at farming sounded like a pathetic joke. Yet something flickered through my mind. Surprise. Farming. I repeated. Honestly, it was only because she hadn't completely broken down when cornered, because there'd been that last shred of dignity left in her eyes, that I'd felt the passing urge to save her on a whim. That question of mine had really been a test, to gauge how she'd react under pressure, to read her character. I hadn't expected an answer like this. The woman in front of me, in both bearing and dress, looked like a pampered rich man's wife. She couldn't have seemed more out of place next to the word farming. Seeing my skepticism, she grew frantic, her words tumbling out fast now, all decorum forgotten. "It's true. I'm from the mountains of northern Guangdong. I was the first person from my village to go to college. I graduated from Yangqing Agricultural University with a degree in agronomy. Back then I chose that major because I wanted to use what I learned to improve crops for my hometown, to help everyone prosper together. She caught her breath, a bitterness welling up in her eyes. But agriculture takes money, equipment, connections. I was a poor student. I had none of that. Later I met a man named Go. He needed a presentable wife to help him entertain business contacts, and he promised to fund the project back in my hometown. I was too naive, too desperate to actually accomplish something. So I agreed. After I married him, he kept a few of his promises at first. But once business got busy, I became a vase on display at home, a decoration to bring out for appearances. Everything I'd studied, I never got to use it again. I listened in silence, my surprise slowly deepening into thought. An agronomy degree, theoretical grounding, maybe even hands-on experience from her early rural years. In the early stage of the apocalypse, when everyone was scrambling to grab whatever supplies were already made, that really did seem worthless. But over the long haul, inside the space of my Hongmeng creation pearl, that 400 square kilometers of land, the ecosystem growing more complete by the day, the spirit's spring bubbling up. To build a foundation that could sustain itself for the long term, agriculture was the cornerstone beneath every other cornerstone. A skilled agronomist with solid character might, in the long run, be worth more than 10 ordinary combatants. What's more, I'd already obtained the life spirit crystal. I could mass-produce absolutely loyal S-rank fighters, so my concerns about the space's secrets had long since faded. I had more than enough strength to take in and settle people like this, those with special skills and clean backgrounds. Her origins, the upheaval she'd just been through, the fact that she hadn't fully surrendered even in mortal danger, all of it made her worth considering as a technical reserve. Decision made, I spoke, my voice still flat. I have important matters to attend to. It's not convenient for me to take you along. Her heart plummeted. The spark that had just lit up inside her went dark in an instant. Her fingers, clutching the hem of my clothes, slid weakly away, and her whole body sagged as if her spine had been pulled out. Then I continued, but I can place you somewhere absolutely safe first. Once I'm done, I'll come back for you. Her head snapped up. She stared at me in disbelief, tears welling again. But this time they carried a completely different warmth. Oh, really? Thank you. I'll do as you say. I won't cause any trouble. I swear, she stammered, nodding frantically. Close your eyes. Relax your whole body. Don't think about anything, and don't resist, I instructed. Without hesitation, she squeezed her eyes shut, fighting to steady her trembling, and surrendered herself completely. I slipped an arm around her waist. The next instant came the sensation of weightlessness and spatial displacement. Every trace of blood, moaning, rain, and shrieking around us vanished without a trace. In its place was a stillness and freshness that reached all the way to the soul. You can open your eyes now. I let go. She opened them slowly, then froze in place, her pupils contracting sharply. Beneath her feet stretched an endless emerald meadow, breathing out the fragrance of earth and grass. Not far off, a clear stream burbled past. Farther still, the outlines of green mountains rose and fell beneath a soft light. The sky here was bright and even, with no sun, yet full of warmth. No blood rain, no zombies, no despair. While she stood there dazed, a single thought from me conjured a mid-size RV out of thin air on the level grass ahead. I'd chosen this spot deliberately, far from the creation tree. It's safe here. Rest in the RV for now. There's food and water, I said, pulling her back from her shock. I've got something to take care of. Once it's done, I'll come back for you. In the meantime, don't leave the area, don't go exploring, just wait quietly. I took out a few clean sets of athletic wear and shoes from the space and set them on the hood. Get washed up and changed first. Before she could come back to herself, my figure was already fading and dissolving in front of her. I reappeared in that blood-soaked office without wasting a second. Walking to the window, I swept my gaze over the horde of zombies still feasting below, then let it settle on the sprawling cold chain complex. Time to collect the spoils. I moved from freezer to freezer. The entire logistics park, the massive cold storage units tens of meters high, kept at dozens of degrees below zero, the mountains of frozen meat by the ton, pork, beef, mutton, poultry, seafood, the medical supplies that came with them, the backup diesel generators, the industrial refrigeration equipment, even the heavy-duty forklifts and hydraulic pallets used for loading. Anything of value. I swept it all into the space. I didn't leave behind so much as the packaging materials, the safety gear, or the odd tools scattered in the corners. These enormous stockpiles had been the capital the Black Dragon used to rise and dominate in the early days of the apocalypse. Now they'd all become the bricks and mortar of my own empire. Nearly an hour later, the last freezer was swept clean and hollow. The whole park looked like its soul had been drained out. leaving only a cold steel skeleton standing silent in the blood rain. The job done, I flickered and appeared outside the complex, got my bearings, and raced off toward the west side of the city. According to what Zhao Kai had told me in my past life, the moment the blood rain came down, the Zhao and Li families had been shopping together at a chain supermarket called Jijifu on the west side of the city. The two wives had gotten out at the front entrance first with the kids, walked straight into the blood rain, and turned into zombies right in front of the two men within minutes. Zhao Kai and Li Chong had only been spared by luck because they'd gone to park in the underground garage. Afterward, they were trapped, and they fled deep into the supermarket, huddling in the storage room with the other survivors, barely hanging on. There were several Jiajiafu markets like this on the west side of the city, and checking them one by one was a waste of time. But whether it was some invisible force pulling me along, or an instinctive sense for the scent of an old enemy, the second one I entered was where I found my quarry. I pushed open the heavy iron door that served as their last line of defense, and a stench, a mix of excrement, stale sweat, rotting food, and death, slammed into my face like a physical fist. Crammed into that dim space, barely 1,000 square feet, were more than 30 survivors, gaunt and hollow-eyed. The floor was filthy, and a few stiff corpses were piled haphazardly in a corner. Curled against the far wall were two men, unshaven, their eyes sunken, caked in grime, Zhao Kai and Li Chong. At this point, they hadn't awakened yet. They lacked the sharp edge that the two of them would later hone through fighting side by side in my past life. All that was left was the numbness of people broken by fear, hunger, and grief. Before entering the supermarket, I'd already cleared out every zombie wandering inside and out. Waste not, want not. So all the uncontaminated food, daily necessities, tools, and sealed clothing had been swept into my space too. The sales floor was now completely empty. I stood in the doorway of the storage room, my voice flat. Come out. The zombies outside are cleared. The words hit like a thunderclap. The dazed crowd froze for a moment, then erupted into a chaos of disbelief, wild joy, and sobbing. We're saved. Someone came to rescue us. People scrambled and tumbled out of that reeking hell. Some rushed out and dropped to their knees, wailing and kowtowing desperately in the direction I'd gone. Others hugged each other, weeping with joy. The empty shelves gave them pause, but the euphoria of escaping death drowned out everything else for now. I ignored them. My gaze cut past the surging crowd and locked onto those two faces at the very back. Familiar, yet strange. Zhao Kai, Li Chong, I said, my voice low but cutting clearly through the noise. Come with me. Both of them flinched. They looked up in confusion, staring at me, standing backlit in the doorway. Be big brother? You know us. Zhao Kai forced out a smile uglier than a grimace, his voice hoarse and trembling. Li Chong tried to twitch the corner of his mouth too, but his face was frozen stiff, his eyes darting away. I didn't answer. I didn't even spare them another glance. I turned and walked toward the exit. My steps weren't fast, but they were suffocating. Alarm bells were clearly going off in their heads. Follow, and it looked grim. Don't follow, and they wouldn't dare. Hesitation, fear, wishful thinking. In the end, toward an unknown power won out. They exchanged an uneasy glance, dragged themselves to their feet, and followed with heads bowed, trading looks the whole way but not daring to say a single word. I led them straight out to the spacious awning outside the supermarket's main entrance. The blood rain was still drifting down in a light drizzle, pooling into dark red puddles on the ground. Be big brother, why did you bring us here? Zhao Kai managed to speak again, his voice shaking harder now, his legs going weak. I turned around slowly, facing them head on. In that instant, they finally saw my face clearly. Young, cold, expressionless. But the chill in my eyes made them feel like they'd been plunged into an ice pit. I said nothing. Without any warning, I struck, too fast for them to even track. Both of them felt an irresistible force surge toward them, and their bodies were instantly lifted off the ground. No. Two shrill screams tore through the curtain of rain. One in each hand, I hurled them viciously out into the blood rain. Splash, splash. They crashed hard onto the slick, cold, blood-tinged ground, mud spraying everywhere, the cold, sweet metallic rain pouring into their mouths and noses. They struggled to crawl back under the dry awning, letting out howls of absolute terror. Why? We don't even know you. Big brother, spare us. If there's a misunderstanding, we can talk it out. But I was faster. The instant before they could touch the dry ground, I stepped forward twice and kicked out like lightning. Crack, crack. Two teeth-grinding snaps of bone rang out almost at once. I'd cleanly kicked through the shin bones of their right legs. The agony ripped inhuman screams from their throats. They couldn't stand anymore. They could only lie in the blood rain, clawing at the ground with their hands, dragging their broken legs, inching toward the awning, leaving behind two glaring streaks of blood. The cold blood rain soaked them mercilessly, head to toe. 5 minutes later, the change began. Their skin took on an unnatural bluish black. The whites of their eyes rapidly flooded with crimson veins, then turned murky. Their bodies convulsed violently, out of control, their throats making a wheezing khkhkhh of leaking air. The itching, burning of the virus eating through their nerves, mixed with unbearable agony, sent them thrashing madly on the ground, clawing at their own skin. Why? Zhao Kai raised his head with the last of his strength, those eyes, already being swallowed by red, glaring at me under the awning, drenched in resentment and venom. His fingernails dug deep into the concrete, tearing his flesh open. He didn't understand. He wouldn't understand, right up to his death. I stood under the dry awning like an indifferent spectator, coldly watching this brutal scene unfold in the rain. Before I came, I'd imagined countless tortures to inflict on them. But once I actually saw them, I didn't want to draw it out. It was like finding a bedbug on your body. Your first instinct is to kill it and be rid of it. Who plays around with it? Let alone talks to it. 10 seconds later, the thrashing and screaming stopped. Two bodies rose stiffly from the ground in postures that defied human anatomy. Skin bluish black, eyes murky, saliva dripping from their mouths, low growls of hunger for flesh rumbling in their throats. They were no longer Zhao Kai and Li Chong. They were just two newborn Tier 1 zombies. Driven by instinct, they lunged at me, the freshest flesh and blood around. My eyes were calm as I watched those two ferocious faces, familiar yet strange, close in. In a reverse grip, I grasped the hilt of the Tang saber on my back. Shing! The clear, ringing song of the blade rose like a dragon's roar. A streak of blinding cold light flashed and vanished in the gloomy blood rain, sweeping across their necks. Their lunge stopped dead. Two heads, frozen in ferocious expressions, separated from their bodies and rolled to the ground. The headless corpses swayed, then toppled with a heavy thud, dark red blood gushing from the severed necks, quickly thinned by the rain. Clean. Decisive. No unnecessary struggle. For who I was now, dealing with two freshly mutated, stiff-moving Tier 1 zombies was no different from crushing two bugs underfoot. The blade fell. The blade fell, and the vendetta was settled. The Tang Dao slid back into its sheath with a soft click. I stood there, feeling the resentment that had been bottled up across 2 lifetimes, heavy as lead, as if those 2 strikes had severed it clean, shattered it, and scattered it to the wind. No wild joy, no emptiness, just a sense of peace and clarity I'd never known before. Like a mountain had been lifted off my soul, like sunlight had pierced the gloom hanging over my heart. My spirit lifted, even my thoughts felt sharper. I stood in the rain for a long time, letting the cold drizzle soak my face, quietly savoring the first true sense of release I'd felt since being reborn. Then I stepped forward and, just as I would with any ordinary zombie corpse, gathered their remains into the Hongmeng creation pearl. The roots of the world tree would break them down into nourishment for the space. The grudges of my past life ended here, right now. I looked up at the increasingly dark sky. The blood rain had let up a little, but it was far from over. Yet my mood was lighter than it had ever been. I even felt a rare flicker of excitement. I decided I'd sweep the city all night long. For other survivors, night was a source of terror, limited visibility, zombies at their most active, the unknown lurking in every shadow. But for me, with my current strength, the night wasn't an obstacle at all. It was an advantage. Under the cover of darkness, my spatial teleportation was even more concealed, my movements even freer. Tier 1 zombies relied on hearing and sight. They were no threat to me whatsoever. And since no one else dared venture out at night, all those unlooted warehouses, malls, and special locations were mine for the taking. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth as my figure melted back into the night and the blood rain, racing toward the deeper reaches of the city's west side, toward the places that might hold high-value supplies. Nearly 2 more hours passed as I cleaned out a large supply depot in the West End. In high spirits, I locked in my next target, the true heart of Yangcheng, downtown. It had once been the pinnacle of modern civilization, skyscrapers everywhere, commercial streets as bright and bustling as daylight. But precisely because it was so densely populated, the moment the blood rain came down, this place bore the brunt of it, becoming the deadliest, fastest-falling hell on earth. But the greatest opportunities often lie buried at the heart of the greatest dangers. From what I knew in my past life, the 4 S-rank powerhouses who would later dominate Yangcheng, the origin of their awakened abilities, without a single exception, all traced back to this initial land of death. In the early days of the zombie outbreak, downtown was almost entirely wiped out. Barely 1 in 100 survivors made it. Anyone who could survive such a hopeless place was either impossibly lucky or possessed of a willpower far beyond ordinary people. Cut off from food and water, With no rescue in sight, they were forced to grab whatever they could use and fight the zombies for their lives. It was right there, on the razor's edge between life and death, that someone happened to discover that a strange, pinky-sized crystal core would form inside a zombie's skull. Swallow it, and a faint but genuine warmth would spread through your body, a subtle boost to strength or endurance. The effect wasn't obvious at first. You often had to swallow several before awakening the lowest F rank ability. And to reach the legendary S rank, you needed not only at least 10 crystal cores, but also extraordinary talent. To keep killing enough zombies in such a precarious time, to keep swallowing crystal cores and bearing the unknown risks, that took more than just guts. It took heaven-defying luck and an unquenchable will forged in desperation. Those 4 S-rankers were the chosen ones who'd crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As time went on, they walked different paths. The first was a veteran who joined the remnant forces of the Southern Military District. He awakened the S-rank Thunder Possession ability and became the military's top combatant in Yangqing. The second awakened a rare S-rank Ice ability, and in the extreme cold catastrophe that followed, his power was unmatched. The faction he belonged to was the official Yangqing sanctuary controlled by that arrogant young master's family. The very family I'd made a mortal enemy of in my past life. The third had a fierce, unruly temperament. He awakened the treacherous S-rank Shadow ability, struck out on his own, carved out the city's west side, and became one of the 3 top powers of the apocalypse. The fourth was the most mysterious. Her ability was the subject of endless speculation. All anyone knew was that she was a strikingly beautiful woman who came and went without a trace, always alone, rarely forging close ties with any faction, as if she drifted beyond all the rules. It was these 4, along with the batch of low to mid-rank ability users who'd awakened under their influence, who organized an effective counterattack once the blood rain stopped. One by one, they rescued a good number of survivors from this death trap of a downtown and led them to safety. In my past life, our 3-person team took the classic lone wolf route. Relying on my A-rank Earth escape ability, we could always avoid large zombie hordes, find safe paths and untouched hidden supply caches. We never once had to worry about survival. And we always kept the various factions' recruitment offers at arm's length. Looking back now, it's all crystal clear to me. The one who truly resisted joining a major faction wasn't actually me. I understood full well how important it was to band together in the apocalypse. I just didn't like the infighting within those factions or the way their leadership operated. But Zhao Kai and Li Chong always used excuses like freedom is precious and we don't want to be tied down to strongly oppose throwing in with anyone. Now I see it. They were probably afraid that once I joined a faction, the unique value of my Earth escape ability would make me indispensable, my status would skyrocket, and I'd leave them far behind. That hidden jealousy and sense of imbalance was the real reason they clung to the lone wolf path. So many details and human motives I couldn't see clearly in my past life. It was only after being reborn, with a God's eye view and a calmer mindset, that I finally understood them. Reining in my thoughts, I picked up the pace and pushed toward downtown. Along the way, I dropped in on every large mall, chain store, and specialty market I passed, sweeping up every usable supply. In my past life, most of these resources went to waste early on. Humanity couldn't clear out such dense concentrations of zombies, and by the time the factions had the strength to wipe them out, the food had long rotted and most of the supplies had gone bad. Now, they'd serve nicely to stock my treasury. Around 3 in the afternoon, I arrived at Yangqing People's Hospital. Even before the apocalypse, this top-tier hospital had been one of Yangqing's major medical centers, massive in scale. But right now, the imposing outpatient building loomed like a silent beast, its windows shattered. In the plaza out front wandered a crowd of zombies in hospital gowns and medical scrubs, blood-stained and dead silent. My objective was clear, the pharmacy. That was where a massive stockpile of medicine was stored: antibiotics, emergency drugs, chronic illness medications, anesthetics, medical equipment. In the apocalypse, things like these were worth their weight in gold. I didn't try to force my way through the front entrance. Trusting my read on the building's layout, I made a single spatial jump and appeared in a relatively quiet interior corridor. Moving fast, I quickly found my way to the pharmacy. The pharmacy's main doors were sealed shut. Beyond the security railing, nearly 100 zombies had gathered, slamming against the bars in a frenzy. The railing was already badly bent and barely holding. It wouldn't last much longer. Lucky for whoever was inside, zombies couldn't climb, or they'd have gotten in ages ago. I slipped inside the pharmacy in a flash. To my surprise, there were no zombies within. Instead, huddled in the far corners, behind shelves and counters, were a dozen or so figures. All women. Every one of them wore a stained white coat with an ID badge clipped to the chest. They pressed tightly together, their faces still frozen in shock. though now the dominant emotions were sheer disbelief and confusion as they all stared at me in unison. Clearly, they couldn't wrap their heads around how a stranger had just materialized out of thin air. These pharmacists were pale, but they didn't have the starved, wasted look of ordinary survivors, and their eyes were still clear. Then I noticed the empty glucose 4 bottles scattered around them, and it all made sense. "You're the doctors here?" I broke the silence first, my voice calm. After a brief, dead silence, a woman around 30, composed, wearing glasses, took a deep breath and stepped half a pace forward to answer for the group. "We're the pharmacists here. Are you with a rescue team?" There was a flicker of hope in her voice, but even more wariness. "No." I flatly denied it and turned to get to work. With a single thought, boxes of medicine began vanishing off the shelves. The sight made the pharmacists in the corner go wide-eyed all over again, struck speechless as a group. "Sis Yang, look at what he's doing. Is that some kind of spatial power?" The youngest of them, barely into her 20s, leaned in close to the bespectacled Sis Yang, whispering, unable to hide the incredulous excitement in her voice. The woman called Sis Yang actually seemed to give it serious thought, murmuring back, "Could also be some kind of storage artifact." And there, in a life-or-death moment, the two of them started quietly debating the merits of superpowers versus magical artifacts. A few of the other pharmacists nearby listened, engrossed, momentarily forgetting the death closing in just outside the door. Supernatural powers that had once existed only in fantasy were now playing out, live, right before their eyes. It wasn't until I'd cleared out one whole section and headed toward the shelf holding the glucose 4 bags that the young pharmacist, Su Qian, suddenly snapped back to reality. "Hey, he's even taking the glucose." That was their lifeline, the only thing keeping them alive. "Sir." Yang Na worked up the courage to raise her voice, her tone earnest. "Could you leave some glucose for us? That's all we have to survive on." They didn't dare stop me from taking the other medicines. They only begged me to leave behind the fluids that could keep them alive, long enough to hold out for a rescue that might never come. I stopped and turned, my gaze calmly sweeping across their faces, full of both hope and fear. I didn't answer right away. Instead, I raised a hand and pointed at the security railing outside the window, the one being battered relentlessly and already badly warped. My voice was flat, but it cut like an icicle. "How much longer do you think that railing's going to hold?" The words hit like a bucket of ice water, instantly snuffing out the faint light that had just kindled in their eyes. Every face went white. Of course, the railing was twisted like that. The snarling was right in their ears. How could they not know? It was just that no one was willing to give up until the very last moment. "Then could you save us?" Su Qian spoke up again timidly, her voice barely a whisper, her cheeks flushed with nervousness. We're really useful. Sis Yang Na is a young expert in pharmacology, and Sis Qian really knows her way around equipment management. We can all work. We won't just be dead weight." She was terrified of angering me, this inhuman being. Don't all the novels say that powerful figures have strange tempers and hate nothing more than people asking them for favors? The others cast pleading looks my way as well, like drowning people staring at their one and only lifeline. Inwardly, I nodded to myself, even feeling a subtle thrill at how well I had the tempo under control. The truth was, I'd been eyeing this group of professional pharmacists from the very beginning. Sure, aside from Yang Na, Su Qian, and Qian Muyao, the three with delicate features, the rest were plain-looking, and a couple were on the older side. But with medicine, as their trade, their expertise was priceless. In the future to come, a reliable medical team would have strategic value no less than a top-tier combat esper. Having lived 2 lifetimes, and having learned so much from my bedside companion Su Yun, I'd long understood many of the subtleties of human nature. If I took them in on my own initiative, they might be grateful, but they'd inevitably harbor doubts, feeling like charity cases, which would make them hard to manage down the line. Only by letting them fully recognize their hopeless situation and beg me for help themselves, then having me, reluctantly, agree and propose a fair exchange, would the bond be truly solid, with far higher loyalty and cooperation. That was exactly why I deliberately slowed down, even showing off my spatial abilities right in front of them. Otherwise, at my current level of mental strength, I could have emptied the entire pharmacy in the blink of an eye. Now, the timing was just right. I deliberately furrowed my brow, letting a hint of reluctance show. I paced a few steps around the pharmacy and let out a sigh. To be honest, with my abilities, I might be able to take 1 or 2 people and risk breaking out. But there are 15 of you, too big a target, too hard to move. You've seen how many zombies are out there. This is beyond what I can handle. Besides, the situation on the outside. I doubt the authorities have the resources to spare for anyone but themselves. The pharmacist's heart sank to rock bottom once more. Some couldn't help but choke back quiet sobs, and despair spread through the room like a rising tide. As I watched the shifting expressions on their faces, I quietly focused my senses, picking up on the low murmurs passing between them and the subtle fluctuations in their auras. I desperately needed talent, but I absolutely could not let anyone with a crooked heart, selfish motives, or a willingness to stab me in the back slip into my team. Thankfully, from my initial read, this group had held on to their basic empathy and professional ethics even in the face of ruin. A little selfishness and fear here, and there was only human, nothing that amounted to real malice. A moment later, the woman named Yang Na seemed to make up her mind. She stepped forward, meeting my eyes with resolve. "Sir, may I ask your name?" "Lin Chun." "Mr. Lin." She drew a deep breath, her voice trembling yet remarkably clear. "We've just talked it over." She glanced back at the sisters huddled together behind her. Every one of them had tears in their eyes, yet every one of them was nodding to her. Yang Na turned back around and bowed to me, solemnly and deeply. "Please, take Su Qian and Qian Muyao with you. They're the youngest. They still have their whole lives ahead of them. I'm begging you." Before she'd even finished speaking, the other 14 people behind her, young and old alike, all bowed to me in unison. Su Qian and Qian Muyao, the two who'd been named, froze for a moment, then burst into tears, covering their mouths as they cried in muffled, stifled sobs. Those sobs carried all the weight of having their lives entrusted to them, drenched in guilt and grief for the companions they were leaving behind. The crying seemed to rile up the zombies outside the window, and the pounding against the railings grew even more frenzied. My heart lurched. Across 2 lifetimes, I'd grown accustomed to the ugliness of the apocalypse. People who'd stop at nothing to survive, who'd even sell out their own flesh and blood. I'd assumed that in a hopeless situation like this, the most selfish side of human nature would be laid bare. I'd expected arguments, finger-pointing, even a vicious brawl over a single chance at survival. But what I saw was the last thing I ever expected. 15 people, at the very edge of life and death, had reached a unanimous decision after only a brief discussion, to give the one and only chance of survival to the 2 youngest members of their team. This glimmer of humanity, still shining in the darkest of hours, this collective self-sacrifice that transcended the very instinct to survive. In the great, filthy divat that was the apocalypse, it was nothing short of a miracle. It touched my long-frozen heart with a warmth I hadn't felt in ages. I stood in silence, gazing at the 15 white-clad figures bowing deeply before me, at the 2 girls crying their eyes out. The snarling of the zombies outside seemed to suddenly fade into the distance. After a moment of silence, I spoke again, my tone gentler than before. "Actually, I might have a way to get all of you out. It's just what? Mr. Lin, please, tell us. Whatever the condition, we'll agree to it. We'll cooperate completely." Yang Na's head snapped up, her eyes blazing with disbelieving joy, her voice trembling with emotion. The others instantly lifted their faces too, tear-filled eyes brimming with elation and hope. If they could all survive without betraying their conscience, who would want to die? Who would want to live on alone, bearing the guilt of a comrade's sacrifice? "I'll do anything," Su Qian blurted out, wiping away her tears, her cheeks flushing red. Then, realizing the double meaning in her words, she hurriedly lowered her head. I gave a light cough, suppressing a flicker of amusement, and my expression turned serious again. "It's not anything particularly difficult, really. I need you to temporarily enter an absolutely safe, though perhaps somewhat unusual, enclosed space. There are no zombies there, and it has the basics you need to survive. Once things settle down a bit out here, I'll let you out. In exchange, I want you to join the apocalypse base I'm going to build, put your expertise to use, and work for the base. In return, your livelihood and safety will be the base's responsibility. You won't be free to leave until the apocalypse is over." My gaze swept across every face, my tone calm. "You provide professional value. I provide survival and a platform for the future. If you're willing, nod now. If you have any doubts, you're free to stay behind. I'll leave you plenty of glucose, but how long that barricade holds, well, that'll be up to your own luck." The choice was back in their hands now. They exchanged glances, hardly believing the terms sounded so simple, even generous, honestly. Just take shelter somewhere safe for a while, then work for their savior down the road. It was far better than any of the harsh demands they'd braced themselves for. Su Qian's face turned even redder. Turned out she'd been reading too much into it. "We accept," Yang Na answered on behalf of everyone without a moment's hesitation, her voice firm and resolute. Her authority and decisiveness within the team were on full display in that instant. "Good," I nodded. "Then everyone, join hands and form a circle. Close your eyes, relax completely, don't resist in any way. Trust me." They immediately did as told, quickly linking hands into a circle. I stepped into the center, taking Su Qian's slightly trembling hand in one of mine, and Yang Na's firm but ice-cold hand in the other. With a single thought, I connected to the Hongming creation pearl. In an instant, all 16 figures vanished from the corner of the pharmacy, leaving behind only the heavily emptied shelves and the confused, increasingly furious snarls of the zombies outside the window. Inside the space of the Hongming creation pearl, by the creek, a breeze drifted across the grass, carrying the crisp, distinctive scent of the space. You can open your eyes now. I let go of their hands, my voice sounding especially gentle in this tranquil world. The 15 female pharmacists slowly opened their eyes. And just like he made Jiao before them, they all froze, petrified. Blue sky, white clouds, a crystal-clear stream, boundless emerald meadows, hazy green mountains in the distance, and that refreshing, utterly pure air that soothed the soul. No blood, no rot, no snarling zombies, no suffocating despair. This is... They covered their mouths, tears surging once more, but this time, it was pure, absolute joy. Qian Muiyao dropped straight to her knees on the grass, grabbing a fistful of it to feel its real, tangible texture, sobbing uncontrollably. The others fell into each other's arms and wept too. They'd really survived, and they'd been brought to a place like paradise on earth. No dying, no more suffering day and night. Some even cried out in their hearts, "Mr. Lin, you call this difficult? Then please, feel free to trouble us like this as often as you like. This is the kind of trouble we'd give anything for." "Mr. Lin, is that you?" The RV door pushed open gently, and he Mei Jiao leaned out. She'd changed into a clean set of workout clothes. Her complexion noticeably improved, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, her eyes still hazy with sleep. "Yeah, how was your rest?" I asked with a smile. He Mei Jiao's gaze swept over the group of women in white coats behind me, dazed yet delighted, and she gave a slight start. She quickly climbed out and bowed deeply to me. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. This place is just wonderful. I slept so soundly, it was like coming back to life." "Don't mention it." I nodded, then gave the pharmacists a brief introduction. "This is He Mei Jiao, a survivor who arrived here a step ahead of you." With that, my thoughts stirred. On the level grass, 5 RVs of different styles quietly appeared, lining up alongside He Mei Jiao's. Then, heaps of women's clothing, toiletries, and basic supplies appeared, neatly arranged on the. Beside the RV, you can sort out the sleeping arrangements among yourselves. I pointed at the supplies again. These are daily necessities. This place is completely safe, but for now, don't leave this area, and definitely don't go exploring anywhere far off. Having said my piece, I added, "Get some rest. I've still got things to take care of." Then I pulled out a large amount of food and water. "Mr. Lin." Just as I was about to leave, Yang Na suddenly spoke up. There was hesitation on her face, but beneath it was a kind of desperate, do-or-die urgency. "Something else." I turned around. Yang Na's eyes were burning, and her words came faster than she intended. "Mr. Lin, I know this might be asking too much, but since you have the power to save us, could you please go look for our other colleagues in the hospital? The inpatient ward, the ER, the operating rooms. There have to be doctors and nurses still alive. A lot of them are experts in their fields, with incredible skills. When you build your shelter, they could be a huge asset." She paused, lowering her voice, but her tone grew even more urgent. "And, over in the ER, there's a doctor named Li Ziyuan. If it's not too much trouble, could you check whether he's still alive?" By the end, her expression had turned complicated, flickering with an unspeakable worry and some deeper, hidden emotion. "Sister Yang, at a time like this, why do you still care about that scumbag?" Su Qian couldn't help but cut in, her voice full of indignation. "Xiao Qian." Qian Muiyao quickly grabbed her sleeve, whispering a reminder. "Li Ziyuan is Sister Yang's husband, legally speaking, after all." Though she deliberately kept her voice low, it didn't escape my ears. "Husband? Scumbag?" Yang Na ignored Su Qian and offered no explanation. She just stared at me intently, a final, cautious flicker of hope burning in her eyes. Ever since she'd witnessed my seemingly miraculous abilities, certain thoughts she'd long since buried had come roaring back to life, blazing hotter than ever before. I gazed at her for a long time without saying a word. The silence pressed down like an invisible weight. Yang Na, who had just worked up her courage, gradually flushed red, her eyes beginning to dart away, betraying a flicker of unease. Only when she could barely withstand my scrutinizing gaze any longer did I finally speak, slowly. "Dr. Yang, I can try to save the other doctors and nurses in the hospital who might still be alive. But you know as well as I do, this is the apocalypse now. Resources are limited, and danger lurks everywhere. What I have here is not a charity shelter, and it's certainly not a peacetime hospital. I can't, and won't, take everyone. Only those with good character, solid skills, and who are at least willing, for now, to accept and follow my rules will I save. And I cannot tolerate anyone in my group who harbors disloyalty and might betray us at a critical moment." I paused, my gaze sweeping over her slightly trembling lashes. I respect the medical profession, the work of healing and saving lives, and I understand your value. But Dr. Yang, you know better than I do. No matter how noble the profession, there are always shadows beneath the sunlight. I don't discriminate based on anyone's background, but I have to screen people. Because a single maggot can rot away an entire hard-won safe haven. Yang Na listened to these cold, hard words with a heart full of mixed emotions. She took a deep breath, pushing down the turmoil inside her, and repeated softly, I understand. Mr. Lin, I understand. She knew better than anyone. If it weren't for the fact that she and her fellow medical workers still had value to offer, if it weren't for that precious spark of humanity they'd shown in the face of despair, this mysterious, powerful Mr. Lin standing before her probably wouldn't have given them a second glance, let alone gone to the trouble of saving them. I'll go look, and I'll give people a chance. My voice turned cold. But if anyone fails my test along the way, I won't hesitate to leave them behind. Even if that person is a former colleague, a friend of many years, or even family. My gaze landed on her face once more. Word by word, I said, even if it's you. If you harbor disloyalty or cross my line, don't blame me for being merciless. Those last two words fell lightly, yet carried the weight of 1,000 tons. Yang Na's heart lurched. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremble. I understand. I won't. I said nothing more. I gave everyone one long, deep look, then flickered and vanished, returning to the pharmacy. Outside, the zombies were still slamming against the railings. I couldn't be bothered with them. I began making my way through every corner of the hospital. My goal wasn't just to save people. It was to strip this top-tier hospital of every last valuable resource it had left. The lab, the imaging rooms, the central pharmacy, the equipment storage, even the movable hospital beds, wheelchairs, oxygen tanks, and monitors in the inpatient ward. I swept them all into my space. Every time I encountered a survivor along the way, I would quietly approach and observe them before revealing myself. But I no longer stated my purpose directly. Instead, I secretly set trials for them. I disguised myself as a badly wounded fugitive and stumble into their hiding spot carrying a small but eye-catching amount of food, watching to see whether their first reaction was to grab it, to be suspicious, or to show concern for me first. I'd claim my abilities were limited and that I could only take half of them, coldly watching who volunteered to step aside and who secretly schemed to shove others out of the way. Sometimes I'd quietly release a weakened zombie into an enclosed space, watching whether the medical staff instinctively shielded their patients or only cared about their own escape, even pushing others into harm's way. Perhaps because the apocalypse had only just begun and many people hadn't yet revealed their true nature, most of the medical workers still held on to their principles in the face of despair. This trip earned me quite a few talented recruits. Everyone who passed the test, man or woman, young or old, I saved, temporarily placing them within the creation pearl space. Those who failed mostly became my new source of zombie crystal cores. Yangqing City People's Hospital was a major medical hub in the core district, with an enormous daily flow of people. The day the blood rain fell, this place instantly transformed from a sacred hall of healing into a living hell. Patients seeking treatment, family members keeping watch, medical staff rushing about. Countless lives met their doom within these enclosed walls. By the third day of the apocalypse, of the original 4,000-plus hospital employees, fewer than 400 survivors remained, a death rate of over 90%. When I arrived at the obstetrics department, I walked in on the following scene. In a still intact examination room, a female doctor was doing everything she could to save a pregnant woman. She was around 27 or 28, with delicate features and a calm, composed air. Beyond the door, the zombies snarled endlessly, and the pounding against it was heart-stopping. Yet her hands remained steady and skilled, her gaze focused. Without a trace of panic, the 5 nurses beside her assisted with equal focus, though every face was etched with exhaustion and fear. Dr. Wu, we're losing her. When she dodged that zombie, the fall was too hard. The baby, we can't save it, one nurse said, her voice breaking as she watched the monitor. The mother's in danger too. She's hemorrhaging. The building's crawling with zombies. There's no way we can get any plasma. Another nurse stared at the sheets soaked through with blood, her voice trembling. Get a rolled-up gauze for her to bite down on, so she doesn't bite her tongue. We've got no other choice now. We just have to give it everything we've got. Wu Jie clenched her teeth, but her voice stayed remarkably steady. Stop the bleeding, administer the drugs, CPR. The 6 of them exhausted every means within reach. Time slipped away amid the muffled sobs and the pounding at the door. In the end, the line on the monitor still flattened into a cold, straight line. If we'd had plasma, we could have saved her for sure. A young nurse slumped to the floor, covering her face as she sobbed quietly. Utterly spent, the six of them silently wiped the blood from their hands and slid down against the wall. Wu Jia quietly picked up her own nearly empty water bottle and handed it to the crying young nurse. I'd been hiding off to the side the whole time, watching this doctor named Wu Jia, and something stirred in me. Calm in the face of crisis, dedicated to the very last moment. She was someone who could get things done. If Xiaoya, Sister Yun, or any other woman were to get pregnant down the line and run into a situation like this, what then? A professional OBGYN was indispensable. She had to be saved. And, of course, I'll freely admit it. Wu Jia carried herself with an upright grace. Her features were clean and lovely, and she had a crisp, no-nonsense air about her. That attraction was a point in her favor too. So I stepped out and, using the method I'd already grown skilled at, spirited this little team, still holding their ground even in a hopeless situation, out of the death trap. At last, I arrived at the final stop of this trip, the emergency center. The lobby was stained with blood, packed wall to wall with zombies. Resuscitation equipment and furniture toppled and shattered, everything in shambles. First, I cleared out all the untainted supplies around the perimeter, then headed toward the sealed resuscitation rooms and operating rooms deep in the ER. Most of the rooms were either empty or held nothing but wandering zombies. Finally, I stopped before a shut, heavy metal operating room door. There was no observation window on the door, but I could faintly make out muffled human voices inside, along with the light clinking of metal instruments. Locked from the inside. I raised an eyebrow. Once a door like this is bolted from within, it's hard to force open from the outside, especially since I didn't want to alert any zombies that might be around. I didn't pick the lock or call out. My form shimmered, and I triggered a spatial jump straight through the heavy door, appearing inside the operating room without a sound. A thick smell of disinfectant mingled with the stench of blood hit me square in the face. The room was brightly lit. A dozen or so medical staff in surgical gowns, masks, and caps were crowded tensely around the operating table in the center. On the table lay an elderly man, his face pale as paper, an open wound on his chest. Though it had been hastily bandaged, the gauze was already soaked through with blood. His eyes were shut tight, his breathing so faint you could barely see his chest rise and fall. A young woman doctor stood beside the table, her sterile gloved hands pressing down hard on another bleeding point on the patient's abdomen. Fine beads of sweat covered her forehead, sliding down her pale cheeks and soaking the edge of her mask. The hem and cuffs of her white coat were stained with dark red blood. She looked like she'd just been pulled out of a pool of it. Yet the eyes above her mask were bright and resolute as cold stars, fixed on the faint waveform on the monitor with an almost obsessive intensity. I appeared out of thin air, like a boulder crashing into dead-still water. "Who's there?" The woman doctor reacted lightning fast, snapping her head up, her gaze shooting toward me like a bolt. Her voice was hoarse with exhaustion and tension, yet sharp enough to brook no violation. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Her hands never let up on the compression for a second, as if she'd pressed her own life down along with that fading lifeline. Before I could say a word, a man beside her, 30-something, in gold wire-rimmed glasses, every hair meticulously in place, had already lunged forward to block the space between me and her. His face was a mix of tension, agitation, and a bit of deliberately performed heroism. He threw his arms wide and shouted theatrically, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer. Dr. Shun is in the middle of saving a patient. You try anything, and I, Li Ziyuan, will be the first to fight you to the death." I let my calm gaze sweep across the room. Aside from this heroic Li Ziyuan, everyone else wore an unmistakable look of exhaustion. Sunken eyes, some swaying even while standing, their surgical gowns rumpled and caked with blood and grime. Only this Li Ziyuan had clean clothes, not a hair out of place, gold glasses polished to a shine. Brimming with energy, clearly he hadn't done much of the actual life-saving, spending most of his time directing and putting on a show. Just then, a gray-haired older doctor crouched by the patient's head, quickly checked for breath and a carotid pulse, then straightened up and gave the woman doctor a heavy shake of his head, his voice raspy. "Xin, let it go." The heart stopped. The pupils are fixed and dilated. "He's gone. We really did everything we could. Dr. Shun, there's truly no saving him. He bled out long ago. It's a miracle he held on this long." Another doctor, 40-ish with a kindly face, stepped forward too, patting her shoulder and gently urging her. But the woman doctor named Shin Shiyuan seemed not to hear, or rather, refused to hear. Her compressing hands trembled from the overexertion, yet still she wouldn't ease up, stubbornly staring at the ECG that had already flattened into a straight line, as if she could will its peaks and valleys back into being through sheer gaze. The gold glasses man immediately leaned in again, crouching beside her, piling on an expression of utter heartache, his voice deliberately softened. "Fin, don't do this. You haven't slept in 3 days and 3 nights. Your body's going to give out. Come on, take a rest. Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Deputy Section Chief Li Ziyuan. Shen Xian finally reacted, whipping her head around, the eyes above her mask blazing with undisguised disgust and fury. Her voice shook with suppressed anger. Have some respect for yourself. We're just colleagues. We're not close outside of work. Kindly call me Dr. Shun or Shun Shiyuan. Don't address me so intimately. Now step aside and stop interfering with me. Publicly reprimanded. Li Ziyuan's face flushed red, then went pale. He backed away in embarrassment. A sinister glint flashed through his eyes for a split second, then was quickly smoothed over by a mask of fake concern. I already had it figured out. This guy was probably Yang Na's husband. He couldn't have been more than 30-something, and one look at that slimy, self-satisfied manner told me everything. At a life-or-death moment like this, instead of organizing treatment or reassuring his colleagues, all he cared about was sucking up to a pretty female co-worker and putting on a show of devotion. Clearly the type of privileged good-for-nothing who'd coasted through life on connections. A guy who spent all his energy on schmoozing and chasing women. And even now, with the world ending, he was still at it. Honestly, it made my skin crawl. You still haven't answered my question. Shen Xiuan ignored him and locked her eyes back on me, her guard not dropping in the slightest. But now that the patient was gone, there was a trace of exhaustion in her voice. Who are you? What do you want? I didn't answer directly. Instead, I turned my gaze to Li Ziyuan, who had just caught his breath, and let an easygoing but utterly cold smile surface on my face. Without any fuss, I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and under everyone's puzzled stares, I asked in a flat tone. It's Li Ziyuan, right? Do you know Yang Na? Yang Na? Li Ziyuan blinked, stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up and his face flooded with joy, like he'd just grabbed onto a lifeline. I do. Of course I do. She's my wife. You know her? How is she? Did she send you to find me? It didn't even occur to him to wonder how a mysterious powerhouse who could appear out of thin air would have any connection to his ordinary pharmacist wife. But right now, any thread, any link to the outside world, to survival, was enough to send him into ecstasy. I know her. She's safe for now. My tone stayed flat. She asked me, if it was possible, to swing by here and get you out, and to save those colleagues of yours with high medical ethics and solid skills. Really? That's amazing. Li Ziyuan was so excited he nearly jumped up, his face glowing with the euphoria of a man who'd just cheated death, along with a smug look that said, see, my wife cares about me after all. He'd already spun a whole story in his head. This powerhouse must be some connection Yang Na had somehow managed to secure. Maybe she'd even paid some kind of price to earn this rescue. To him, that only proved how important he, Li Ziyuan, really was. His mind immediately started working. Wasn't this the perfect chance to get a hold over everyone here, especially Shen Xiuan? Maybe he could even use it to establish some authority, make this powerhouse see him in a better light. He spun around at once to face the 11 medical staff wearing various expressions, straightened his back, cleared his throat, and raised his voice in a deliberately loud, bureaucratic tone. Everyone heard that, right? This Mr. Lin here was sent by my family, specifically to rescue me. He has the power to get us all out of this hellhole. He paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping over Shan Xiuan's icy face, then scanning the rest of the crowd as he laid it on thicker. But, Mr. Lin also said, saving people is fine, but there's a condition. Only those with high medical ethics and solid skills, who also know how to respect their superiors and follow orders, get to come. He put heavy emphasis on respect their superiors, his gaze lingering meaningfully over a few doctors who'd never shown him much deference. Finally, he squeezed out what he thought was a friendly, suggestive, ingratiating smile in my direction. Mr. Lin, right? I haven't caught your full name yet. Lin Chun. I gave my name, my face expressionless, though inside I was sneering coldly. Great. Everyone hear that clearly? Mr. Lin Chun said it himself. Li Ziyuan acted like he'd been handed a royal sword of authority, growing even more smug. He put his hands on his hips and scanned the room, his tone dripping with condescension and menace. The conditions laid out right here. Whether you get to leave depends entirely on how you perform. You all know what to do now, right? The words were barely out of his mouth before two people scurried over to his side like flies drawn to blood. One was the sturdy, middle-aged male doctor who tried to convince Shen Xiuan to give up earlier. His face was now plastered with a fawning grin. Director Li, it's me, Old Wang. I've always been loyal to you. I follow along and learn every time you make your rounds, and I've never failed to carry out your instructions to the letter. The other was a woman doctor in her 40s, still quite attractive, who wiggled her hips as she sidled up, her voice syrupy. That's right, Director Li. You have to take me along. Every time I see you coming to the office, I brew your tea in advance and wipe the desk clean. I'm the one who respects our leaders most. The remaining 9 exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. Some had a struggle in their eyes, some flashed with resentment, and some were completely numb. But in the end, not a single other person stepped forward. Shun Shiyuan and the elderly doctor didn't budge an inch, their eyes cold and clear, the corners of their mouths even carrying a faint trace of mockery. My inward sneer deepened. The end of the world was here, life hanging by a thread, and a life could be bought with nothing more than an empty phrase like, respect your superiors. Yet out of 11 people, 9 would rather stand right where they were than bow to a lowlife like this. It just went to show how thoroughly this deputy director, Li, had lost the goodwill of everyone around him. And there was something I'd noticed the moment I walked in. Aside from Li Ziyuan, Old Wang, and Sister Zhang, the other 9 were all haggard, with bloodshot eyes and the most blood staining their clothes. Clearly the ones who'd been doing the desperate life-saving work all this time. Li Ziyuan and his 2 hangers-on, by contrast, were clean and neat, standing out like a sore thumb. I couldn't be bothered to sit through any more of this ugly performance. I moved. No earth-shattering display, just a simple step forward. Crack! A resounding slap exploded like a thunderclap. Li Ziyuan never even saw it coming. He just felt a massive force smash into his face. Stars burst before his eyes, his ears rang, and he flew sideways with a scream, crashing into the instrument cart behind him with a loud clang, metal tools scattering across the floor. Before he could even scramble up, I was already beside him like a phantom, bringing my foot down hard onto his chest. Ack! Li Ziyuan felt a boulder crushing his chest, his ribs groaning. The searing pain and suffocation turned his face purple as he clawed uselessly at my combat boot, unable to move it a hair. The sudden turn of events left Old Wang and Sister Zhang dumbstruck, frozen in place. Their fawning grins hadn't even faded before they twisted into pure terror and confusion. Lin, Mr. Lin, what are you? Old Wang stammered. Sister Zhang's legs gave out entirely, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. I slowly turned my head, casting a detached glance over the 2 of them, over the 9 stunned medical workers, and finally back down to the face of the dead dog Li Ziyuan beneath my foot. My voice was calm and flat. What I said was, high medical ethics and solid skills. I paused, undisguised derision seeping into my tone. When did I ever say respect your leaders? Especially these kinds of leaders? Old Wang and Sister Zhang were thunderstruck, their faces ashen. I ignored them and turned to the 9 medical staff who hadn't wavered from the very start. My tone leveled out again. I can get you out of here, somewhere safe, at least for now. The 9 of them froze for a moment. Then their faces lit up with disbelief and wild joy. A lifeline, snatched from the jaws of death. But there are conditions. My voice turned cold, biting like a winter wind. First, you'll serve the sanctuary I'm going to build. Second, and this is the most important, loyalty. No betrayal, no playing both sides. Otherwise, I didn't finish the sentence, but the flash of icy killing intent in my eyes said everything.